Chapter 757. A small incident like that dissolved to nothing. While there were others who jabbed sarcastically at the Holy Ji Palace of barren state, not knowing where they stood, neither Shihua's sacred mountain nor the Holy Ji Palace actually behaved disrespectfully in that incident. However, the Holy Ji Palace was probably doomed to give one holy item away, which would have been a windfall for one of the geniuses from Shihua's sacred mountain. A small incident like that dissolved to nothing. While there were others who jabbed sarcastically at the Holy Ji Palace of barren state, not knowing where they stood, neither Shihua's sacred mountain nor the Holy Ji Palace actually behaved disrespectfully in that incident. However, the Holy Ji Palace was probably doomed to give one holy item away, which would have been a windfall for one of the geniuses from Shihua's sacred mountain. Sage Wanqiang, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others from the Holy Ji Palace looked at Yi Futian and felt rather speechless. However, the incident was nonetheless handled well. If the students of the barren state were to perform admirably in the event, it would have been earned them respect. Furthermore, Yi Futian did not directly challenge Shihua's sacred mountain to a gamble. Yu Shang might be able to make it to the top 10, with holy items as bets. He instead went to politely claim that if Yu Shang was unable to make it to the top 10, he was willing to offer a holy item for the highest-ranked student of Shihua's sacred mountain. As such, Shihua's sacred mountain would have been compelled to do something in return, as they were dealing with the barren state, which was the weakest in the first place. Yi Futian even politely declined Shihua's sacred mountain's generosity of the saints when Saint Shihua made his stance. Yi Futian had been as humble and as polite as he could have possibly been. If Shihua's sacred mountain ended up actually losing a holy item, no one would have been able to blame Yi Futian for anything. It was a move well played indeed. Saint Shihua then turned his eyes to the crowd. The boundless space went gradually quiet in an instant. Everyone was able to feel plain might exuding from Saint Shihua, as if he was able to cover the entire space with one look alone. Even the grandstands behind Yi Futian, where noise was endless, went completely silent. Everyone turned their eyes in the same direction, the corner where the eastern state was assigned, where the 3 saints of Shihua's sacred mountain was. The 9-state forum finally began. The 9-state forum of this year is hosted by Shihua's sacred mountain. Almost every single sacred ground from all over the 9 states has gathered here today. Even the Sky Saint, who does not have a successor, attended this event. As the Lord of Shihua's sacred mountain, I'm truly honored. Saint Shihua continued with a brimming voice. All 9 states hailed from Emperor Xia's orthodoxy. The 9-state forum has been held for many years, implementing the will of Emperor Xia. There have been many legendary figures emerge from each generation past, and I believe there will still be countless remarkable people who will emerge this time. As the host for this year's event, Shihua's sacred mountain intends to reward those who perform admirably in the 9-state forum. While the rewards might be a small gesture, they are a form of encouragement. Everyone listened to the speech quietly, and what was said was a tradition that had been executed in every 9-state forum held. Many wondered what Shihua's sacred mountain had prepared as a reward this time. Saint Shihua extended his hand, and a dazzling axe appeared. The air around them changed as soon as Saint Shihua took the axe in his hand. Streaks of golden lightning gathered on the bat-leaks, which went on to devour the powers of its surroundings in a frenzy. The air emanating from the weapon seemed intent on cleaving the space before it apart. A holy item. The battle-axe of judgment. The eyes of those who had heard of the holy item were glittering. This holy item is something that belonged to the previous head saint of Shihua's sacred mountain. It was passed down through the generations. Now, I present this item as a reward to the champion of the 9-state forum. The one who ranks number 1 in the 9-state forum will take the holy item away, Saint Shihua said. The eyes of many geniuses from all over the 9 states glittered. It would have been a very beautiful thing to be able to bag that holy item, as it would become a personal possession of whoever ended up taking it away, not having to present it to the sacred ground they belonged to. Futian lifted his head and eyed the battle-axe of judgment. The holy Ji palace of the Barren State was probably the place with the least amount of holy items out of all sacred grounds, and any item they had with them was to be used for the future battle of saints. Saint Xihua put the battle-axe of judgment away and took out a catalogue, waving it in the air. Images glittered and flew out of the catalogue in dazzling lights, with incredibly terrible air emanating from them. "This is the catalogue of saints." Saint Xihua said, "This item has been passed down through the generations of Xihua, Sacred Mountain, for many years, and it was a treasured piece for Xihua, Sacred Mountain students for generations, for it was used to develop comprehension of how the saints trained. Experiences and knowledge of the training of many saints from Xihua, Sacred Mountain, are housed within. This piece will be gifted to the one who ranks second in the 9-state forum." The eyes of many top-notch sages present glittered with sharp intent. That treasured piece would have helped them a lot in furthering their training. Saint Xihua then put the catalogue away and took out a decorated box. Shimmering lights danced in the air the very instant it was opened, with a fragrance washing all over the place. It was just a pill, yet greed started to well up inside many of those who witnessed it. It was as if everyone wanted another whiff of the pill's fragrance. The holy pill, to be gifted to the one who ranks third in 9-state forum. Saint Xihua closed the box, and many looked rather dejected, but then quickly shuddered at the fact that they had been smelling the pill greedily, a testament to how terrifying the holy pill was. Saint Xihua went on to announce the prizes to be given to the ones ranked in the rest of the top 10 places. All of the items had one thing or another to do with saints, which meant that they were all holy items. Even though some might not have actually had saint-level powers, they were items used by saints before, or they had deep connections with saints. There were many who lamented their lack of power, which robbed them of their right to even participate in the event itself. Saint Xihua was not done. He went on to announce, "Other than that, for those who rank in the top 10 in the 9-state forum, should they be willing to become a student of Xihua, Sacred Mountain, they will be taught by the 3 of us. Those who ranked within the top 100 will also be welcome to study under Xihua, Sacred Mountain, with the 3 of us to provide frequent guidance." Everyone had, of course, understood that many of those who participated in the event came from sacred grounds of other states, which meant that they would not have wanted to study under Xihua, Sacred Mountain. Those words were probably meant for some of the geniuses from Eastern State who came to participate in the 9-state forum. After all, participants from the Eastern State were still the most numerous, and there would have been some exceptionally powerful ones among them. Without further ado, we will hand the stage to the young geniuses from all of the 9 states. Saint Xihua smiled and looked at the people from other states. The rules of the 9-state forum remain as they have always been, with one to come out from each of the 9 states in each round. This goes on until there are but 100 left on the forum stage. How about that? Fine. No problem. The ones from other sacred grounds of the 9 states nodded. That was how things had gone on in all of the past 9-state forums. One from each of the 9 states were to come forward, which, in principle, made the battle of each round fought between 9 people. In actual fact, however, with the Barren State absent, every battle had been one fought between 8 participants. The battles this time would be restored to ones fought between 9 participants. However, as there were only over 30 participants from the Barren State, it was feared that Barren State would not last for long before running out of participants. Everyone would be disqualified early. Even getting into the top 100 would have been incredibly difficult for the Barren State, let alone getting a place in the top 10. Due to being the smallest, they would have encountered geniuses from all over the 9 states. They would have the opportunities to fight people from all sacred grounds. Saint Xihua nodded. Well then, the rules of the event are the same as every past 9-state forum. Every battle will have one participant from each of the 9 states, with the final victor remaining while the other 8 are disqualified. The rounds will continue, and every single participant will be required to fight. As the sacred ground of the barren state was in the opinion that they deserved to be respected as well, we will make no exceptions for them even though they have the smallest number of participants. Every participant shall be treated fairly, with the last one remaining in every round or becoming one of the top 10. Indeed. Yi Futian nodded and went to look at Yushan and the others below. The pressure was indeed huge. The eastern state had the most participants, and many were only required to fight one battle. Such was the home advantage of the hosting state. The barren state, on the other hand, all were required to fight round after round before making it to the top 100. However, there was little to lament over. The qualification rounds of the 9-state forum had always been executed fairly. It was the barren state's fault for fielding so few participants in the first place. The people of all 9 states agreed to the rule in silence. "Let the rounds begin," Saint Shihua said plainly. Several elders walked onto the forum stage to the edges right afterward, saying, "The 9-state forum does not allow for participants to fight using external implements. Those who violate the rule will be severely punished. The battle stops when one party loses fighting capacity or yields. If both sides choose to fight to the death, the consequences will be borne by the participants, and the 9 states shall not pursue such matters further. Furthermore, as this year's 9-state forum is held in the eastern state, the hosting state shall be given priority in selecting their combatants. The selection shall be executed in the following order: the eastern state, summer state, Qi state, cloud state, war state, Feng state, ocean state, Yu state, and finally the barren state." The elder continued, "The rounds shall begin." The eyes of many were on the forum stage at that very moment. The 9-state forum had officially begun. The air in the vast space seemed to have changed. The nonchalant, relaxed feeling was no longer around. The air had gone thick with solemnity instead. With geniuses from all 9 states gathered, many wondered which state would have had the most number of participants, making it to the top 100. And then there were speculations about who would be able to make it to the top 10. And finally, who would reign supreme in all of the 9 states. Many were excited at the event. The forum stage was basked in mild sunlight as a breeze blew by. A figure was seen walking out from the side of the eastern state. That figure was one from Shihua, Sacred Mountain. As the host of the event and the very first battle to be fought in eastern state, the one who emerged first had to be one from the Shihua, Sacred Mountain. "That's Su Shi." Many from the grandstands gasped in surprise. Su Shi, from the Shihua Sacred Mountain of Eastern State, was to fight the battle. Su Shi's powers ranked at the forefront when compared with those from Shihua Sacred Mountain participating in the forum. As such, he was made to fight the first battle, and it was apparent that Shihua Sacred Mountain was hoping to take the very first round. Summer State was next, one from the Xia clan. A youth was seen walking onto the stage, making many who were watching shudder. It seemed that the Summer State had the same idea. Mighty ones from Qi State, Cloud State, Battle State emerged and walked to the middle of the forum stage. Every single participant who emerged made the hearts of spectators shudder somewhat. The one who walked out from Qi State hailed from the Qi clan. The history of the Qi clan was similar to that of the great Zhou sacred dynasty of the Eastern State. Qi State had been ruled by the Qi clan before, and Qi State was once known as the Qi Kingdom and had established the Jixia Holy Palace, recruiting capable people from all over the world. Currently, the Jixia Holy Palace was at a level of power comparable to that of the Qi clan, and both were sacred grounds for training in Qi State. Regardless, the Qi clan had incredible depth. Each of the participants of the 8 states who walked out was exceptional. It seemed that the upcoming battle would be incredibly intense. A battle that was fought between titans. Such was the stage of the 9-state forum, and many already felt their blood boiling in anticipation. Who will be the first one in the barren state to fight? The eyes of many turned in the direction of the barren state, who was the last to select their participants. A figure was seen walking out of the handful. It was someone already very familiar, for it was none other than that stout youth who, when questioning Shihua, Sacred Mountain alone. Many looked amused at the moment, as they would be able to see how powerful he actually was in the very first battle. That person might actually be disqualified in the very first battle for having to fight such an incredible group. As such, there was probably nothing left for the Barren State in that round. Yu Sheng, the first from Barren State, to join the fight. Chapter 758. The 9 mighty ones of the 9 states stood in the battlefield area on the forum stage. Countless eyes from the grandstands, be it from those from the sacred grounds or common people, all turned to the direction of the stage center. The 9 mighty ones of the 9 states stood in the battlefield area on the forum stage. Countless eyes from the grandstands, be it from those from the sacred grounds or common people, all turned to the direction of the stage center. The first battle was the start of the 9-state forum, and all 9 states saw it to be a very important battle. All who were standing there had sounded the law bell before without any exception. All of them were nobles at the pinnacle of their planes who had developed matured rules, and the battle would be a clash of titans. The Eastern State. Student of Shihua, Sacred Mountain, Su Shi. Pleased to meet you all, Su Shi of Shihua, Sacred Mountain said. Summer State. Xia Li of Xia Clan, pleased to meet you all, the young proud son of Qi Clan said. Qi State. Qi Ao of Qi Clan, pleased to meet you all. Cloud State. Su, a He of Li Palace, pleased to meet you all. War State. Mo Gong of Holy Temple of 10 Corners, pleased to meet you all. Feng State. Yan Zhan of Fengdu House, pleased to meet you all. Ocean State. Lan Yu of Celestial Cliffs, pleased to meet you all. Yu State. Zhan Yao of Jisheng Cliffs, pleased to meet you all. Barren State. Yu Sheng of the Holy Ji Palace. With the words spoken by Yu Sheng marking the conclusion, all 9 mighty ones were done announcing their names and backgrounds, and as predicted by everyone present, all hailed from the top sacred ground to be found in the respective state. Yi Futian turned his eyes at the crowd and felt his mind stirring. He had gone searching for materials regarding the 9 states, and each one announced earlier were from forces that stood at the very top of the hierarchy in their respective states. They were all gathered on one stage. Although Yu Sheng was undoubtedly powerful, he probably would face immense pressure at the final battle. As for the others, Yi Futian had no certainty if they were able to get good rankings themselves. Jisheng Cliffs, Zhan Yao. Yi Futian eyed the young man from Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State, and he found him to resemble Zhan Shao somewhat. At that moment, Zhan Yao turned his eyes to look at Yi Futian with an incredibly cold expression. His elder brother, one of the 9 sons of Jisheng Cliffs, ended up being killed in the Barren State. It was a vengeance that Jisheng Cliffs was unable to do anything about, due to Emperor Xia's decree. On that very day, Zhan Yao vowed to kill Yu Sheng on the very stage of the 9-state forum. It was entirely compliant with the rules of 9-state forum to kill one's opponent outright before they lost combat capacity or yield. However, it needed to be a one-shot kill that could only be pulled with extreme advantage. There would be no second chance to pull anything like that on the stage. Furthermore, many of those who participated in the 9-state forum hailed from sacred grounds, which meant that they would not go too far in attacking their opponents. However, there was no way Zhan Yao would have pulled punches against people from the Barren State. It was only natural for Yu Sheng to feel the murderous intent from Zhan Yao. Yu Sheng had fought Zhan Shao at Taiheng Mountain back then, and there was no way he would not have recognized Zhan Zhao's younger brother, who was standing right before him. At the side of the grandstands where Jisheng Cliffs was, Kong Yao looked down with a cold expression and said in a low voice, Zhan Yao will reap some interest for his brother in this battle. Zhan Yao's talent is no weaker than that of his brother. I wonder if he will be able to emerge as the number 1 of this battle. Qin Zhong, who was beside Kong Yao, said, Only the number 1 among all 9 was allowed to remain. All the other 8 were to be eliminated. Even if a clash of titans were to happen, it would have changed nothing. If one were to be eliminated early, one only had their luck or one's lack of strength to blame. The rules were incredibly cruel, as no one knew who their opponent would have been and how strong they actually were. The air of different rules permeated the 9 corners on the forum stage. Violent gales erupted on the stage all of a sudden. Worldly spiritual chi ran amok and formed a terrible whirlpool. However, all 9 participants remained standing where they were without budging. At the moment, Su Shi lifted his head a bit and eyed Yu Sheng, who was standing opposite him, and said, "You said that you intended to withdraw from the 9-state forum. You remain standing on the stage now, but I still feel compelled to grant your wish. As such, you will be the first one to be eliminated in the 9-state forum." The 9-state forum this year was hosted by Shihua Sacred Mountain. Yet Yu Sheng went out to cause trouble before Saint Shihua even announced for the forum to begin. As the host, the saints were required to keep their composure while dealing with one of the younger generations. However, Su Shi was a student of Shihua Sacred Mountain, and they were then standing on the stage of the battle of the 9-state forum. As such, there was no need for him to hold back, and there was no need for him to talk about keeping composure. He would be the one to eliminate Yu Sheng from that round, fair and square. Be it Yu Sheng or the Barren State, doubting Shihua Sacred Mountain and wanting to prove their pride through demonstrating one's power, I'll let everyone from the Barren State know with my power what overextending oneself means. He is mine. A cold voice was heard. It was Zhan Yao's voice. His eyes were as sharp as blades as he looked at Yu Sheng. He was reminded of the time when his brother taught him the void-tearing blade techniques, when they made a promise to each other to reach the peak of Jisheng cliffs together, becoming one of the most powerful figures in all of Yu State. Yet his brother ended up leaving him for good on that trip to the Barren State. I do not care who will be the one doing the deed, so long as he gets eliminated before everyone else, Su Shi said plainly. All of them were prideful people. A dazzling light shimmered and a blade appeared. The blade, which was the materialization of Zhan Yao's life spirit, landed in his hand. A terrifying flash of blades went tearing apart the space they were in, his body at the center. Streak after streak of blade will of rules went tearing at Yu Sheng. Zhan Yao put his blade behind him and walked towards him step by step. Blade flashes filled the air, breathing terrifying power of rules and tearing at the space between them. There was also another powerful pressure bearing on Yu Sheng. 2-layered rules. Everyone stared at Zhan Yao, thinking that he was indeed a proud genius from the sacred ground of Jisheng Cliffs to fight the first battle. Kong Yao's expression was a sharp one. He had been anticipating Zhan Yao's performance with the void-tearing blade techniques. As Zhan Yao walked closer and closer to his target, the blade wills became stronger and stronger. Blade flashes shimmered through the air, encompassing the space surrounding Yu Sheng, as if he found himself in a world of blades. He actually remained standing there. Many went on to look at Yu Sheng, who was then being surrounded by the power of 2-layered rules. But he is just standing there. Does he have a death wish, or what? Zhan Yao's steps were incredibly steady. He did not speed up, as the power of the blades grew stronger with every step. If Yu Sheng wants to die so badly, I'll be glad to grant that for him. Power rules of gravity bore on Yu Sheng's body. Zhan Yao moved. It was as if he had fused with his blade. He leaped into the air and went straight for Yu Sheng without bothering to make any redundant moves. There were also no flashy blade techniques to be had. The void-tearing blade techniques simply cut through the air. A blade sliced air, looking like a straight line, as the move was executed. The 1,000-meter blade flash went straight for the forum stage in a terrible might. Everything before the blade flash was cut in half. Is he crazy? Many could not help themselves but yell as Yu Sheng did not even budge. He simply went looking at the move coming at him. The move of the void-tearing blade techniques was so fast that many could not help but shy away, as if they were about to see the bloody scene of Yu Sheng being bisected right there and then. However, at that very moment, a terrifying air current emanated from Yu Sheng's body. He lifted his left arm and blocked the trajectory of the move. The move did not stop. Zhan Yao's murderous intent was terrifying, and that move would have simply cut down Yu Sheng's arm before bisecting him. A sharp, deafening sound was heard. Zhan Yao did not feel his blade cut down on a body of flesh and blood. He felt an extremely powerful force blocking his blade instead. He looked down and found Yu Sheng's elbow blocking the edge of the blade. The cold, bone-chilling blade did not go on to easily cut Yu Sheng's arm and kill him right as expected. Dark, golden air current of rules coursed throughout Yu Sheng's arm and covered his entire body like ferocious armor. The power of that rule seemed to have merged with his body of flesh and blood into a single being. The surrounding air current coursed through Yu Sheng's body in a frenzy as the light of the armor of rules grew increasingly terrifying. Zhan Yao's blade was stuck there. Many shuddered violently deep down, blocking the void-tearing blade technique with a flesh and blood arm. Crack! Kong Yao's fists tightened and his expression changed slightly, looking grim instantly. He knew without a doubt what that scene meant. The genius of Jisheng Cliffs, Zhan Yao, was unable to break Yu Sheng's defense. What hope will he have in continuing the battle? Zhan Yao had, of course, knew what it meant as well. The pride and arrogance displayed earlier were torn to shreds in that very instant. He glared at the scene before him, feeling a shock deep down that he had never felt in his life before. He knew what he was capable of with a blade. There were hardly any sages who dared to take on his blade head-on like that. Yet Yu Sheng did just that. Yu Sheng's elbow slid along the edge of his blade as Zhan Yao was still dazed. He then bent his hand and took hold of Zhan Yao's wrist, which was holding the blade. Zhan Yao snapped back to reality and wanted to back away, but he soon found the force of the hand that clamped onto his wrist was something he was unable to do anything about. His body remained suspended in midair, unable to retreat. Yu Sheng's right hand moved. It lifted and threw one punch forward. The wind whooshed about and dark, golden flowing lights shimmered, driven by the arm flung at Zhan Yao's body. The minds of many tensed up as they stared at that scene. Boom! There was little left to the imagination. Yu Sheng's fist landed directly on Zhan Yao's chest. The sound of bones breaking and shattering was heard with unnerving clarity. It seemed as if the internal organs were torn apart as well. Zhan Yao bent his body a bit as the fist will penetrated right through him, emerging from his back, as if a fist had actually just gone right through him. His body was sent flying, spouting blood in midair, like an arrow, before crashing onto the ground. The space was silent. Many looked at Zhan Yao, who was lying on the floor as blood oozed out from his mouth. Zhan Yao looked at the sky with dazed, lifeless eyes. He knew without a doubt that the insides of his body thoroughly shattered. He would be rendered a cripple even if he ended up surviving the ordeal. His heart felt as if it was being torn to shreds. He had come so far with his training, becoming one of the proud geniuses of Jisheng Cliffs. Why did the first battle turn out to be like this? One punch was all it took. That punch did not just hit Zhan Yao's body. It had also hit Jisheng Cliff's face. Kong Yao and Qin Zhong both looked incredibly awkward. Yi Futian had not been the only terrifying one, as it turned out that Yu Sheng, whom nobody noticed before, was surprisingly terrifying as well. Yu Sheng did not look at Zhan Yao. He had, of course, felt Zhan Yao's murderous intent and knew that Zhan Yao wanted revenge. But he too recalled the bloody scenes back in Taihang Mountain that day. Many of the golden great apes of Taihang Mountain perished. Even he and Yi Futian had almost died at Zhan Zhao's hands. As such, he saw no need to hold back with that punch. Doom! A footstep was heard and many eyes returned to Yu Sheng. He was seen taking one step after another, walking forward. At the end of the straight line he was walking on, there was Su Shi of Shihua, sacred mountain of the eastern state. Su Shi had claimed that he would make Yu Sheng the first one to be eliminated. Chapter 759. Su Shi frowned slightly, seeing Yu Sheng taking one step after another towards him. It was apparent that he had vastly underestimated what Yu Sheng was capable of. Su Shi frowned slightly, seeing Yu Sheng taking one step after another towards him. It was apparent that he had vastly underestimated what Yu Sheng was capable of. Zhan Yao of Jisheng Cliffs would not have had appeared weak before Yu Sheng. His blade work had incorporated the vast power of rules and boasted incredible killing power. However, Yu Sheng simply blocked it with his arms alone. It was something done by merging rules with one's flesh and blood body. It was apparent, then, that Yu Sheng trained his body to the extreme. If one was unable to take him down while fighting in close combat, they were as good as dead. Despite being able to feel Yu Sheng's incredible might, Su Shi was a proud son of Shihua, sacred mountain. He was not going to lose just like that, but his expression turned incredibly serious and solemn nonetheless. He apparently knew that his opponent was powerful. Su Shi put his arms forward, and a tremendously glittering golden beast appeared behind Su Shi. A terrifying golden storm erupted in the air with his body at the center. Spell, demonic prison shackle. Su Shi's voice was incredibly cold. The terrifying golden storm tore at Yu Sheng's body, drowning the space where Yu Sheng was, manifesting as a terribly huge metal demonic beast, and its terrifyingly huge body went to imprison Yu Sheng right beneath it. When one developed matured rules, the spell unleashed would become a rule spell, boasting greater power. However, at that moment, Yu Sheng's body went on to forcefully move outside the prison of that demonic beast. He barged through the construct, and with a loud boom, the prison blew apart. Yu Sheng took a huge leap ahead and continued going after Su Shi. His body is that powerful. The hearts of many shuddered. In the world of cultivators, rules were powers employed by sages. Technically speaking, there was no doubt that top-notch nobles who had developed matured rules were more powerful than nobles who had not. But there were still some peculiar exceptions. Those people had different talents, enabling them to break such conventions. Yu Sheng's power was at a level where not even conventional top-notch nobles who had developed the use of rules would have been able to do anything against him, even if he were to not rely on rules. Su Shi's expression turned ugly. The life spirit behind him took a tangible form, and his body merged directly with that huge beast. It was apparent that Su Shi had learned martial arts before. The incredibly huge beast lifted its claws and slapped at Yu Sheng. One finger on that set of claws alone would have been enough to pierce Yu Sheng's body, killing him right there and then. Boom! Yu Sheng stomped onto the ground, and his battle form came into being with a huge rumble. An enormous golden shadow appeared, and it was of the same size as the huge beast before him. There was no doubt that it was the Dozhan body. His battle form went on to launch a punch straight for the beast, landing on the incredibly sharp claws. The claws were shattered immediately with a rumble. That huge fist continued its path, bringing terrible might to bear, penetrating all before it and landing hard on the beast's body. Su Shi grunted within the huge beast's body and spat up blood. His body was sent retreating violently, and the shadow of the beast dissipated. Doom! Su Shi's body crashed onto the ground. Yu Sheng's battle form continued walking towards him. Then he leapt into the air as if to step on Su Shi. Seeing the godly shadow above, Su Shi went pale and shouted, "I surrender!" Boom! A loud rumble reverberated in Su Shi's eardrums, and his eyes were closed. His face went pale as he shuddered on the ground. Su Shi's eyes flew wide open, noting that he remained unharmed, seeing the godlike shadow landing right beside him, looking down on him. Yu Sheng took a look at him with nasty eyes before turning around and walking away without saying anything else. Su Shi felt his heart bleeding at that very moment. While no words had been spoken, he felt indescribably shameful. He felt all from the 9 states were looking at him so pitifully. That was the very first battle of the 9-state forum. Shihua, Sacred Mountain, had hoped that he would be able to emerge as number 1 and make it into the subsequent rounds. He had enough confidence in himself to be able to do so, and had gone on to boast about eliminating Yusheng first. However, reality was cold and cruel. He was not even able to fight against Yusheng and ended up being defeated by such an overwhelming difference in power, suffering a thoroughly humiliating defeat. He shouted the words that he never thought he would say. The students of Shihua, Sacred Mountain, all looked at the battlefield. Their eyes were on Su Shi and Yusheng. The stout body, which had walked out before the event even began, went about proving the worth of the barren state to avenge the humiliation and frustration he and the barren state suffered in his very own way. Many turned around to look at Yi Futian of the barren state. He was sitting there quietly without any hint of tension or worry. It was as if everything that had happened was how things should have happened. A feeling of ridiculousness welled up in many people's minds. Does Yi Futian truly think that Yusheng has what it takes to make it to top 10? Was he deliberately acting humble and lowering himself so as to prepare for the upcoming battles? Impossible. People of Shihua, Sacred Mountain, denied their own thoughts. There were tens of sacred grounds from all over the 9 states participating in the 9-state forum. What does this mean? It meant that most sacred grounds would not have been able to get a shot at the top 10, and only a very small amount of sacred grounds would be able to do so. While Yusheng indeed demonstrated that he has terrifyingly powerful combat power, is it possible for him to win a spot in the top 10? Those who ranked on the top 10 would have needed to overwhelm the strongest of geniuses many sacred grounds had to offer before getting the right to such a high ranking. While Su Shi had been powerful, the most remarkable ones of Shihua, Sacred Mountain, were able to overwhelm Su Shi all the same. At the moment, the eyes of the others from the remaining 6 states were all on Yusheng. All of them were looking at him with a very strong sense of dread. He overwhelmed the proud sons of Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State and Shihua, Sacred Mountain of Eastern State. What if I end up having to face him? Will you all select the strongest among yourselves? Or do you intend to come at me all at once? Yusheng scanned all 6 of them. The grandstands went totally silent as soon as he finished. That fellow actually provoked all mighty ones of the remaining 6 states. He is trying to take on the geniuses of all 8 other states by himself. He intends to take on all of them alone. What overwhelming power! Many in the grandstand areas felt rather elated. All of them had thought that the first battle of the 9-state forum would have been a clash of titans where mighty ones would butt heads with each other. Their speculations were half correct, as all 9 states sent out incredibly remarkable people who had all developed matured rules for the battle. Yet they had not expected there to be one capable of overwhelming all of the other mighty ones on his own, emerging in the very first battle between the 9 states. Furthermore, it was one from the barren state, and he went on to sweep all the others from other states with absolute, indisputable might. All 6 mighty ones took different corners and unleashed vague aura of rules, eyeing at that stout figure before them. Yusheng remained standing where he was, as if he felt nothing. He looked like a tall, regal mountain that could not be moved by anything. He had been suppressing his annoyance for quite a while. If all of the other states went bullying and ridiculing the barren state, claiming that they had no one and did not bother affording them with basic respect, then all he had to do was simply announce, with force, the barren state's existence to all. Boom, boom. One aura of rules after another burst forth. All 6 mighty ones moved at the same time. They were fighting on the stage of the 9-state forum, and they saw no reason to hold back against Yusheng. They were all from sacred grounds, and they saw it unforgivable to get eliminated on the very first round. Everyone had very strong attachments. At the moment, all of them found Yusheng to be the greatest threat, and as such, they had to eliminate Yusheng before anyone else. Xia Li, Chi Ao, Su He, Mo Gong, Yan Zhan, and Lan Yu All 6 geniuses from sacred grounds came straight for Yusheng. A dragon emerged, a roc went about tearing everything apart and swooping down in an instant, as well as divine weapons coalesced from violent rules, swooshing about with killing intent. All illusions of attack rules drowned the space they were in, and all of them went with lethal intent at Yusheng. It was apparent that all 6 mighty ones chose the later, moving against Yusheng all at once in hopes of clearing out the most powerful threat before them. Yusheng remained standing, like a mountain where he was. He took 1 step forward all of a sudden as the others attacked. The ground shook with a loud rumble, and the Dozhan body seemed to stand between the heavens and the earth like a devil of some sort. Its unnervingly powerful, dark, golden flowing lights coursed throughout his battle form, materializing as the most powerful defense possible. Streaks of terrifying attacks landed on his battle form one after another. The battle form shook violently. Lan Yu threw a punch with the force of a tsunami behind it, hidden might capable of penetrating everything in its path, intending to shatter that battle form. He's still standing. Everyone saw the attacks of all 6 mighty ones land hard on the battle form, yet the construct did not crumble. The Dozhan body went on to even unleash blindingly strong light, making everyone's eyes hurt. Yusheng lifted his head and scanned all 6 of them before him. He moved his other leg and planted it solidly onto the ground. Get lost! A loud roar was heard, and Yusheng threw 2 punches at the air. Thousands of golden fists erupted from within the battle form in that very instant, striking everything before it, drowning all 6 of them within. Every fist carried sheer power like no other. Boom, 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 boom. The fist will crush the attacks and defenses of all 6 mighty ones in a frenzy. The sheer might penetrated the air and struck them with the most direct and overbearing force. All 6 ended up being thrown off without exception. There was some grunting, while some had blood at the corner of their mouths, looking pale. Some power indeed. Many trembled violently deep down. Just what kind of power is this? The might of the flesh and blood body synchronized with the battle form, then went on to bring the purest rules of sheer power to bear. Such an approach went on to yield power, enabling one to take on thousands, overwhelming everything before him. There were several monks who sat in honored seats at the area assigned to war state at the moment. Their bodies looked as if they were made of gold. They watched Yusheng. A mighty one who looked like a golden Buddha said, if he had trained in the ways of Buddhism, he would have reached incredible heights. They all hailed from a sacred ground of war state, the Vajra region. Yusheng's punch made them feel as if it was something resembling the palm of Mahavarakana, which was incredibly hard, powerful, and loaded with sheer force. Yusheng's eyes scanned at all 6 of them standing at the 6 corners on the stage. He then said, do you all want to fight still? Xia Li of Summer State went on to stare at Yusheng and cursed under his breath. What the hell? He then turned around and leave in frustration. All 6 of them were thrown back, and there was just no point to keep on fighting. He had only his own luck to blame for encountering a monster of such power in his very first battle. Chi Ao's mouth quivered, and he too turned around and left, feeling incredibly vexed. The stage of the first battle of the 9-state forum was all his. All the others did not even have the chance to show what they were capable of. All of the others eyed Yusheng before walking off one after another. Everyone looked at that one figure who remained on the forum stage, feeling awed. This is the true charm of the 9-state forum, a battle that shakes the hearts of many, right from the very first one. Elders looked at Yusheng from the edge of the forum stage and announced, the winner of the round, Yusheng. Yusheng lifted his head and eyed the elder before saying, Yusheng, student of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. He turned around and walked away as soon as he finished. Chapter 760. In just one battle, Yusheng had been remembered by the people from all 9 states. After all, This was the first battle on the nine-state forum, and Yusheng had appeared in a dominant fashion. In just one battle, Yusheng had been remembered by the people from all 9 states. After all, this was the first battle on the nine-state forum, and Yusheng had appeared in a dominant fashion. The barren state and Holy Ji palaces, Yusheng definitely had its place on the stage of the nine-state forum. If he was not unlucky enough to meet the most elite figures in the 9 states, it would not be a problem for him to enter the top 100. The second battle will continue in the order that the 9 states entered in. Battle, the elder announced at the edge of the stage. Next, the Eastern State and the Summer State's experts stepped out. On the barren state side, they all looked at each other. They had fewer participants, so it was convenient for them to discuss who would battle. "I'll go," the Holy Ji Palace's disciple Zhongli said. He was a genius who had entered the palace in the same batch as Yi Futian and was also considered an outstanding figure in their batch. Back then, he was eliminated by Yuan Zhan, but he had since stepped into the pinnacle of the noble plane and comprehended a semblance of suppression rule power. When it was the barren state's turn, Zhongli stepped onto the battle platform. Yi Futian looked at Zhongli and said, "Zhongli's cultivation is pure and free from distractions. His focus is on his martial arts cultivation, and it is commendable for him to be able to reach such a level so quickly. He can be allowed into the Sage Hall to cultivate." "Yes," Sage Wanxiang nodded and added, "However, the 9-state forum requires one to defeat the participants from the other 8 states to advance. Moreover, there is a high chance that they will meet a strong adversary when in a battle of 9. It is even more prevalent in these early battles, so Zhongli's chances might be slim. It's the same whether he's eliminated earlier or later. What's most important is the experience. We can also see how strong the participants from the other states are at the same time." Yi Futian took it in his stride. He knew that the barren state's strength was fundamentally weaker than the other states. Apart from those who entered the Sage Hall with him, it would be nearly impossible for anyone else to enter the top 100. There were dozens of holy lands here. Only a handful of people from each holy land could enter the top 100. His barren state's Holy Ji Palace was merely one of the holy lands. Moreover, all the other holy lands had more participants than them. This was something he was aware of. Just like Sage Wanxiang had predicted, someone who was evidently stronger than the other 9 in the battle arena had appeared. She was from the Summer State's Yu clan. The Yu clan's strongest ability was sealing techniques. At that moment, on the battle arena, a girl in a white dress floated like an immortal in the middle of the crowd. After she had defeated her first opponent, many people could feel her strength and started to surround her to deal with her first. However, as her body floated in the air, a moon appeared behind her. The moonlight scattered onto the other opponents, and they could feel their spiritual wills being sealed. Zhongli released his life spirit, and the tripod released a blinding glow and rushed forward rapidly, resisting the opponent's sealing technique. The girl's body became brighter as the moon became even more brilliant. Rule power fused with the moonlight as it scattered down, and at that moment, all those who were attacking her fell into an illusion. It was as though they were in the moon's world, and their spiritual will was unable to sense the outside world, making them unable to use their rule power. At that moment, their bodies started to become surrounded by frost. Bit by bit, they were completely encased in ice and unable to move. All the other experts were all frozen in the air, but their spiritual wills were still in the moon's world. How strong! Many people shuddered as they thought to themselves. They could feel sweat running down their spine. Among the 9 states, the Summer State is the strongest. Apart from the Xia clan, the Yu clan sealing techniques can seal one's spiritual will as well as their bodies. It is indeed terrifying. On the viewing area, the crowd was already discussing. There was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. The Yu clan's expert had crushed all her opponents. Not just the Yu clan, but the Summer State also has the #1 academy in the 9 states, the 9-state college and the Yi clan. It is rumored that one of the Yi clan's ancestors was at the level of the Renhuang. There were also others who were discussing the other major factions in the summer state. Yi Futian's gaze looked towards the battle arena with surprise. This girl's ability was special and extremely strong. The 9 states were indeed filled with experts. The battle ended like everyone had expected. Zhong Li had his head held low as he left the forum's battle arena. He had not expected to be defeated so pitifully. His spiritual will had been sealed, and he could not even resist. In the first battle, Yu Sheng had defeated his opponents in dominant fashion. In the second battle, the Yu clan's experts had crushed. The barren state has too few people. Yi Futian looked down and commented. There were numerous holy lands in the 9 states and plenty of experts. The barren state had few people, and they needed to participate in battles continually. Every time they went out to battle, there was a chance they would be battling prodigies. It was no wonder nobody had high hopes for the barren state. In the third battle, they all appeared to be more cautious. The participants from the 9 states were all hesitant to step out. The combatant from the barren state was Li Futu. In this battle, an extremely strong figure from Shihua Sacred Mountain stepped out and defeated everyone in a similar fashion to the past 2 battles. As the host, Shihua Sacred Mountain evidently needed a victory to establish their position. Otherwise, they would not send their disciples consecutively into these battles. Li Futu was rather unlucky. He was by no means weak and could hold his own even against an expert who had comprehended complete rule power. But Lady Luck was not on his side. After 3 battles, all the Holy Lands probably were not so obsessed with victory anymore. The 4th battle was started by the Eastern State again. The participant from the Eastern State was a beautiful lady, the princess of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, Zhou Zi. The other states also sent their experts out one after the other. The great Zhou sacred king looked towards the forum's battle arena and said, smiling, "Z will probably go through some hard knocks in this 9-state forum. Younger sister's potential is not weak, and she has comprehended complete rule power. As long as she does not meet any particularly strong opponents, she should be able to advance and have a chance to enter the top 100. Zhou Zichao replied. That's a tall order, the great Zhou sacred king said calmly. One needed to be extremely strong to enter the top 100 of the 9-state forum. Princess Z will have a chance. An archmage beside the great Zhou sacred king smiled and said, "Let's just see how it goes." The great Zhou sacred king smiled and did not say anything more. In the barren state's direction, they all looked towards each other, and Su Kei said lazily, "I'll go." "Let me." A voice interrupted Su Quebec. He looked at the person who had spoken and saw that it was Hua Jiu. He then nodded and replied, "Sure." The rest of the participants did not have any objections. Although Hua Jiu was participating in the 9-state forum, her real identity was the palace lord's wife. Jiu. Yi Futian saw Hua Jiu walking out and had a strange expression on his face. He then let out a bitter smile and shook his head. This fox, it seemed that she still held a grudge over what happened in the Chess Saint Villa. Zhou Zi had belittled him through her words multiple times in the Chess Saint Villa, although he had already proven himself. Evidently, Jiu could not take Zhou Zi's actions lying down. Zhou Zi was also looking in the direction of the barren state. When she saw Hua Jiu walking out, a sharp glint appeared in her eyes. In the Chess Saint Villa, Hua Jiu had also embarrassed her. The 9 people all stood in their own corners. Seeing Hua Jiu still wearing a veil over her face, Zhou Zi quipped, "This is the 9-state forum. Why aren't you facing us with your true face?" The influential figures on the viewing stand all watched silently. There were no rules against wearing veils. However, this great Zhou sacred dynasty's princess appeared to be provoking her. It seemed that she was prejudiced against this barren state girl. The crowd was naturally delighted to see such a scene on the 9-state forum. Hua Jiu stared at the other party, and Zhou Zi humphed. Perhaps you think that you have stunning looks and that you are superior to us? Yi Futian frowned. It was one thing for this woman to invite trouble in the Chess Saint Villa, but she was still this overbearing on the 9-state forum. If so, there was no need to be courteous to her. Jiu, since the princess wants to have a look, let her, Yi Futian said. Hua Jiu turned back and looked at Yi Futian, then nodded softly and removed the veil covering her face. Seeing Hua Jiu's looks, Zhou Zi's expression became particularly colorful. She was the great Zhou sacred dynasty's princess and was a beauty. However, the face before her made her look pale in comparison. What a beautiful lady, many people thought to themselves. On the viewing gallery, many people involuntarily turned to look at the Eastern States' #1 beauty, the Glass Saint. They all secretly compared these two's looks. The Glass Saint naturally felt numerous gazes on her, but she did not take notice. As the Eastern States' #1 beauty, she was naturally used to it. This great Zhou sacred king's descendant Zhou had brought misfortune on herself. The Barren State's Holy Ji Palace Lord's wife is personally attending the 9-state forum. Feeling embarrassed, Zhou continued to barrage Huajiu. Before my husband took over as the palace lord, I was already a disciple of the palace. Now my cultivation level is also at the pinnacle of the noble plane, so why not? Huajiu looked at Zhou and continued. On the other hand, the princess is so domineering on the 9-state forum. The Barren States, Huajiu invites princess to spar. Okay, Zhou replied unceremoniously. As her voice landed, a brilliant light surrounded her body, and a ravishing golden phoenix appeared behind her. In an instant, Zhou looked like she was shielded by divine light and appeared noble and holy. Huajiu also released her life spirit, the crown materializing from its shadow. Immediately, Huajiu was surrounded in holy light and looked like a queen. A dominant spiritual energy surrounded the area, as though it could control all the forces in the surrounding. The phoenix let out a screech, and in an instant, the skies filled with the shadows of countless golden phoenixes, all diving towards Huajiu at the same time. The area felt as though it would ignite at any time. Zhou Zi's expression was cold. She wanted to see what gave this lowly woman the gall to humiliate her. Huajiu stood in the air quietly, the light from her crown scattering down in the area, which was under the control of her spiritual will. When the phoenixes rushed towards her, an extremely brilliant glow lit up in her eyes, and with crushing sounds, the crowd saw the golden phoenixes being crushed to pieces. Chapter 761. Zhou Zi's expression paled, not because the phoenix shadows had been crushed, but because she could feel that Huajiu's attack was not targeting the phoenix shadows, but the spiritual will that she had fused with the area. Zhou Zi's expression paled, not because the phoenix shadows had been crushed, but because she could feel that Huajiu's attack was not targeting the phoenix shadows, but the spiritual will that she had fused with the area. Noble plane experts could fuse their spiritual will into the area's spiritual chi and launch devastating attacks. The sage plane's rule power was an evolution of the noble plane's spiritual will, fusing more perfectly with the power in the area and creating rule power. As such, all their attacks used their spiritual will as a foundation. Just now, her phoenix shadows had been destroyed because the spiritual will that she had fused with the area had suffered a destructive blow and had been eradicated. Naturally, the phoenix shadows would disintegrate into nothingness. A spirit elementalist. Zhou Zi glared at the beautiful, queen-like figure in the air. There was a divine light surrounding her body, making Huajiu more brilliant than her. This caused her to feel a tinge of envy. Her spiritual will rapidly spread out and became one with the heavens. Numerous golden phoenixes appeared in every corner of the area, as though there was a huge divine phoenix enveloping the area. In the world of golden flames, the continually falling golden flames that seemed like they could incinerate everything flew towards Huajiu. However, when the flames landed, they would extinguish and fade to nothingness. Josie frowned. Her feeling had not been wrong. The giant golden phoenix started to become corporeal, the burning golden flames turning into a dazzling phoenix blade, slashing towards Hua Jiu's body. Hua Jiu did not dodge or shield herself. She stretched out her arms, and her crown life spirit let out a blinding glow. Her eyes became exceptionally bewitching, as though a divine light shot out from them. Seal, Hua Jiu said. In an instant, the giant phoenix shadow stopped in its tracks, becoming silent and floating in the air. Zhou Zi's shadow appeared in the phoenix's shadow. It was the manifestation of her spiritual will. It had now appeared under the force of some mysterious power. Moreover, it was imprisoned in midair like it was being controlled by an invisible force, causing the rampaging golden phoenix to stop its attacks. Terrifying lightning flooded the area, landing on the spiritual will shadow. It disintegrated into nothingness, and the phoenix shadow exploded at the same time. Zhou Zi humphed, her expression grim. Behind her, wind and fire raged as phoenix wings appeared. She glared daggers at Hua Jiu. However, the glow on Hua Jiu's body became even more brilliant as it surrounded her body. At that moment, Zhou Zi felt strong telekinetic energy invading her body, corrupting her spiritual will. Her spiritual will transformed into a golden phoenix to attempt to ward off the invasion. But Hua Jiu looked coldly at her and stretched her palm out. In an instant, an invisible force turned into a telekinetic palm strike and crushed downwards. At that moment, Zhou Zi's body shuddered vigorously, and her expression became pale. To her horror, she found that she could not move her body freely and was being lifted by a telekinetic palm. Her spiritual will had been imprisoned and captured, and the person had obtained control of her body that way. So you were this weak. A soft voice sounded as Hua Jiu's palm struck across the air, her telekinesis striking on the other party's spiritual will. Zhou Zi groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood, her aura becoming weaker as she fell to the ground. She panted rapidly. The feeling that she had just felt was like her spirit had been imprisoned. The feeling of not being able to control her body was too scary. Her expression was steely as she raised her head to look at Hua Jiu. However, the latter did not even look at her, as though she was not worthy of attention. So you were this weak. This was Hua Jiu's judgment of her. She had been prideful in front of the people from the barren state. After all, she was the sacred dynasty's princess, noble and holy. However, be it in terms of appearance or strength, she had been crushed and publicly humiliated. The people that she had looked down upon was now speaking to her in a condescending tone. She had participated in the 9-state forum, but she was unable to even get past the first round. This made Zhou Zi feel as though her heart was being torn to shreds. The great Zhou sacred king looked at Zhou Zi calmly. Although he also knew that Zhou Zi would be eliminated sooner or later, he was still surprised to see her defeated in the first round. This young lady from the barren state actually specialized in telekinesis rule power, attacking the spiritual will directly, On the viewing gallery, many influential figures had naturally perceived Hua Jiu's ability and were commenting, using telekinesis as her means of attacking and changing it into telekinesis rule power to attack others' spiritual will. There was no way to defend against it. In the barren state's direction, Futian looked at everything that had unfolded calmly. He naturally knew Jiu's abilities. When they were cultivating in the Sage Hall, they often discussed their cultivation together and shared their experiences. Moreover, Jiu had told him that there was a saint within her body guiding her. Divine spiritual sorcerers could do anything with their telekinesis. To unleash a divine spiritual sorcerer's abilities, one needed to find out what that sorcerer truly specialized in. The rule power that Jiu had comprehended was the rare telekinesis rule power. It could launch an attack using telekinesis on another person's spiritual will. Moreover, Jiu could even integrate her spells into her telekinetic attacks and attack the other party's spiritual energy, just like the saint instrument God-beating whip. Jiyu had not even given her all to defeat Josie. Sometimes Yi Futian felt conflicted. He was resentful that back then his godfather had found a saint to possess Jiyu, causing her to nearly die in battle. However, he now knew that his godfather had found a saint-level divine spiritual sorcerer for Jiyu in the hopes that Jiyu could grow rapidly. This was undoubtedly the most suitable for Jiyu. If it was Sage Daozong who was teaching her, Jiyu would definitely not be able to improve so quickly, and her potential would not be able to be unleashed. The title of the ultimate sorcerer meant that they could use rule powers and spells, bypassing the physical body and attacking others' spiritual will directly. To any cultivator, this would definitely be a catastrophe. At that moment, the other state's experts also felt the pressure from Hua Jiu after watching the battle. Would this battle be a repeat of one person dominating the other 8? At that moment, a figure suddenly disappeared from the ground and turned into an afterimage, heading towards Hua Jiu like a phantom. Hua Jiu continued standing there quietly, the light of her life spirit illuminating the entire area. She did not look to see where the person had gone. Nothing could hide from her telekinesis, even though the other party was indeed very speedy. Suddenly, an invisible force reverberated in a certain direction, and the phantom's movement stopped. That person was from the Feng State's Holy Land Sea clan. He was the Feng State's Sea Saint descendant. His body struggled, trying to move. However, Hua Jiu's body floated in the air, releasing a brilliant light, and her telekinesis constantly descended on him, rendering him immobile. Everyone's cultivation level is the same on the Forum Battle Arena, but none of us have comprehended the telekinesis rule power. We are naturally at a disadvantage when facing the telekinesis rule power that none of us have any defense against. Unless we can take her down before she strikes, we are all going to be suppressed. One of the other contestants shouted out. At that moment, the others also moved, firing their attacks at Huaju. When facing someone with such an oppressive ability, their only way out was to take the person down fast. A glint appeared in Huajiu's eyes. In an instant, devastating lightning strikes shone and struck towards all directions of the battle arena. The lightning had no form or shape, as though it had assimilated into the air. Following a few grunts, the violent attacks in the area quietened down as they had all been quelled. The experts' expressions all changed. They had faced the same fate as Josie, and their spiritual wills controlling their attacks had been eliminated. Just as they were thinking about how to continue battling, they felt something and their expressions changed. They saw countless thunder whips lashing down from the air. However, they were not aimed at their physical bodies. Lashing sounds could be heard as they grunted. A few of them had blood trickling down the side of their mouths. Soon, the 7 other battlers fled from Huajiu. Looking at the stunning lady, they sighed in their hearts and turned around, leaving the battle. Huajiu saw them leaving the battle arena and retracted her telekinesis. She lowered her head and glanced at Josie, then turned towards the elder at the edge of the battle arena, awaiting his declaration of the victor. It seems that the barren state has its fair share of talents. Many people looked at Hua Jiu's figure and thought to themselves, of course, Hua Jiu's opponents in this round were relatively weaker, and she did not meet anyone with a strong spiritual will. If she met those prodigies specializing in spirit elementals, the battle would not be that one-sided. Returning to her area, Hua Jiu raised her head and looked at Yi Futian with a faint, proud smile on her face. This fox, Yi Futian, also had a smile on his face. However, although Huaju had crushed her opponents in this round, it would not be that simple in the later rounds of the 9-State Forum. Just like he had expected, as the 9-State Forum continued, round after round of intense battles broke out and many experts started to rise up. After all, the people from the Barren State had gone through one round of battling. There were only 10 or so left from the lineup of over 30. Apart from those who had come from the Sage Hall with him, the others were almost all eliminated. What a tragic outcome. Moreover, they had only gone through about 30 battles. With each battle eliminating 8 people, only about 200 to 300 had been eliminated. If they wanted to enter the top 100, this meant that the remaining 10 people from the barren state had to repeatedly battle and could not lose even one battle. The further into the forum they got, the barren state's disadvantage would become even more evident. Chapter 762. As the 9-state forum continued, Futian also realized a subtle trend. The other 8 states apart from the barren state had all their holy lands taking turns to battle. Even when a certain holy land repeatedly battled, they would eventually maintain an equal number of participants as the other holy lands, as though there was some form of tacit understanding between them. As the 9-state forum continued, Futian also realized a subtle trend. The other 8 states apart from the barren state had all their holy lands taking turns to battle. Even when a certain holy land repeatedly battled, they would eventually maintain an equal number of participants as the other holy lands, as though there was some form of tacit understanding between them. Uncle Master, it seems like the holy lands in the 9 states all have similar numbers. Futian looked at Sage Wanxiang and said in a small voice, "They are very similar. The difference between them is very small. Apart from the eastern state and the barren state, the other 7 states all have around 400 people. The summer state has the most people at 405, while the U state has the least at 397 people," Sage Wanxiang replied. Futian looked at him. This old fellow had actually counted them. Not just that, but the only holy land from the eastern state participating in this time's 9-state forum is only Xihua, Sacred Mountain, adding on to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Glass Saints disciples. The 3 factions have about 400 people in total as well. As for the extra 100 or so people, they are from all over the eastern state and have snatched these 100 over seats from the many holy lands in the 9-state forum, Sage Wanxiang said with an unperturbed expression. As for our barren state, they were not wrong to say that they did not consider us as part of the 9-state forum. Perhaps they just invited us on a whim. To them, the barren state is destined to be eliminated. We're just a foil to them, which is why we were allocated this location. Futian nodded. He had already noticed it when he looked at the remaining 10 people in the barren state. If the barren state wanted to continue in the 9-state forum, they would have to obtain consecutive victories. This would mean that the other 8 states would not have any victors. Would this even be possible? Although he was very confident in those who had stepped out of the sage hall with him, under these rules he only had confidence that one person would stay, and that was Yusheng. Moreover, if there was only Yusheng left to battle to the end, what did it mean for him? It meant that from then on, none of the other 8 states could advance. Many prodigies in the 9 states would be stopped by him. I only thought about it briefly just now, but hearing it from Uncle Master now, doesn't that make it even more interesting? Futian replied. Under these rules, it was no wonder that nobody expected Futian to be able to enter the top 10. In fact, if he was not prodigious enough, he might not even make the top 100. So, there are only 2 possibilities from now on. First, the barren state is eliminated. Second, the 9-state forum will be forced to change its rules, Sage Wanxiang said. Futian had a strange expression on his face. Previously, the elder had claimed that he would treat everyone similarly. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that his words were like a death sentence to the barren state. There was no hope for them to enter the top 100. However, this made things all the more interesting. The Holy Lands having similar numbers seems to be something that is agreed upon. The host's advantage is actually all those who are not disciples of Holy Lands. Futian continued, the Xihua Sacred Mountain should be trying to recruit these people then. Indeed, the 9-state forum has been conducted for many years and already has a set of implicit rules in place. With the Holy Lands numbers being about even, after the next 400 battles, everyone from the Holy Lands should have battled. After all the Holy Lands in the 9 states have done battle, we will come to a section in the 9-state forum where there will be some changes in the rules, Sage Wanxiang replied. Futian nodded as his gaze landed on the forum's battle arena. The Barren State had already gone through a round of battles and had the most outstanding performance among the 9 states. Even if there were only 10 left out of the 30, this was still a battle of 9 where only one would proceed. In actuality, the proceedings also shocked many people from the 9 states. However, when they remembered that these were the most outstanding people by gathering the entire Barren State's strength, they understood why. In the eastern state's direction, a figure stepped out. The figure was showered in a golden glow. Even his hair was golden, and his eyes had an exceedingly prideful look in them. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's Zhou Xian. The people from the eastern state saw the person who was battling, and their eyes lit up. Zhou Xian was extremely famous within the great Zhou sacred dynasty's younger generation. He was the sovereign family's descendant and had exceptional strength. In the lineup that the great Zhou sacred dynasty had brought this time, his strength was definitely in the top 3. They're targeting the Barren State in this battle. This thought appeared in many people's minds. The other states appeared to have reached a consensus and did not send out any experts to prevent them from clashing with Zhou Xian. Since the Barren State was invited by the Eastern State and the Eastern State's Xihua Sacred Mountain and Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty appeared to have some conflict with the Barren State, let them settle it by themselves. The disciples from the other 7 states' holy lands were only there to spar. All the holy lands knew that the majority of participants in the 9-state forum were only there to gain some experience. After all, only the prodigies from the various holy lands could hope to reach the pinnacle of the 9-state forum. Zhou Xian's gaze was razor-sharp as he glared at Yusheng. They had evidently noticed that the Barren State had already gone through a round of battles. If they followed the order from the previous round, the person who was battling now should be Yusheng, who dominated the other 8 opponents in the first round. Yusheng seemed to have noticed Zhou Xian's gaze. After the rest walked out, he stepped forward with no hesitation. He naturally knew that he was being targeted, but so what? Zhou Zi was now sitting in the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's viewing gallery. Her gaze moved towards them, and she said, "Zhou Xian should be able to defeat him." Zhou Xian is very strong, but the Barren State's Yusheng also showed off his dominance in the previous battle. Moreover, that probably was not his full strength. Zhou Xian is not fully confident in winning this battle, the great Zhou Sacred King replied. A person that can step out and fight for the pride of the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace is definitely extraordinary. I'm looking forward to it, Saint Xihua smiled and commented. The Sky Saint looked calmly in the air. He only had one disciple, Han Yu, who was already in the Sage Plain. Therefore, he was here today purely as a spectator. He did not belong to any clan, so he naturally did not recruit people under his wing to participate in the 9-state forum. On the forum's battle arena, a brilliant golden phoenix appeared behind Zhou Xian's body. The golden phoenix life spirit shone blindingly in the air, like a divine bird descending on the mortal realm, combining as one with his body. Its wings flapped as a golden sheen erupted around it. Its body floated in the air, and in the next moment, it had disappeared like a flash of golden lightning and appeared next to an expert. "How fast?" the crowd said as their gazes followed it. They saw a golden phoenix diving downwards, but the face of the phoenix was Zhou Xian's. The Qi State's expert attempted to block it, but with a giant thud his body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The golden phoenix flew across the air without stopping and swept across the battle arena. Soon, all the other experts except Yusheng had been defeated. The brilliant glow drooped downwards in a beautiful arc, and Zhou Xian appeared above Yusheng, looking down on him, then said, "Let me see how strong you are." Yusheng raised his head and looked calmly at Zhou Xian. A dark golden light was flowing around his body, and a rampant strength was being released from every part of his body. Standing there, he had an aura that was dismissive of Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's body disappeared, and in the next moment, Yusheng saw a flash of light rushing down. It was a terrifying golden phoenix, and countless rays of light turned into phoenix blades, piercing down towards Yusheng's head. Blinding light flooded the area as Yusheng used his Dozhan body. A huge body appeared, blocking the phoenix blades when they pierced downwards. However, the blades continued to penetrate through gradually, as though they would be able to pierce through any defense. Yusheng acted as though he did not feel anything, the giant body stretching out its palms and grabbing the phoenix blade. Zhou Xian's expression changed as the phoenix screeched, the blades continuing to pierce downwards while his body flew up into the air. Bang! Launching off with his right foot, Yusheng's body rushed into the air like a bolt of lightning. He stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the phoenix's wings, causing Zhou Xian to struggle vigorously. His other hand stretched out and similarly grabbed the wing. His right arm continued upwards, and the giant Dozhan body's palm gripped the phoenix by the neck, rushing downwards to the ground and slamming the phoenix. Every feather on the golden phoenix's wings was as sharp as blades and cut through Yusheng's body. However, it was like they were slicing the hardest metal. The phoenix flapped its other wing forcefully, but it was unable to break free from the giant hand's grip. Bang! With a thunderous sound, feathers flew into the sky as the golden phoenix was slammed hard into the ground. It then became ethereal, and Zhou Xian's body could be seen coughing up copious amounts of blood. However, Zhou Xian also cultivated his physique and glared at Yusheng while struggling to get up. When he saw this, Yusheng slammed his fist down again onto Zhou Xian. At that moment, Zhou Xian recoiled and curled up his body, no longer able to battle. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's gazes all froze. It was still as violent as before. There was absolutely no doubt about the outcome. Even Zhou Xian's strength was insufficient to threaten Yusheng. The victor, Yusheng, the elder announced. As Yusheng turned and left, the three saints of the Xihua sacred mountain looked at him with peculiar expressions. What would happen if he continued to dominate like this? Would they let the elites from the Xihua sacred mountain and other factions continue battling with him? What if they were still eliminated? What should they do then? It shouldn't be that bad, they thought to themselves. There were many elite figures in the 9 states who had not gotten their chance to battle. Next, the elder continued to announce, the people from the 9 states walked out in succession. This time, the person from the barren state was Yi Wuchen. They had all gone through a round of battling. When a new round began, they did not need to follow the order they had previously. Chapter 763. People from all the other 8 states looked at the one-armed Yi Wuchen. After rounds of battles, the one state that caught the attention of everyone with their mighty ones fielded was surprising the barren state. People from all the other 8 states looked at the one-armed Yi Wuchen. After rounds of battles, the one state that caught the attention of everyone with their mighty ones fielded was surprising the barren state. That was something that no one had expected before. Before the 9-state forum was held, everyone thought the over 30 who came from the barren state were little more than accessories to complete the event. Under such rules, all from the barren state, which everyone thought was only for show, would be eliminated soon. Yet, the barren state managed to take more than a dozen places after over 30 battles fought. The winners of the remaining 20 or so battles were divided between the other 8 states instead. The barren state alone bagged more than half the victories to be had thus far. That, coupled with how Yusheng went about overwhelming Zhou Xian in the previous battle, Yi Wuchen became the center of attention as soon as he walked out. That was his second battle. No one would know how powerful he is without fighting him head-on. But he's good with a sword, and coupling that with illusions, he's one incredible threat to be taken seriously indeed, many on the grandstand said. Luoho Palace should be able to take this one. A mighty one from the Vajra region of War State, who sat the southern corner, said, and turned to look at the ones from Luoho Palace. They were all from War State, so they knew each other better than they did most others. The one from Luoho Palace that time was truly someone formidable. What use would it be taking just one battle? A mighty one of Luoho Palace quipped nonchalantly. They too were confident, as if they would have easily bagged the victory for that round. Saint Shihua heard the conversation, then smiled and said, "It seems that the one from Luoho Palace who is going to fight this time is an exceptional one indeed. In that case, I look forward to it." The one from the eastern state to fight in that round was still a student of Shihua, Sacred Mountain. Just as sage Wanxiang predicted, the ones from sacred grounds would have finished the rounds of battles first. The highest number of participants to remain would have been the ones from Shihua, Sacred Mountain, after fighting about 400 battles. As such, Shihua, Sacred Mountain of the eastern state, fielded more participants than everyone else. That person turned their eyes at Yi Wuchen and said, "The barren state still has over a dozen people left after that one round. I'm curious to see how long those from the barren state will last." Shoot! A streak of sword will descended from above. That one-armed silhouette moved as soon as they finished talking. Yi Wuchen rushed at them at breakneck speed. He actually went in action just like that. Very determined indeed. Boom! That person took one step containing tremendously overbearing power which burst in their surroundings. Extremely thick power of rules of defense appeared around them. That was the rules of the earth, preventing anyone from getting near. It was apparent that that person was also a mighty one who had a high comprehension of rules. They would not have provoked Yi Wuchen otherwise. Yi Wuchen pointed at the air before him, and thousands of sword wills gushed in the air in an instant. Break! Yi Wuchen extended his arm forward and pointed at the mighty one from Shihua, Sacred Mountain below, depressing with his finger. Thousands of sword will manifested as a spiral whirlpool in an instant, and a black hole of sword seemed to have appeared in the space before him. Explosions were heard continuously. The expression of the mighty one from Shihua, Sacred Mountain flinched. They stepped out once again, and a tremendously overbearing shadow appeared right behind them. Walls of the earth emerged one after another with that figure at the center. Powerful powers of rules of defense flowed on the walls, making them indestructible. However, that spiral sword aura storm continued on its path, descending from above like a storm of the galaxy, which then penetrated through everything right away. It made dark holes at the center of the defensive spell and went all the way forward, shredding rules. Many looked startled. Yi Wuchen's power of the sword contained the power of shredding rules, known for its offensive capacity, which was merged with that storm of sword aura. Apparently, it was of a higher level than the rules of the earth. It was no surprise that the attack tore right through his opponent's defense and went straight for target, the mighty one from Shihua, Sacred Mountain. That mighty one from Shihua, Sacred Mountain changed all of a sudden, and slivers of rules coursed throughout his body, as if their body had become part of the earth itself, melding with his surroundings. All powers of the heavens and the earth became part of his defense. Yet, when that terrifying spiral storm arrived, it tore right through the crust and through their body along with everything around it. The defense of the earth's crust was completely shattered. Streaks of sword aura pierced through their body, yet they were not killed. It was apparent that Yi Wuchen pulled punches. Their face blanched as they crashed to the ground. They glanced at Yi Wuchen before bowing slightly, turning around and leaving afterward. It was apparent that they were thanking Yi Wuchen for sparing them instead of killing them. Other than the elusive sword rules, there is still matured, shredding rules in it then. He is truly a rare type of genius indeed. It seems like all those from the barren state are not to be taken lightly, a mighty one said. Many in the grandstands were aware of that. When Yi Futian's people went knocking on the law bell at the bottom of Shihua Sacred Mountain, they all did so without paying it much mind, lightening up images on the bell one after another. It was apparent that they had treated that to be an act of getting the ticket into the 9-state forum early, and had no intentions of showing off back then. They had only come to show their true colors on the stage of the forum at the moment. All the other mighty ones fixed their gaze at the one-armed silhouette in the air, emanating stable aura from his body. There were quite a number of others who had not yet developed matured rules. They knew they stood no chance against Yi Wuchen. As such, they tried banding up instead. Yi Wuchen took a look at the space below, activating his thoughts and extending his hand. Terrifying sword aura storm whipped up in the air in an instant. Countless sword aura filled their surroundings before manifesting as 7 sword aura storms. There were 7 mighty ones below him still. Go! Yi Wuchen uttered the word, and all 7 sword auras headed straight for the 7 mighty ones below. The air was filled with sword aura, with shredding rules imbued within every single one of the storms. Boom, boom, boom. Rumbles were heard one after another. Everyone saw one after another of those mighty ones being thrown off. There is yet another from the barren state who overwhelms everyone present. Many looked at the one-armed silhouette standing tall and proud, his white shirt flowing as sword was circled around him as if he was a one-armed god of the sword. Wait, there is one more. Many people's pupils contracted somewhat at that very moment as they looked at a particular spot. There was still a mighty one who had not been defeated by the sword aura. That person remained standing below, while terrifying dark aura appeared around his body. Many were shocked to find that that mighty one had actually opened his mouth and allowed the terrifying sword aura to come at them in a frenzy. He swallowed the storm whole. The sword auras were devoured and nowhere to be found. Devouring rules. Many eyes were fixed on that silhouette. Devouring rules were also a type of incredibly rare rules. There were very few capable of developing comprehension of such rules. It was said that when trained to the extreme, they allowed one to devour everything in existence. Who is that? Many in the grandstands asked. They had thought Yi Wuchen would have been capable of overwhelming the mighty ones from all other 8 states. They never thought they were able to see such changes right there. That guy is very powerful. Someone from War State, from the Luoho Palace, to be specific. It is said that Luoho Palace of War State is incredibly terrifying, and they are adept at eerie, unpredictable powers. That guy is probably a genius nurtured within Luoho Palace, then. Other than students who studied in sacred grounds, there were still quite a number of others from all 9 states who did not study in sacred grounds. If they wanted to participate in the 9-state forum, they would have had to pass the elimination rounds organized by sacred grounds back home. Just like how Yi Futian gathered Lifutu and cultivators from all other top clans to participate in the forum. But the one who stood right there was probably a student of Luoho Palace itself. Furthermore, he was probably one of the most fearsome geniuses among their ranks. Sword. Yi Wuchen's expression hardly changed. He extended his hand and called thousands of sword will to gather above him, howling in a frenzy as they coalesced into a dazzling giant sword. Every single streak of sword will contain the power of shredding rules. The giant sword exuded an imposing might as if it was a sword to break all swords. Go. The giant sword streaked through the air with a command and fell straight down. The space seemed as if it was about to be torn apart. At that same time, an extremely huge demonic shadow appeared behind that mighty one from Luoho Palace, looking terrifying and ferocious. It extended 4 arms and charged at the shredding sword in the air. Its mouth remained open to swallow the sword up. An incredibly dazzling light burst within that body of the demonic shadow. The demonic shadow then burst and shattered, taking the might of that giant sword along with it. A clash of the power of rules. A clash of titans indeed. The eyes of many sparkled, and another demonic shadow appeared on that mighty one from Luoho Palace, continuing to devour the powers of the heavens and the earth. That huge shadow extended even more arms, and its body continued to grow in size as if it was out to devour everything around it to make itself strong. The demon's arms went for Yi Wuchen. The sword aura around him burst, and went cutting at the arms while growing at the same time. A terrifying devouring power was all over the place, and Yi Wuchen felt his body being pulled at by some intense power, as if he found himself in a whirlpool. He looked at the sky, and his expression turned extremely serious. It was the first time he fought someone of such caliber after he trained in the Sage Hall. It was also the very reason Yi Futian took them outside the barren state, allowing them to meet stronger opponents and therefore progress further with their training. Many trembled at the sight of that demonic shadow continuing to grow in size. Yi Wuchen was at a disadvantage. Will there be yet another genius getting eliminated then? Yi Wuchen lowered his head and looked beneath him at that moment. That mighty one of Luoho Palace looked on with a cold expression. He felt some kind of changes about to happen in that very moment, yet he was unable to make anything out of it. He was unable to spend much time pondering on it. Yi Wuchen called the thousands of sword aura to rush at him instead. He remained cold while bringing the devouring powers to the fullest. All the arms of that demon went on to snuff out the storm of swords. Yet Yi Wuchen was seen rushing at him instead. The demonic shadow's head went after Yi Wuchen, and terrifying, devouring whirlpool emerged. It eventually went to chomp down on Yi Wuchen. Yet, at that very moment, the mighty one from Luoho Palace felt an intense sense of crisis. Yi Wuchen's silhouette, which the demonic shadow devoured, dissipated right there, and then, while high above the ground, a gust of sword aura out to shred everything descended. Illusory sword. His expression changed drastically, knowing that he fell into the trap of that technique. Yi Wuchen brought earth-shattering sword wills to bear at the very next moment. The huge demon howled and went to clash with Yi Wuchen head-on. The giant sword and the demon clashed, and a gust of overbearing shredding power went on to tear the demon's body apart. At the same time, overbearing devouring power was about to swallow Yi Wuchen whole. Damn it! The mighty one from Luoho Palace changed once again, and an even stronger sense of crisis was felt. A beam of incredibly brilliant silver light emerged from Yi Wuchen and burst straight through the demon's body. The devouring rules were unable to resist, and the beam of light burst into his mind, tearing at his spiritual willpower. Boom! The brain of that mighty one shuddered violently, and his vision turned blurry. The demon's body disintegrated and turned to dust at the very next moment. While he was still rather conscious, he saw Yi Wuchen's sword bearing on his throat. It felt bone-chilling cold. He stared at Yi Wuchen and said, melding the rules of the sword into spiritual will attacks, "What is this move called?" "The move has no name," Yi Wuchen said. It was something he had comprehended and developed himself. It has the ability to cut off spiritual will. I'll call it Spirit Cutter. He then added, "You won." He then turned around and left the stage. He was someone rather renowned in Luoho Palace of War State. He came to the 9-State Forum with intentions of growing his fame. He did not expect to be eliminated right in the first round. However, his defeat was not a humiliating one. That swordsman from the Barren State sure is powerful. Everyone on the grandstand turned to fix their eyes at Yi Wuchen after seeing a student of Luoho Palace leave. Yi Wuchen actually beat such a powerful student of Luoho Palace. The ones from the War State were the most shocked. The Barren State had once again overwhelmed the other 8 states and emerged victoriously. This time, a very powerful genius-level figure from Luoho Palace was eliminated. At this point, it seemed difficult to eliminate the ones from the Barren State. Chapter 764. In the following battles, the Barren State continued to win at a great margin. The ones who were eliminated were all people who had not developed matured rules. In the following battles, the Barren State continued to win at a great margin. The ones who were eliminated were all people who had not developed matured rules. After a dozen rounds of battles, the ones from the Barren State fought hard again, with the eventual 8 mighty ones who remained being Yu Sheng, Huaju, Yi Wuchen, Suke, Exaoshi, Yuanzhan, Phoenix, and Zue Qianqiu. All 8 of them were people who followed Yi Futian to train in the Sage Hall till that very day and had yet to become sages. All others had either been training in the Sage Hall as sages, or they had broken into Sage Plain while they were training in the Sage Hall. There were many in the Barren State's grandstand area who were great figures from the Barren State. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yan Jun, and the others looked at the remaining 8 and felt rather surreal. The ones who had been with Yi Futian now all surpassed their peers back, slightly or considerably. Even the likes of Li Futu, who was Yan Jun's heir, was surpassed by a considerable margin. It was more so in the case of Yi Futian himself. "I wonder how many of them will be able to keep being in the game with rules like that," Yan Jun said in a low voice. Those rules did seem to be a little too brutal for the ones from the Barren State. So long as there is even one who is able to hold out, those rules will be little more than a joke, Shui said coldly. If Yu Sheng is truly the only one left and goes on to overwhelm everyone till the very end, while there is no one else from the Barren State capable of going any further, what will they make of that? We'll see, Gudonglu said calmly. Yu Sheng won the next round of battles, and he remained winning by overwhelming all he fought. Hua Jieyu and Yi Wuchen were 2 victorious. 3 out of the 8 won 3 consecutive rounds, while there was no one else from other states making it through. The scenario made the stage of the forum look rather odd. If things are to go on like that, all the other states but the Barren State seem to be losing face. It was totally unexpected to see the Barren State with so many capable people. A voice was heard, and many turned in the direction of that voice. It was the corner where Qi State was assigned to. It was a silhouette in luxurious clothes who exuded an exceptional air. The man looked to be in his 30s, yet he exuded a formless brilliance and looked rather mystical. The man was a mighty one of Hall of Holy Light from Qi State, who was ranked at the forefront of the sage ranking of the sage and saint rankings of the 9 states, which made him a very formidable figure. It is indeed a rare thing to see consecutive victories in such a place where sacred grounds of 9 states gather. A mighty one from Yu House nodded and said, "But if things keep going like this, things will look pretty awkward for the rest of the sacred grounds of the 9 states." The mighty one of the Hall of Holy Light smiled and said, "Shirshen, how about you go see what the mighty ones from the 9 states are capable of?" Indeed, a young man nodded at the Qi State's corner. Many turned to look at him. Shirshen of Hall of Holy Light, the student of the one who just spoke. He was a formidable one, capable enough to be ranked among the top 3 of the students from Hall of Holy Light who participated in the forum. In the next round, where participants from the 9 states emerged, Shirshen of Hall of Holy Light stood out. The one who emerged from the Barren State was Su Quebec Hall of Holy Light, Suke said to himself. He had some impression of the man. There was an extremely exceptional figure who sounded the law bell back at the bottom of Shihua Sacred Mountain, who moved like a beam of light, and it impressed Suke. That man was from the Hall of Holy Light. It seems like this battle will be a tough one, with a mighty one of the Hall of Holy Light of Qi State participating in that round. All the other states saw fit to be wary, refraining from fielding people who were too powerful in order to avoid a clash of titans situation. Furthermore, they knew that battle was targeted at the Barren State. Yet it was not that the Hall of Holy Light had anything against the Barren State. It was just that the Barren State's consecutive victories meant that there was no one else from other states' sacred grounds going into the next round. All 9 of them introduced themselves, and a burst of dazzling lights was seen on the battlefield. The eyes of everyone were on Shirshen. The golden lines flowing about his body seemed like holy light, shooting at the eyes of the other 8. The piercing light had some of them turn their eyes away, yet an incredible sense of danger loomed at the very next moment. They all retreated, but then saw shafts of spears of light shooting out, streaking the space at breakneck speeds. Boom, boom. Violent clashes were heard again and again. All 8 of them were attacked at the same time. Their bodies were thrown off. At the same time, Shirshen slowly rose to the air, standing at the center of the 8. He came to be clad in holy light that was even more dazzling and blinding, shining on all the others. Everyone was able to feel that one thought was all it would take for him to launch an attack. Rules of light, then. Yi Futian said in a low voice on the grandstands where the Baron State was assigned to. Yet another rare power of rules. Indeed, the Hall of Holy Light's ancestors created a new year all those years ago with the rules of light, making the status of the Hall of Holy Light surpass all the other old royalties and Jixia Holy Palace. Even to this very day, the Hall of Holy Light is still one extremely terrifying force of sacred grounds. However, there are few true core students of the Hall of Holy Light. Only those with very formidable talent are able to inherit the power of the Hall of Holy Light. The ones they picked to fill the ranks of the Hall of Holy Light were also core figures, nurtured 1 in 1,000. Sage Wanxiang elaborated. Yi Futian nodded slightly. It would be a hard battle for Su Ke indeed. The Sky Saint took only 1 student in all of the Eastern State, and one definite reason why was due to people with talents in manipulating space were incredibly rare. Streaks of holy light crosses crisscrossed with each other on the battlefield. Rules of light were a type of very mystical rules. The rules themselves did not contain any offensive capacity at all. Yet when used in conjunction with attacks, things would turn very terrifying for the one on the receiving end. A sword would not have been threatening when pushed slowly with little to no power behind it. Yet if the sword was thrust at the speed of light, it was anyone's guess how powerful the thrust would have been. Even a leaf would have been enough to kill when backed with such power, let alone a sword. Holy light, judgment, Shi Xian said coldly. The holy light cross-merged with the killing spears as soon as he finished. He sent it straight at the 8 mighty ones. Stabbing noises were heard, and there were people who had their bodies penetrated in an instant. I yield. Voices were heard one after another. 7 mighty ones fell soon enough, with only one left who was evading at extreme speeds. That person was Su Ke, who was also the one Shi Xian targeted for that very battle. He was determined to end the Baron State's winning streak. The crisscrossing holy light of judgment chased after Su Ke at terrifying speeds. It was as if beams of light were shooting down at him. However, Su Ke was just as quick with his evasion as if he was a shadow. There were multiple times where his afterimage was pierced by the spear, and many thought that he had been hit. Some speed indeed. Many gasped at the scene. The speed demonstrated was simply too much to take in. HNGGH, Shi Xian snorted coldly. He extended his hands, and even more blinding holy lights covered all corners of the place. The beams shone right onto Su Ke's body, exposing him from all angles. Kill! Shi Xian uttered coldly. Countless spears descended along the holy light, blocking out the sky above. Su Ke kept his eyes forward, and terrifying murderous intent filled the air around him. One killing sword after another was unleashed and lashed out at his front. The killing art of light clashed with the killing swords. A devastating burst of power spread through the entire form stage. Shi Xian's body was seen moving in that instant, descending like a beam of light. His dazzling, divine body was honed to extreme sharpness and penetrated Su Ke right below him. That shadow of Su Ke exploded and dissipated, turning into streaks of gray aura. Shi Xian frowned for a bit, and many auras flowed about behind his back, enveloping him within and turned into a shadow space. Shi Xian's body was frozen, and the mighty ones on the grandstands looked on with peculiar reactions. That is, at the corner where Feng State was, the people of Xi clan looked troubled. Streaks of holy light spears continued to be unleashed and went straight for the shadow space, yet they were quickly dissipated. Countless killing swords burst within that shadow space and went streaking about in the air. Shi Xian's expression changed, and his body turned into a beam of light, intending to leave that space. He quickly saw a silhouette emerging from the darkness. Immense amounts of murderous intent coalesced into a sword and appeared right before him, lashing out at the direction he moved in. Shi Xian's speed was mystically fast, making that attack devastatingly lethal, even if Shi Xian was to crash into the sword itself. His opponent was using his own speed to lash out that attack. The spear of light lashed out, and yet it was quickly turned to dust by that sword attack. The killing sword went straight for the throat. Shi Xian's body was turning in different directions in the air at blinding speeds. However, the killing sword went right through his body nonetheless, piercing it hard. Shi Xian appeared in another corner with a grunt. His shirt was blood-stained and his face looked unusually pale. "Rules of darkness," Shi Xian said as he stared at Su Quebec. It was a power directly opposite to his rules of light. When such rules were used in conjunction with the way of the killing sword, it made Su Ke a natural-born killer. Many at the management platform could not help but look at the mighty one from Si Clan. The main saint of Si Clan, Si Ming, was the killing saint of Feng State. The powers that Su Ke specialized in made him look as if he was a successor of Si Ming. Yet the young man was from the Barren State, which apparently made it impossible for him to have any connection to the killing saint. There was no saint in the Barren State, yet Su Ke had come to comprehend and develop such powers of rules on his own. If the killing saint had encountered him earlier, he would have been tempted to take him in. The rules of light. It is indeed dangerous fighting like that. As such, I went a little bit too hard, Su Ke said lazily, looking at Shi Xian. "You won." Shi Xian said nothing else. He lost, and that was all that mattered. He naturally would not have held it against Su Quebec. If Su Ke was the one who was hit, the result would have been the same. "Winner, Su Ke of the Barren State," the elder announced. Many wore peculiar expressions on their faces. The Barren State went on to bag another victory, making it their 4th consecutive win. The Barren State had only 8 participants left. A mighty one of Luoho Palace of War State and a genius of Hall of Holy Light of Qi State were defeated by Yi Wuchen and Su Ke, one after another. Both had been not so eye-catching before. It seemed that not only did all of them from the Barren State develop the use of the power of rules, but all of them seemed to have developed exceptional ones as well. Is the Barren State really going to bag 8 victories from here on out? Some began to have rather ridiculous thoughts. If the Barren State was able to win all 8 battles, it meant that the Barren State would win all of the 8-9 state forum battles without anyone else from other states advancing. If that was the case, even Saint Chihua would have felt awkward to keep the ones from the Barren State from fighting in the qualifying rounds then. If the Barren State had been weak, all of them would have been eliminated in no time, and no one would have felt anything about it. But if the Barren State was strong enough to keep avoiding elimination, the battles would apparently turn into tag matches, which the other states had to field their best in order to break. Chapter 765. After Su Ke returned to his corner, Sage Wanxiang, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others who were at the grandstands all went to look at Yi Futian. Even they were hardly clear about how strong their own people were. The one who knew all the participants best was Yi Futian. After Su Ke returned to his corner, Sage Wanxiang, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others who were at the grandstands all went to look at Yi Futian. Even they were hardly clear about how strong their own people were. The one who knew all the participants best was Yi Futian. The young palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace trained with them in the Sage Hall and emerged from the hall after training for 1 whole year in isolation. No one knew what they had been through in the Sage Hall for 1 whole year, or what have they learned. Yi Futian was the only one who fought right after he emerged from the Sage Hall, beating Shimen Hanjiang. On that stage of the 9-state forum, the powers of those 8 continued to be showcased to all present. If they are so powerful, what about the others who had gone into the Sage Hall as well? The Sword Saint, Zhuge Mingyue, Gudonglu, Shui Yi, Luo Fan, Huang Zhouge, Yun Shuisheng, and the others. What are their powers like now? But then again, it was a given that they were most curious about Yi Futian. He had demonstrated genius talents unlike any other, even when he was in the noble plane, and had yet to enter the Sage Hall. The young leader of the barren state had broken into the Sage plane right after he emerged from the Sage Hall. How much power had he come to develop at this moment? No one knew for sure at the moment. Huang Zhouge looked at the forum stage. Xihua, Sacred Mountain, had wanted the barren state to be little more than accessories and have them be eliminated soon after letting them announce their presence. But things were probably not so easy for them anymore. Huang Zhouge was one who emerged from the Sage Hall and naturally knew how much those 8 had progressed over that 1 year. They trained together more often than not and had shared what they had come to comprehend and develop in the Sage Hall with each other. Furthermore, Yi Futian helped all who trained within with his special talents by finding out key points within the lineages left behind by the ancient saints in the Sage Hall, which he then went on to discuss and share with everyone within, guiding them in their respective paths of training. He had heard that before he arrived in the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian had often helped students of the Holy Ji Palace train. As such, he had earned himself an incredible reputation, and many looked up to him. Yi Futian hardly thought much about all that. His gaze remained on the forum stage. The barren state had begged for consecutive victories, and it was the turn for the extreme geniuses of all sacred grounds of the other states to fight them. It would either be a clash of titans, or they would have simply gone evading the barren state. If they chose to evade, there would be 8 from the barren state remaining in the next round still. A clash of titans would happen sooner or later. When the elder announced for the battles to continue, the air turned rather peculiar. After all, the barren state had just seen a streak of 4 consecutive victories. It was Xihua's Sacred Mountain's idea, so we'll just let Saint Xihua take care of the problem then. Many members of Sacred Grounds thought silently. Both Luoho Palace and Hall of Holy Light had dispatched geniuses to fight in the previous rounds, and both of them ended up eliminated. In truth, however, both of them were people with very high chances of making it to the top 100. The capabilities of those remaining from the barren state were almost unknown, but they were probably tougher than imagined. None wanted to field their own capable of making to the top 100 to fight those 8 from the barren state. If they were to clash head-on, it should be done so on the stage of battles between the top 100. It would have been rather vexing to be eliminated so early. As such, it was up to Xihua, Sacred Mountain, to deal with the problem. They were mighty ones who walked into battle. The one from the eastern state, this time, was one studying under the Glass Saint clan. It was obvious that Xihua, Sacred Mountain, did not deliberately try to make a move. The one from the barren state to fight this time was Phoenix. After Huajiu's veil was taken off by Zhou Zi in the previous battle, Phoenix stopped wearing one herself. Her stunning looks attracted the attention of many when she emerged onto the forum stage. Beautiful girls drew attention easily after all. Power of rules of flames flowed about on Phoenix. Dazzling light emanated from her body, and the aura of rules of flames spread throughout the entire place. A huge shadow of a fire phoenix appeared on the forum stage. The shadow of that dazzling phoenix continued to grow increasingly large until it was able to block out the sky. The air went to be filled with terrifying fire aura, and the others felt their bodies about to combust. The one from Glass Saint clan had a directly opposite specialization. They were versed in the power of rules of ice. The icy aura emanated and went to cover the entire area as well. 2 powers that were direct opposites of the other clashed, one hot and one cold. All the others on the stage had yet to develop matured rules, and they suffered immensely, being caught in the middle. It seems like this battle will be fought between 2 people then, many said to themselves silently. There were over 3,000 nobles from all 9 states participating in the 9-state forum this time, but there were only hundreds who developed matured rules and went on to acquire access rights early, which meant that the ones who had developed matured rules were still a minority. However, even calculated from the average, there would have been 1 or 2 emerging from the 9 nonetheless. Phoenix and that student of the Glass Saint clan did not fight up close. They went at the battle by unleashing powers of rules instead. Hot and cold powers traded blows, and the powers quickly came to tangle with each other. However, the rules of flames went to encroach the icy force like undying fires, yet the icy power was unable to break through the fire's defense. I lost. The student from the Glass Saint clan admitted defeat soon after. That battle was set with little left to the imagination by then. That was the easiest battle out of the 5 fought. The barren state continued with its streak, bagging 5 consecutive victories. Everyone from Shihua, Sacred Mountain, naturally knew what such a simple battle meant. All those from other sacred grounds grew reluctant to clash head-on with the ones from the barren state. It was apparent that all of them had their own thoughts and plans about the situation. In the next battle, Shihua Sacred Mountain sent out a student who had developed matured rules to gauge their opponent. But the ending was as expected. The student was defeated by that golden ape. The barren state bagged 6 consecutive victories. In previous 9 state forums, all other states, except the hosts, had been rather close in power difference with each other. Such situations seen today would have never happened. But now, there are 6 of the barren state who fought 3 rounds each, and all of them won. The other 2 bagged 2 victories themselves. All of them probably have what it takes to fight for the top 100. A leader from Xia clan said. Indeed, while the selection battles were fair and it was the barren state's problem for fielding so little of their own, they have proven themselves nonetheless. Someone from a 9-state college said in agreement. Saint Shihua turned his eyes at the forum stage and said, "What do you all think?" The ones from the Xia clan and the 9-state college had enough weight to give suggestions. Furthermore, if he had wanted to eliminate those from the barren state, he would have needed to field the most powerful few from Shihua Sacred Mountain. However, the barren state had only 8 participants, and Shihua Sacred Mountain was incapable of fielding many who were capable of steadily overwhelming those 8. The 9-state forum has been divided into 3 great rounds. The first being all 9 states fielding 1 student to battle. The second is an extension of the first, which is a free-for-all, and the third are duels between the top 100. How about we have those from the barren state who won 3 battles progress to the second great round then? The soothing voice of the Glass Saint suggested. The Glass Saint made a good point, and I agree. The great Zhou Sacred King said in agreement. Saint Shihua took a look at both of them. The great Zhou Sacred King indeed has a thing for the number 1 beauty in all of the eastern state. All right, since both the Sacred King and Glass Saint put it that way, we'll then give those younger generations one more opportunity. If they are able to win for the 3rd time, we will stop the battles in such rounds and let them progress into the next round. That way, the students of the barren state will then be able to stay within the 9-state forum and have opportunities to make it to the top 100, Saint Shihua said as he went with the flow. He turned his eyes at Yi Futian and said, "What do the ones from the barren state think about this? If you are willing to give the barren state such an opportunity, senior, then I, as the junior, have no objections to it. I thank you, Saint, on behalf of all students of the barren state." Yi Futian smiled and nodded, behaving just as polite and humble as he had been. If Saint Shihua said to give them a chance, then give them a chance it is then. He never thought things would have worked out as sage Wanxiang had predicted. Just 3 rounds, and the barren state went breaking the old rules, having the forum make an exception and letting the ones from the barren state make it to the 2nd round of battles. It was a good thing for all of them. Yu Sheng and Hua Jiu could not be so exhausted. They could now sit around, resting and watching the fights taking place between the other 8 states. If no one objects to it, that shall be the decision. The barren state already has 6 participants who won 3 battles, and the 6 do not need to continue battling. If the remaining 2 are able to emerge victorious in the upcoming battles, they will progress to the free-for-all round immediately, Saint Shihua said. Behind Saint Shihua, Lu Zong took a look where Yi Futian was at. The barren state performed surprisingly and interesting this time indeed. There was little left to the imagination in the upcoming two battles. Yi Shaoshi and Zue Qianqiu were both able to easily win, if it had been decided for the ones from the barren state to move to the next round. There was simply no need to clash with them head-on. With that, the barren state's first great round of the battles between the 9 states was concluded. The remaining 8 states continued battling. There are quite a number of people from all 9 states who have developed matured rules. Yu Sheng, while you have no need to battle for now, do keep your eyes on the battlefield because your upcoming opponents will be among these people, Yi Futian said to remind the 8 of them below. In the previous battles, there were people who had developed sealing powers, rules of light, devouring rules, and many other rare powers of rules. There would definitely be more to come. There had only been over 50 battles fought in the 9-state forum so far. It could be said that the 9-state forum was still at the beginning. Indeed, Yu Xing nodded, and all the others understood Yi Futian's intentions. They sat in the barren state area of the forum stage and watched the battles going on in silence. As expected, there were very powerful people seen in the upcoming battles every now and then. Exceptional people emerged from 9-state college of Summer State, Jixia Holy Palace of Qi State, Holy Temple of 10 Corners of War State, and other sacred grounds for training. A tremendously powerful figure had emerged from the 100,000 Great Mountain of Cloud State. A mighty one from the Vajra region of War State unleashed the palm of Mahavarakana, which boosted frightening power. Furthermore, that mighty one had an indestructible body, making them terrifyingly formidable. The battles went on for 3 days. Too many powerful people emerged within those 3 days. Many from all over the eastern state in the grandstand area were incredibly excited. They would not have believed battles between nobles could be so frightening if they had not seen it with their own eyes. There were many top-class geniuses who had an intimate understanding of wielding the power of rules. There were fewer and fewer participants left from all of 9 states. Other than the eastern state, Summer State, Qi State, and War State had more remaining than the others. It was a given that the barren state had the least number remaining. Other than the barren state, Yu State and Ocean State were the ones with fewer participants remaining. All participants from the 8 states, other than the eastern state, had participated in the rounds of battles, which meant that the great round of battles came to an end. There were still over 100 participants who had yet to battle. Those people were those who had come from other places in the eastern state to participate in the 9-state forum, and they made it past the selection rounds prior. I'm sure all of you know the rules for the next round well. The remaining ones from eastern state will challenge mighty ones of other states. The winners were to remain while losers are eliminated. When they have all finished challenging the other states' participants, all participants throughout the 9 states will continue to fight, taking turns to fight, challenging others to one-on-one battles, starting with the eastern state. The round will go on until 100 participants remain, the elder at the edge of the forum stage announced. That was also a rule in all previous 9-state forums. The host had an advantage. The extra ones were allowed to take turns to make challenges, eliminating participants of other states. Other than that, the barren state is to continue being a part of this ground. The elder looked at the 8 from the barren state. It was inevitable for barren state to fight those one-on-one battles. The remaining 8 from the barren state continued with the odds stacked against them. Chapter 766. People from all 9 states felt rather lethargic. The next 100 or so battles would be easier to deal with. After all who remained after a round of battles were already elites, and it would have been easier to fight the remaining mighty ones of the eastern state who were not students of sacred grounds. Those fights were done one-on-one instead of as a free-for-all between 9 participants until there was a last man standing, which would have been easier than the battles before. As such, the next 100 or so battles would have been comparatively easy. However, the selection rounds for making it to the top 100 after that would have been rather stressful. People from all 9 states felt rather lethargic. The next 100 or so battles would be easier to deal with. After all who remained after a round of battles were already elites, and it would have been easier to fight the remaining mighty ones of the eastern state who were not students of sacred grounds. Those fights were done one-on-one instead of as a free-for-all between 9 participants until there was a last man standing, which would have been easier than the battles before. As such, the next 100 or so battles would have been comparatively easy. However, the selection rounds for making it to the top 100 after that would have been rather stressful. Those of the eastern state who have not fought before begin challenging cultivators who you think should be eliminated, the elder at the edge of the forum stage announced. Mighty ones from all corners looked at the remaining 100 or so from the eastern state, and many wore plain smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they were not all that concerned. A silhouette was seen walking out slowly then. Many froze at the sight of that silhouette walking out of the crowd and began to look rather troubled. While all of them had seen her before, it still felt very weird to see her getting on the stage in person. The one who walked out was none other than that girl at the bottom of Shihua, Sacred Mountain. She looked rather childish still, and it seemed that she had washed her face before participating in the 9-state forum, looking a lot cleaner. She had a fair complexion, and she tied her hair in a ponytail, making her look rather adorable. It's that little girl. Many at the grandstands gasped at the sight of her. So she is the first one to come out then. While she sounded the law bell that day, how can a girl like her, who's still in her teens, fight any of the geniuses from sacred grounds here? Yaya, go beat them up! An old man from the crowd shouted loudly. Many looked at the old man with disgust. That old fart is actually shouting at the grandstand of the 9-state forum? Is he a barbarian or something? The little girl seemed to have heard the old man's shout, and she looked up in that direction, wearing a serious expression as she nodded and said, "Will do, village chief." She then turned her eyes at the mighty ones from the other 8 states, tilting her head and said, "Now who among you will come out and face me?" Many great figures at the grandstands could not help but smile at the little girl's antics. What a girl indeed! How did she pass the selections and make it to the 9-state forum? Someone asked people sitting beside them, curiously wondering if the little girl had what it took to kick the others off the stage. The 3 saints of Shihua, Sacred Mountain, all wore peculiar expressions. A 15-year-old girl having developed power of rules, and then there was that village chief. Does someone like that really exist in the eastern state? There was no answer from the participants of the other 8 states. It would have been a good victory beating up and bullying such a little girl. But if they were to lose against her, the shame would be too unbearable. Yi Futian looked at her, feeling rather amused. Many looked down on that little girl, just like how they looked down on the barren state. It was a common pattern of thought among many. She was just a young girl after all. At her age, even if she had begun training when she was still in the womb, her strength would have been limited, just like how every one of the 9 states thought that the barren state was definitely the weakest. However, he deemed that the little girl was not someone to be trifled with. She was someone who was aware that he was looking into her details using freedom meditation. Her perception was like none other, or rather, to put it more aptly, she has some kind of innate special ability. The little girl looked around the crowd after seeing no one answering her call and laid her eyes on one person. She pointed at them and said, "Well, I'll take you then." The one whom she had pointed at was a mighty one from Daluo, Sacred Mountain of Feng State. Furthermore, they were a top genius from Daluo, Sacred Mountain who had developed matured rules and was tremendously powerful. What is that girl? Many felt speechless. Is she here to just to play, or what? She should have been observing the prior battles closely and remembered who is the weakest. That genius from Daluo, Sacred Mountain is certainly not the weakest. That fellow might actually be above average instead. That mighty one of Daluo, Sacred Mountain walked out. His eyes looked sharp like those of an eagle, his nose hook-shaped, and he gave off the feeling of being cold and shrewd, which probably meant that he was an unscrupulous, vile person. Why me? The student from Daluo, Sacred Mountain, asked the little girl. "Because you're ugly," the little girl said with a deadpan face. Many looked at her dumbfounded. That reason that she just uttered made them speechless. Cultivators, especially men, cared little about looks, but it was none the less true that out of all who were present there, that person from Daluo, Sacred Mountain, was indeed the ugliest. This is why the little girl picked him. The man narrowed his eyes to a slit, and he looked even colder, like he was scheming against her. A brutal smirk was seen in his narrowed eyes, and he said, "So you found that out then. But, little girl, while you aren't all that good-looking yourself, you're still young and your skin looks soft and supple. It's really a pity. Can we start now?" The little girl seemed rather bored hearing him talk. He turned around, looking at the elder. "You may." The elder at the forum stage nodded. "Little girl, you're way in over your head." The mighty one from Daluo, Sacred Mountain, slowly rose to the air and hovered right on top of the little girl's head. A terrifying pressure descended in an instant. "Barry," a cold voice was heard, and the little girl's surroundings seemed to be filled with countless huge boulders. He clenched his fist, and the hovering boulders went straight for her in an instant, intending to bury her within. Loud, violent rumbles were heard. The huge boulders mashed at each other with extremely overbearing force. The little girl tilted her head up and took a look. Intensely sharp flashes were seen in her eyes, which looked rather demonic. At that very instant, the surrounding boulders were stopped dead in their tracks, incapable of pressing further, and all of them were evidently repelled by her body. A stifling noise was heard in the air as more and more boulders appeared. That mighty one from Daluo, Sacred Mountain, stood high in the air. He moved his hand. All of the huge boulders seemed to be within the control of his hand, and a formless power of rules descended upon them, merging all the boulders into one single piece. They continued pressing on the little girl, intending to crush her. However, the girl's eyes seemed to look increasingly demonic. Her ponytail swayed in the air, and an extremely sharp aura exuded with her body at the center, resisting the power of that pressure. Boom! A huge rumble was heard as devastating light swept all over the place. All of the surrounding boulders exploded and shattered. The girl was seen shooting for the skies, going straight for the mighty one from Daluo, Sacred Mountain, at an extreme speed. The mighty one from Daluo, Sacred Mountain, frowned a little and sent one terrifying boulder after another crashing down at her, as if throwing barriers of defense at the girl charging at him. However, all that was left in the air around her was sand and rubble as the boulders simply exploded and shattered around her. The mighty one from Daluo, Sacred Mountain, continued changing patterns. He slapped his hand downward and sent a huge, ancient mountain crashing down from the sky. The terrifying power of rules circled above the mountain, making it capable of molding landscapes with sheer force. Yet the girl simply charged at the mountain, bursting through it and emerging from the other end at the very next moment. The mountain crumbled, and the little girl was seen appearing right before the mighty one of Daluo, Sacred Mountain. She simply hovered there and stared into the eyes of her opponent with her demonic eyes. Arg! The mighty one of Daluo, Sacred Mountain, covered his eyes after a shrill shriek was heard. His screams made many within earshot shudder. What happened? Relax, you aren't going to go blind. The little girl hovered back to the ground, her ponytail swaying as she turned around to leave. The mighty one of Daluo, Sacred Mountain, moved his hands away and found blood coming out of his eyes. He retained his vision, just like the girl said, instead of going blind. It was apparent that his opponent showed mercy, which was a relief to him. However, a sense of fear welled up within his mind. Is that little girl a devil? What just happened? Many said to themselves silently. Is that a nice spell? They were unable to get a clear look at the little girl's abilities from that battle, even when she walked away. However, it was clear that she had beaten that mighty one from Daluo, Sacred Mountain. How did a girl of 15 or so manage to pull off something like that? That little girl surprised everyone right in the first battle. All the other mighty ones from the other 8 states who had let their guard down were alert. It seemed that it was not yet time for them to relax. The remaining ones from the eastern state continued challenging afterward. There were victories and defeats on both sides, but the eastern state side lost more than they won. After all, the remaining participants of the 8 states had been top geniuses who had made it through the first rounds, which meant that they would not be so easily eliminated. The mighty ones from the eastern state who managed to win were usually those who had developed matured rules. They picked on the handful remaining from the 8 states who had yet to develop matured rules, yet had progressed from the previous great round, beating them. Ishausher had also been challenged later. The fat guy felt exasperated. You look down on me because of my size? As such, he went to defeat his challenger with overwhelming force. 8 from the barren state remained on the battlefield still. The battles went on until the remaining 100 or so from the eastern state had all finished challenging and fighting. However, the round of battles was far from complete. Everyone from all 9 states had fought at least once, yet there were still over 300 of them left on the forum stage. More than 200 were required to be eliminated to get the top 100 set. It was obvious that all who remained were elites, and the great majority of those people had developed matured powers of rules and sounded the law bell. A handful were ones whose comprehension of rules were immature, yet possessed special talent. It was a given that the ones from the hosting eastern state were the most numerous among the remaining 300 or so. There were over 50 of them left. The numbers were followed by Summer State and Chi State, both having over 40 people left. The barren state still had its 8. None of those from the barren state were eliminated from the 100 or so battles fought previously, which apparently meant that all of the others were wary of the powers of those from the barren state. The next round of battles will determine who makes it to the top 100. I wonder how many among you Shang and the others will remain. Yi Futian looked downward and said, he naturally hoped that all 8 were able to remain. Yet such hopes had a very low chance of happening. All who remained were nothing but elites. In the upcoming selection processes, it would be a clash of titans in every round. It was next to impossible for all 8 from the barren state to make it into top 100. The participants from sacred grounds of all 9 states looked rather serious. The upcoming battles were the true battles of the 9-state forum. The upcoming battles will be held in the same order as before, beginning with the eastern state, Summer State, Chi State, the barren state. Participants are to pick the ones they will challenge on their own. Victors from the challenges are not allowed to continue challenging others or be challenged until all present have fought once, the elder announced. It was to avoid mighty ones from continuously challenging others or having someone being continuously picked on. Begin, the elder said. Everyone turned their eyes to the eastern state's direction at that very moment. A silhouette was seen walking out. Many wore peculiar expressions on their faces. So he is the one to fight in the first battle? It was the strongest student of the Shihua Sacred Mountain in this year's 9-state forum, Hua Yunshu. It was one who was deemed qualified to be among the top 10 in this year's 9-state forum, sporting frightening powers. At that moment, it was he who went making the first move in the selection battles for setting the top 100. Hua Yunshu scanned the crowd around him and then stopped where the barren state was. There were over 300 remaining from all 9 states, and all 8 from barren state were still there. There are too many from the barren state left. Time to kick some of them out. Chapter 767. Hua Yunshu eventually laid his eyes on Zue Qianqiu and said, I will challenge Zue Qianqiu of the barren state. Hua Yunshu eventually laid his eyes on Zue Qianqiu and said, I will challenge Zue Qianqiu of the barren state. On the grandstands, Yi Futian locked his gaze onto Hua Yunshu. The seat he was sitting in was that of a servant's, and as such, it seemed rather disrespectful. However, there was one advantage to be seated there. He was able to hear all the chatter of those in the grandstand area behind him very clearly. The people of Futian City naturally knew that student from Xihua Sacred Mountain better than he did. Hua Yunshu was lauded by everyone to be the number one among the participants of Xihua Sacred Mountain this year. Many talked about him when Hua Yunshu went up to fight, but Yi Futian had little memory and impression of that fight, as Hua Yunshu was able to easily defeat the other 8 and win. There were many who were still talking about Hua Yunshu behind Yi Futian. All 8 of the Barren State stayed till this very moment. But since Hua Yunshu is making a move, it seems like someone from the Barren State will finally get eliminated. Indeed, all 8 participants from the Barren State comprehend matured rules and are very powerful. But Hua Yunshu is indeed the very pinnacle of Xihua Sacred Mountain participants in this year's 9-state forum. There is little left to the imagination. Actually, I look forward to seeing him fight against Yu Sheng of the Barren State, but he apparently won't be challenging Yu Sheng this early. He probably is thinking about saving the fight for the top 100. Many talked, and it was apparent that Hua Yunshu enjoyed great prestige among the younger generations of Xihua Sacred Mountain. While he did not possess a 1-in-a-million talent like Lu Zong, he was extremely focused and dedicated to his training, capable of achieving the finest results with everything he did. This was why he was able to stand out and become the representative for all students below Sage Plane, earning the favor of the saints. Zue Qianqiu's eyes turned to the person who had just challenged him, and he knew how powerful his would-be opponent was. However, he walked out nonchalantly, seemingly paying no heed to it all. Hua Yunshu of Xihua, Sacred Mountain of the Eastern State. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Hua Yunshu said to Zue Qianqiu in a very proper and polite manner. While he did think that there should be someone among the 8 remaining from the Barren State get eliminated, he maintained a facade of composure and courtesy. He was, after all, a symbol of those from Xihua Sacred Mountain participating in the 9-state forum. As Xihua Sacred Mountain served as the host, he deemed it unacceptable to behave discourteously. Zue Qianqiu of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Zue Qianqiu said, returning the courtesy. An aura emanated from Hua Yunshu. Please hold on, Zue Qianqiu gestured as he said so, before taking out a jug of wine and pouring it into his mouth. Many froze at Zue Qianqiu's antics. Is this fellow a drunkard, or what? Hua Yunshu did not mind at all, and simply waited while standing. Zue Qianqiu shook his jug a little after a moment before smiling at Hua Yunshu. He said, "Sorry, we can begin now." "Indeed," Hua Yunshu replied. Zue Qianqiu disappeared right from where he stood as soon as Hua Yunshu finished replying, shooting for his opponent like an extremely dazzling sword. That lazy and laid-back drunkard seemed to have become someone else within an instant, shimmering with blinding sword will all over him. Hua Yunshu lifted his hand and clenched it in Zue Qianqiu's direction. Incredibly powerful rules of power manifested from their surroundings and rushed at Zue Qianqiu. The man thought to be a drunkard had flashes of rocks continuously appearing all over him, turning stiff and hard. Furthermore, the space that Zue Qianqiu occupied seemed to have been fossilized and became extremely heavy. Hua Yunshu specialized in earth elemental powers. He had achieved extreme heights with the use of earth elemental powers. He went deep in the subject, developing several types of rules of power derived from the element of earth. Fossilization rules, gravity rules, and force rules. All those power of rules were derivations with the element of earth serving as the base. At that very moment, a blinding light burst from Zue Qianqiu, unleashing his sword life spirit. It looked to be as thin as wings of cicadas, and there seemed to be the power of rules fusing with that sword. Cut! Zue Qianqiu moved his will, and that dazzling sword shot through the space, cutting down all that power of fossilization. His body seemed as if it was overflowing with the power of rules, shattering all the fossilization rules imposed on him. It was some spell of rules he had developed from his own training, the ability to cut rules. The light of rocks shattered and flashes of swords, as thin as wings of cicadas, shot for Hua Yunshu with very lethal force. Hua Yunshu activated his will and had the vast space encased in it. Light of rocks continued to be manifested all around Zue Qianqiu. While it was impossible to fossilize him, Zue Qianqiu's movements were severely affected, making him look rather sluggish when the rocks were used in conjunction with gravity rules. When Zue Qianqiu got near Hua Yushu, both fossilization and gravity rules turned even greater, holding him back. At the same time, Hua Yunshu lifted his arm and slapped at the swords that Zue Qianqiu sent at him. Hua Yunshu burst out in dazzling light all over him when he launched that strike like a great mountain. His palm felt like mountains, emanating incredible power. It seemed to conjure a shadow of mountains, making it feel as if the palm strikes that Hua Yunshu sent at Zue Qianqiu was not simple strikes. They felt as if Hua Yunshu had thrown out mountains. Zue Qianqiu's cutting sword turned incredibly overbearing as well, manifesting as a huge sword, it cutting through the air, cleaving a path through the mountains with overbearing force. The mountains were cut open, yet oppressive forces of tremendous magnitude still bore on Zue Qianqiu's body, sending him flying. Zue Qianqiu hovered in the air after he steadied himself, looking at Hua Yunshu. Hua Yunshu's rules were not some rare power of rules, as all of them were very simple ones. Yet, simplicity did not necessarily imply weakness. There were many top-notch figures who were able to do the very best with very simple powers, bringing unbelievably frightening might to bear. Zue Qianqiu flashed as the wind blew and kept moving forward. At that very moment, he split into multiple illusions. There were many silhouettes of Zue Qianqiu seen rushing towards Hua Yunshu. He was the heir of the ghost sword, and both his movements and sword techniques felt like specters. His techniques turned to bear unforgivable, ferocious might after he trained under the sword demon. Hua Yunshu lifted his head and took a look. His expression remained as calm as he had been, and his mind remained unfettered. As the publicly acknowledged number one figure among the participants from Shihua Sacred Mountain, his confidence was based on his own formidable abilities. If any one of the 8 from the Barren State were able to make him lose composure, that title of number one noble of Shihua Sacred Mountain would have been little more than a joke. He then looked at the after-images rushing at him. Hua Yunshu extended his right hand in front of him, and a very terrifying storm of rocks whipped up in the air in the very next second. The light of rocks coalesced maniacally, as if it was out to bury that space itself. At the same time, a tremendously powerful gravity rules worked on that space, making it an entity in itself. The storm of rocks sealed the space in an instant instead of fossilizing Zue Qianqiu. He placed the entire space in a lockdown with fossilization. That space became like a fossilized mountain. There was sword aura lashing out, cutting the mountain apart, yet that storm remained and went on to keep burying the gashes. He knew without a doubt that those attacks were far from enough to hurt Zue Qianqiu, as they were just there to trap Zue Qianqiu and the after-images within. Hua Yunshu slowly took to the air, and a terrifying power coursed all over him. Hua Yunshu kept his gaze on that stone mountain before him, pulling his arm back slowly. His body then shot for the mountain like a bolt of lightning in the very next second, moving at unbelievable speeds. Yi Futian's expression changed at that very scene at that very moment. He felt Hua Yunshu's strength and that Qianqiu was in a ditch. Boom! A thunderous rumble was heard as Hua Yunshu's fist landed on the very moment he had fossilized. The space trembled violently for a bit. Formless storms penetrated the inside of the mountain, and the wild, unruly power made the hearts of many present tremble. The mountain was blown to pieces, shattering completely. Many saw a blinding flash of the sword when the mountain blew up. The sword flash was then seen retreating. A silhouette was retreating with it to the edge of the forum stage, and that silhouette was none other than Zue Qianqiu. The sword flash dissipated, and Zue Qianqiu's figure appeared. A streak of blood was seen at the corner of his mouth, while he still felt his insides rattling. Hua Yunshu was able to actually ignore all of his attacks. There was no chance for him at all. He knew he had been defeated and that he had no way of winning. "You won," Zue Qianqiu smiled and said, before turning around and leaving in a dashing manner, without giving much thought about winning or losing. It was, however, a battle that he would keep in mind. Hua Yunshu stood calmly without any hint of elation seen. It was as if things simply worked out as they should. That's Hua Yunshu indeed, the number one among nobles of Shihua Sacred Mountain, many said to themselves. The hearts of many trembled when Hua Yunshu lashed out with that strike. It was as if they were able to feel how formidable the power was themselves. Zue Qianqiu's defeat was an honorable one, as he was eliminated by Hua Yunshu. The student from the Holy Ji Palace did benefit from this trip after all. That was some formidable power indeed, Yi Futian said in a low voice on the grandstands. Zue Qianqiu's defeat meant that there was finally someone who trained in the Sage Hall get eliminated. However, he was not surprised, as it was something bound to happen sooner or later. It was near impossible to have all 8 of them make it to the top 100. The participants from sacred grounds all over the 9 states did not just show up for fun after all. Well, Yu Sheng is probably the only one at this point capable of competing with him in terms of raw strength. Sage Wan Xiang nodded at the side. He was able to feel Hua Yunshu's power. Someone capable of bringing that much power to bear simply using rules was nothing short of being among the highest class of geniuses. Yu Sheng, huh? Yi Futian then turned his eyes and took a look at Yu Sheng and the others, looking forward to it. I wonder how many of the remaining 7 are capable of making it to the top 100. Yu Sheng and the others all saw Hua Yunshu walking away as well. While Hua Yunshu presented himself politely, that overwhelming sense of pride from him at that moment was hardly suppressed. So the number 1 of Shihua Sacred Mountain is now picking on the barren state. Chapter 768. The battles continued, and in the next battle, an expert from the Summer State selected an opponent and defeated him. The battles continued, and in the next battle, an expert from the Summer State selected an opponent and defeated him. Next, the Chi State and Cloud State's experts battled in succession. There was one similarity in the opponents they picked. They all had not comprehended complete rule powers. Among those remaining, there were a group of people who had not comprehended complete rule powers. These people naturally became the target for many. Moreover, in these battles, the challengers all emerged victoriously. After all, the challengers had all selected who they would challenge. Before the battle, they had already observed their opponents, and hiccups were unusual. After 7 battles, only Yu State and the Barren State had not issued a challenge. At that moment, a person from Yu State stepped out. Yi Futian's gaze looked towards this person from Yu State. The person's name was Kong Qing, and his life spirit was a demon elephant. This naturally made Yi Futian recall someone, Jisheng Cliff's Kong Yao, 9th on the 9-state sage ranking. Kong Yao had cultivated the strength of the divine elephant to the limit and dominated in his generation. Due to the difference in cultivation level, Kong Qing was not as strong as Kong Yao, but he was still very strong. It was likely that he was Jisheng Cliff's strongest person in this 9-state forum. Jisheng Cliffs only had one other person who could match him in strength. Kong Qing was Kong Yao's disciple. He had changed his surname to Kong and recognized Kong Yao as his godfather. Due to Kong Yao's status in Jisheng Cliffs, Kong Qing also received the best grooming, and Jisheng Cliff Saints would personally teach him. At that moment, Kong Qing's gaze also landed in the Barren State's direction. Back then, Jisheng Cliffs had suffered a loss in the barren state, and his godfather Kong Yao was forced to retreat without achieving his objective. He had held a grudge all this while and was extremely unhappy. On the first day of the 9-State Forum, Yu Sheng had disabled his Jisheng Cliffs Zhan Yao. Now it was time to settle the score. He had heard that Brother Zhan Shao had died on Taihang Mountain while heading to eliminate the ape clan. Today he would use the Taihang Mountain's demonic beast's blood to pay homage to his brother Zhan Shao and take revenge for Zhan Yao. "I challenge the Barren States, Yuan Zhan," Kong Qing said. The opponent was an ape, while his life spirit was a demon elephant. They both specialized in power and had some similarities, so it was as though this battle was destined. Jisheng Cliffs seemed to have something against the Barren State, the crowd thought. They had heard a little about the enmity between Yu State's holy land Jisheng Cliffs and the Barren State. It was rumored that even the Renhuang had appeared. Kong Qing's strength is one of the best among Jisheng Cliffs' disciples. Yuan Zhan is probably going to be eliminated, someone commented. The Barren State has maintained its 8-man strong lineup for so long. One of them was eliminated in the first battle by Hua Yunshu. After this battle, there will only be 6 left. It looks like they still have too little people. After this round, who knows how many people the Barren State will have in the top 100? The crowd thought to themselves. When Yi Futian heard Kong Qing's words, he appeared very calm. From the previous battles, he could deduce that in this 9-State Forum, the Yu State would be the weakest state. Jisheng Cliff's younger generation was evidently weaker than the Summer State, War State, Qi State, and the other states. Although Kong Qing was by no means weak, he could not be considered strong. He would probably not be successful in trying to eliminate Yuan Zhan. In Jisheng Cliff's direction, Kong Yao and Qin Zhong also looked towards him. Brother Kong actually picked someone from the Barren State. However, with his strength, he should be able to defeat Yi Futian, Qin Zhong said. Back then, when he descended on the Holy Ji Palace, he had dominated all the palace's disciples until he had met Yi Futian. However, the number of people that Yi Futian had brought to the 9-State Forum today was much more than when he had challenged the palace. In the short span of a year after Yi Futian had become the palace lord, a batch of geniuses had emerged from the Barren State. That is only natural. Although the Golden Ape clan has outstanding potential, they are savages that only know how to rely on brute force. After all, Kong Yao said nonchalantly. He did not lower his voice, causing many experts from other holy lands to look at him. Kong Yao was publicly humiliating the Golden Ape clan. However, his strength was 9th on the sage ranking, so he did not need to fear anything. If Sage Chunyang had not summoned Emperor Xia back then, that battle would be the Barren State's last. Yi Futian and Yuan Hong also heard Kong Yao's words and looked towards him at the same time. However, Kong Yao ignored their gazes and continued looking at the battle arena. Yi Futian's gaze was cold as he turned back towards the forum's battle arena. Yuan Zhan stepped forward with huge steps. The golden ape's body was burly and was surrounded by a golden glow as if it was created with gold. Its body was filled with a wild strength. Jisheng Cliffs, Kong Qing. When Kong Qing spoke, he did not look at Yuan Zhan, but lowered his head and played with his fingers instead. He seemed to be intentionally showing his contempt for Yuan Zhan by doing that. Yuan Zhan's gaze swept across him, and he did not say anything. He turned to the elder at the edge of the battle platform and asked, "Can we start?" "Yes." The elder nodded. Kong Qing raised his head, his gaze becoming sharp all of a sudden. An elephant's cry could be heard as a giant demon elephant appeared behind Kong Qing, its hulking body filled with boundless strength. Yuan Zhan also let out a roar, and in an instant his body became even bullier and larger. The golden ape went into a rampaging state and stepped forward, causing the forum's battle arena to let out rumbling sounds. Bang! Kong Qing also stepped forward. Like a divine elephant taking steps, an unparalleled force descended on the battle arena as multiple giant demon elephant shadows appeared. They rushed forward at the same time, creating a massive stampede. The two of them had not even clashed, but had both displayed unrestrained strength. Yuan Zhan raised his giant fist and punched forward with a terrifying force. The golden fist tore through the air and crushed all the demon elephant shadows. However, Kong Qing's fist reached at the same time. When he punched out, his fist was like a divine elephant rushing forward and trampling through the air, crushing everything. It was the divine elephant rule power, created by combining suppression rule power and force rule power, making it even more wild and strong. A deafening explosion sounded as the two of them split after the clash. The giant golden ape was sent flying and crashed into the ground with a giant crash. Yuan Zhan's foot landed on the ground. He looked towards Kong Qing, who had slid back a short distance. In the clash of strength, he was at a disadvantage. The divine elephant rule power combined with strong techniques. It is no wonder that Yuan Zhan cannot match up to it. Many people saw the scene and thought. They saw Kong Qing retract his fist and look at Yuan Zhan with contempt. Yuan Zhan stared at the opponent, the aura on his body still wild. With a roar, his body became even larger, like a giant beast. Not just that, terrifying golden rays shot through his body, causing his strength to skyrocket. When Yuan Hong saw this, a glint appeared in his eyes, and he looked at Yi Futian. In fact, he was unsure of Yuan Zhan's battle ability even now. This should be Sage Dozhan's body-enhancing technique. Now, he had also taught it to Yuan Zhan. He was a demonic beast, and his battle form was his physical body. By opening the 7-star acupoints and linking the entire body, every muscle on his body should be even stronger. A golden light fell on his body, and a golden storm started to brew in front of Yuan Zhan, becoming a giant golden polearm. Bang! The golden polearm slammed in front of Yuan Zhan, and the ground shook. Yuan Zhan stretched out both arms and held it in his hands. When he held it, a terrifying aura engulfed the area, and his golden fist stood on end. His demonic eyes swept towards Kong Qing, and at that moment, Yuan Zhan was filled with a savage, demonic qi, as though he had completely released his nature. He was a golden ape, a vicious ape that could rock the heavens. Thud! With a huge sound, Yuan Zhan launched off the ground into the air like a bolt of golden lightning above Kong Qing. He brandished the golden polearm in his hands and slammed it downwards. In an instant, Kong Qing felt as though the sky was collapsing. Yuan Zhan was much stronger than before. Clenching his fists, the divine elephant shadow behind Kong Qing merged with his body, turning into a rampaging giant elephant. He raised his fist and punched towards the golden polearm, the divine elephant attempting to suppress the heavens. A roaring sound could be heard as the divine elephant shadow was obliterated. Yuan Zhan's body flew in the air, polearm shadows appearing throughout the skies, shadowing it. Kong Qing also flew into the air as martial arts mirages appeared around him. The divine elephant that could suppress the skies rushed forward. In the next moment, the two of their attacks clashed again. The polearm shadows and divine elephant figures clashed, and the area they were in became terrifyingly rampant. What a terrifying force! The crowd was stunned. It seems that this Jisheng Cliff's disciple picked a tough opponent to challenge, an influential figure from a holy land said softly. At that moment, the crowd could naturally see that Yuan Zhan had not used his full strength before. Kong Qing seemed to have picked the wrong opponent. The air seemed to be bellowing as a terrifying shock wave blasted past. The divine elephant and polearm shadows flooded the area, and after countless clashes, everyone could feel the horrifying, omnipresent force. Yuan Hong was astounded. Yuan Zhan's strength now was much stronger than he was before. If he continued following Yi Futian, Yuan Zhan's achievements in the future would definitely exceed what he had achieved now. However, when he thought about the scene that Yi Futian had once shown him, he did not feel that it was strange. All this was only natural. At that moment, in the air above the battle arena, a golden polearm shadow encompassed the entire forum battle arena and cleaved downwards. Many people felt their hearts clench. The force behind the strike was shocking. Clang! A deafening voice was heard as the crowd saw the polearm shadows in the air disappear. At the same time, a figure landed on the ground like lightning and crashed into the battle arena with a thud. That figure was the Jisheng Cliff's Kong Qing. Kong Qing has been defeated. Many people were shocked, and Kong Yao's expression was grim. Looking at Yuan Zhan again, he was like a wild demon god, holding a giant golden polearm in his hand and standing proud in the air. He looked coldly at Kong Qing on the ground. At that moment, he was at his wildest, his demonic qi overwhelming the area. Chapter 769. Evidently, Yuan Zhan had the capability to enter the top 100. He was extremely strong. Kong Qing was one of the Jisheng Cliff's strongest figures in this 9-state forum, but he was dominated by Yuan Zhan and eliminated. Evidently, Yuan Zhan had the capability to enter the top 100. He was extremely strong. Kong Qing was one of the Jisheng Cliff's strongest figures in this 9-state forum, but he was dominated by Yuan Zhan and eliminated. The barren state is mystical indeed, many people thought to themselves. The barren state was only left with 7 people, and many people thought that Yuan Zhan was slightly weaker. However, after this battle, not many people would continue thinking that way. The victor, barren state, Yuan Zhan, the elder announced the result, and Jisheng Cliff's experts lifted Kong Qing off the battle arena. He was in terrible condition. Barren state, battle, the elder continued. After you state was the barren state's turn. Yuan Zhan had already been challenged, so he could not participate before everyone had battled once. Therefore, he kept his wild aura and retreated to the edge to rest. Many people looked at the barren state. Who would step out from the barren state next? Jisheng Cliffs is indeed the Yu State's holy land. Its disciples are very strong, Yi Futian said from the viewing gallery, causing many people to look towards him. For Yi Futian to say something like that after Yuan Zhan had defeated Kong Qing sounded like sarcasm. As expected, after hearing his words, Kong Yao's expression became bitter as he stared at him. However, Yi Futian acted as though he did not see it and turned towards Yu Sheng and the rest, saying, "Back then, Jisheng Cliff's disciple Qin Zhong descended on the barren state's Holy Ji Palace and dominated the palace's disciples. Nobody could stop him then. Now, things have changed. Many of the barren state's disciples have grown. Since Jisheng Cliff's geniuses want to spar with the barren state's disciples on the 9-state forum, go ahead and challenge the Jisheng Cliff's disciples." This. When the crowd heard Yi Futian's words, they gasped. Was Yi Futian targeting Jisheng Cliffs? Behind Yi Futian, Huang Jiuge, Shui, and the others all had triumphant expressions. They could naturally see that this batch of Jisheng Cliff's disciples was not strong, but they dared to emulate Shihua, Sacred Mountain's example to target the barren state? If so, they would grant Jisheng Cliffs their wish and let them know their place. "Yes, Palace Lord." Sukei's voice still sounded lazy as he replied. He smiled and looked towards Jisheng Cliff's disciples with a look of ridicule on his face. The others also nodded, and Yu Sheng stepped forward. Seeing Yu Sheng step out, Jisheng Cliff's disciples all tensed up and had an ominous premonition. Kong Yao's expression became even more bitter. Yu Sheng was evidently the leader of the barren state's disciples. Based on the dominance that he had shown up until now, he was likely to be the Holy Ji Palace's strongest disciple. Now that Kong Qing had been defeated by Yuan Zhan, who in the Jisheng Cliffs could stop Yu Sheng? Probably no one. Yu Sheng's finger pointed toward a person in the Jisheng Cliffs direction. He said, "Yuan Qin." On the Jisheng Cliffs viewing gallery, Kong Yao and the rest clenched their fists as crackling sounds could be heard. Although they had already guessed it, they still had an ominous feeling when Yu Sheng challenged Yuan Qin. Yuan Qin and Kong Qing were the 2 strongest disciples from Jisheng Cliffs taking part in the 9-state forum. Although the others did not know, Kong Yao and the other higher-ups knew that Yuan Qin was even stronger than Kong Qing. He had already replaced Zhang Shao and had been crowned one of Jisheng Cliff's 9 sons as a noble because of his exceptional potential. If Yu Sheng defeated Yuan Qin in this battle, Jisheng Cliff's journey in the 9-state forum would come to a premature end. Yuan Qin will definitely defeat Yu Sheng, many people thought, as though to give themselves solace. If the previous battle had not happened, they might have more confidence, but the battle between Yuan Zhan and Kongqing was a huge blow to their morale. Yuan Chen himself stepped forward calmly, and his gaze landed on Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng had left a deep impression on them in the first battle of the 9-state forum, so much so that they had all forgotten that he had not taken part in many battles. However, his dominance was unparalleled, making it hard for the crowd to forget him. However, he would show them in this battle that the barren state's Yu Sheng was not as strong as they had thought. Yu Sheng did not think too much. His thoughts were much simpler. Since Yi Futian wanted to eliminate Jisheng Cliffs, the first thing he needed to do was to eliminate Jisheng Cliff's strongest cultivator. As to whether he could do it, he never even thought about it. "Please," Yuan Qin turned toward Yu Sheng and said, "Make your move." Yu Sheng did not say much. Since the opponent was one of Jisheng Cliff's disciple, he did not need to be courteous. Yuan Chen's eyes became demonic all of a sudden, purple lightning shining within his eyes. A shocking purple light suddenly appeared in the skies, causing a stifling feeling. A dark golden light flowed around Yu Sheng's body as he stared forward. The purple lightning surrounded Yuan Chen's body, and he slowly rose into the air, endless lightning being emitted from his eyes. In an extremely short while, the area had transformed into a lightning dimension. Ray after ray of terrifying light shot towards Yu Sheng's eyes. Yu Sheng did not close his eyes and allowed the light rays to rush into his spiritual will and attack it. However, Yuan Qin saw a cold demon statue in Yu Sheng's spiritual will. "What is this?" Yuan Qin frowned as he muttered to himself. Didn't Yu Sheng cultivate in his physique? Why would his spiritual will become a demon statue that was impenetrable? At the same time, streaks of lightning shot from Yuan Chen's body towards Yu Sheng. In an instant, thousands of lightning bolts surrounded Yu Sheng's body, overwhelming him. The lightning had numbing and adhering powers, so it was rooted to his body. Yu Sheng lowered his head and looked at the thousands of lightning bolts. Although they were rooted to his body, their offense seemed to be on the weaker side. However, a cold glint flashed across Yuan Chen's eyes at that moment. Following the lightning, boundless energy from the area rushed towards Yu Sheng. The lightning bolts flowed around his body, creating many pictures. "You're courting death." Yuan Chen's expression was ruthless as he declared. Gradually, the lightning bolts on Yu Sheng's body turned into a lightning beast, the Kuei. At the same time, a giant Kuei shadow appeared behind Yuan Qin. "This Yu Sheng is too arrogant," many people saw the scene and thought. At that moment, the Kuei surrounding his body let out a terrifying, destructive aura. "Kill!" A gleaming, purple glow shot out from Yuan Chen's eyes with intense killing intent. No matter how strong Yu Sheng's body was, he would pay the price for underestimating him. As his voice landed, the Kuei let out an earth-shattering roar. Lightning flashed with its roar, and strands of destructive power erupted in the area. Many people around the battle arena could feel their ears ringing and their spiritual wills shuddering, as though they were about to explode. There were even people who closed their eyes to try and resist it. The destructive lightning flooded Yu Sheng's body. Standing within the terrifying rule power, he felt as though his spiritual will and body were about to be shattered. Yu Sheng closed his eyes as he felt the demon statue in his head receiving powerful blows and quaking. Moreover, the explosive, destructive power rushed into his body, attempting to tear him apart. All the forces erupted in an instant, crushing everything. However, at the moment when the force erupted, the golden light on Yu Sheng's body turned into a golden whirlpool. Many people looked towards Yu Sheng's body, and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. "What's going on?" The crowd faintly saw the burly figure, standing steadily, not fazed at all. The eruption of destruction rule power was actually rushing into his body and getting stronger. It caused the lightning's destructive power to become a torrent, quickly vanishing within the area after rushing into Yu Sheng's body. It was as though it had been devoured by his body. Countless gazes froze there, staring at Yu Sheng's figure. This was devouring rule power? Yu Sheng did not just specialize in strength, he also specialized in devouring rule power. Before this, the Luoho Palace's experts had demonstrated this rare rule power. Now that Yu Sheng had also used this devouring rule power, he gave people the impression of an even stronger, even more overbearing feeling by directly devouring the attacks on his body. He used his body to use the rule power. He already had a resilient physique. Coupled with this rule power, how would they defeat him? Just as Yuan Chan was spacing out, Yu Sheng stepped forward and the battle arena quaked. Seeing Yu Sheng walk towards him, the strongest person in Jisheng Cliffs, Yuan Chan had a feeling of helplessness. He knew that his attack just now did not just strike his opponent's body, but also his spiritual will. However, it was all pointless. He had no weak points. Boom, boom. Yu Sheng's body sped up and his body flew into the air, his body filled with boundless energy. Seeing the demon-like figure, Yuan Chan was in despair. If his body collided with Yu Sheng's, what would the outcome be? Would he be disabled, just like Zhang Yao? Yuan Chan clenched his fists and was in a dilemma. He knew that victory was impossible. The question now was, in what way would he lose? Would he be defeated or concede? Could he handle the price of defeat? Yu Sheng's figure got closer. Yuan Chan took a deep breath, saying, "I concede." The fist that had already swung out stopped in midair. Yu Sheng's body stopped in the air, and he glanced coldly at Yuan Chan, then turned towards Jisheng Cliffs. He ignored the grim faces and turned to walk back to the barren state. Looking at his figure, many people thought that they would need to re-estimate Yu Sheng's strength. It seemed that his strength was not just worthy of the top 100. Jisheng Cliffs' strongest disciple Yuan Chan had conceded without Yu Sheng even launching an attack at him. To Jisheng Cliffs, this was a humiliation. Not just that, but what did Yuan Chen's defeat mean? This meant that Jisheng Cliffs had prematurely been eliminated from the 9-State Forum. Moreover, they would continue to be targeted by the other members of the Barren State. Chapter 770. On the viewing gallery, many influential figures revealed enthusiastic expressions. On the viewing gallery, many influential figures revealed enthusiastic expressions. Before the 9-State Forum had begun, everyone thought that the Barren State was just here as a formality and would be eliminated quickly, becoming a witness to the 9-State Forum. The people from the Eastern State had also felt that the Barren State was only here to make up the numbers. However, at this moment, the Barren State had shown an extremely strong side. Although they had the least people, they were very resilient. On the other hand, the Holy Land from Yu State, Jisheng Cliffs, had fallen into an awkward position. They were very likely to be the first Holy Land to be eliminated from the 9-State Forum. Even if some of their disciples managed to enter the top 100, because of luck, they would probably not do well. Moreover, they could have no one in the top 100. If that was so, the Jisheng Cliffs' reputation would suffer on the 9-State Forum. The crowd knew the enmity between Jisheng Cliffs and the Barren State was because of the Jisheng Cliffs bullying the Barren State. However, on the 9-State Forum, they were suppressed by the Saintless Barren State. They wondered how the 9th on the Sage ranking, Kong Yao, would feel. After a round of battles, the Barren State had participated in 3 of the 9 battles and won 2 of them. Their only defeat was Zui Qianqiu losing to Xihua, Sacred Mountain's strongest person, Hua Yunshu. This was already a very good result. After all, their opponents were all prodigies, and they had defeated the 2 strongest members of the Jisheng Cliffs. Next, it would be the Eastern States' turn to battle again. This time, the Eastern State did not challenge the Barren State. In reality, since the start of the battle until now, the 7 people remaining in the barren state had all proven themselves. Although Phoenix and Yi Xiaoshu's strength were not that convincing, the others all had battles that proved themselves, such as Yuan Zhan defeating Kongqing. If that was so, it was unwise to target the barren state. At least, among those remaining, there were still people weaker than the barren state. Moreover, the battle between the barren state and Jixing Cliffs was not likely to end soon. The other Holy Lands were unwilling to be a part of it and would rather be onlookers. What was interesting was when it was Yu State's turn to battle, it was not Jixing Cliff's disciples that battled, but the Stone Saints. However, when it was the barren state's turn, Yi Xiaoshu stepped forward and looked in the direction of Jixing Cliffs. On the viewing gallery, Yi Futian and the rest all looked towards Yi Xiaoshu, and they saw the fatty raise his head and point at one of the disciples of the Jixing Cliffs and say, "I challenge him." Cough, cough. Yi Futian supported his head with his right hand and turned around. The others also had speechless expressions. They had thought that the arrogant fatty would challenge one of the strongest remaining disciples in the Jixing Cliffs. However, they did not expect that the fatty would select one of the weakest disciples. What an interesting fatty. The barren state's styles were too different. Second sister, 7th brother is smart indeed. He found the weakest opponent in the Jixing Cliffs with one look, ensuring that he can defeat the opponent. He has learned well from teacher to develop such good vision. Yi Futian looked at Zhuge Mingyue beside him and said, "Yes, little 7th is smart indeed. His skin is also getting thicker. It seems as though he is in need of a lesson." Zhuge Mingyue grinned and replied, "I said nothing." Yi Futian secretly thought to himself and turned back to watch Yi Xiaoshu. On the battle arena, Yi Xiaoshu had the chills all of a sudden and thought, "Could it be that someone is talking bad about me?" However, on the battle arena, Yi Xiaoshu defeated his opponent decisively. In the next few rounds of battles, Hua Jiu challenged a Jixing Cliff's disciple and won. Yi Wuqin challenged a Jixing Cliff's disciple and won. Su Ke challenged a Jixing Cliff's disciple and won. Phoenix challenged a Jixing Cliff's disciple and won. The 4 challenges were all victories. Moreover, all their victories were based upon Jixing Cliff's defeat. On the viewing gallery, Jixing Cliff's disciples all had grim expressions, especially the leading Kong Yao. He felt that he had lost all face in front of the people from the 9 states. Moreover, they had gone through 6 rounds of battling. In the 54 battles, 108 people had participated and 54 had been eliminated. The remaining 7 people in the barren state had all participated in the battles. According to the rules, before all 300 remaining participants had battled once, they would not be able to battle again. The barren state was the first to make it to the next round. The Holy Lands from the other 8 states continued to battle, and many confrontations between experts broke out. A few experts started to reveal their hidden strengths. Evidently, they had not given their all in the previous battles. Yu Sheng and the rest looked quietly, observing everyone's strength. As time passed, the atmosphere became tense, even solemn. The battles also became more exciting, with each battle thrilling the crowd even more. When everyone had participated in the battles, the number of people on the 9-state forum had decreased by half. Only 180 people remained. There were about 30 Holy Lands participating in the 9-state forum, adding on those from the Eastern State who were not from a Holy Land. Every faction had about 6 people. Next, about half of them would be eliminated. The Summer State, Qi State, and War State had the most people remaining on average. Yu State's Jixing Cliffs had the least people remaining among all the Holy Lands with 2 people. Previously, when the barren state had targeted Jixing Cliffs, the other factions had seen that Jixing Cliffs was weak and had challenged them. The 2 remaining people had challenged others and won in order to stay in the forum. However, everyone knew that in the following battles, everyone would rush to challenge the weakest few. Jixing Cliffs was likely to be the prime target. there was an extremely high chance that they would be eliminated without a single person entering the top 100. What was even more interesting was that the Barren States' Holy Ji Palace had more people than the average amount of all the holy states remaining. Although the Barren State was a state, it had only one holy land participating. If they were calculating purely by holy lands, the Holy Ji Palace still had 7 people remaining. As long as they won another battle, they would enter the top 100. Not just them, but it was the same for everyone else. As long as they won another round, they would enter the top 100. Only 80 battles were needed for the 180 people, so 20 people could automatically enter the top 100 without battling. However, even without anyone challenging the remaining 7 people from the Barren State, they only needed 63 battles to complete a round. So, it was impossible for the participants from the Barren State to automatically advance. They needed to obtain a victory to enter the top 100. "Continue," the elder announced. Without selecting the top 100, the battles would not stop. Countless people waited in anticipation. Now, every battle would decide a person in the top 100. An expert walked out from the eastern state and challenged one of the remaining 2 from Jisheng Cliffs. He did not have a grudge against Jisheng Cliffs, but under the current scenario, it was naturally best to challenge the easiest person to defeat now and secure himself a spot in the top 100. The eastern state's expert was victorious. An expert from the summer state also challenged Jisheng Cliffs' expert and won. As such, the participants from Jisheng Cliffs were all eliminated. Jisheng Cliffs was also the first holy land to have no disciples in the top 100, and it was very likely that they would be the only one. Next, an expert from the Qi state stepped forward. The person who stepped forward had an elegant demeanor and was dressed in a red robe. He had shoulder-length red and black hair to express his personality. He was the Jixia Holy Palace's disciple, Wang Yu. He was extremely strong. After Wang Yu had stepped out, his gaze landed in the Barren State's direction, and he said, "I challenge the Barren State's Yi Shaoshi." Previously, the fatty had challenged one of the weakest participants in the Jisheng Cliffs and had been extremely wretched. Many people had remembered him, so Yi Shaoshi was naturally a prime target for this round. If they could defeat this fatty, they could enter the top 100 of the 9 state forum. The fatty appeared lacking in self-confidence and no longer had the arrogant attitude he had when he dealt with Jisheng Cliffs. He walked out slowly and stared at Wang Yu. "The Jixia Holy Palaces, Wang Yu wishes to spar," Wang Yu said. Yi Shaoshi stood upright and said in a solemn voice, "The Holy Ji Palace's disciple, Yi Shaoshi wishes to spar." Wang Yu's body rose slowly into the air. In an instant, an invisible flame current wafted in the air. The area suddenly became extremely hot, and Wang Yu looked at Yi Shaoshi, saying, "My specialization is fire, while yours is wood." He had previously noticed that Yi Shaoshi's life spirit was an ancient tree and fire countered wood. "The Tree of Emperors," Yi Shaoshi added. "It's the same," Wang Yu smiled and replied. As his voice landed, the dark flames suddenly started burning everywhere, surrounding Yi Shaoshi within. The flame current even rushed towards Yi Shaoshi. The entire world had turned into a hell-like flame dimension. Behind Yi Shaoshi, his life spirit, the Emperor's vine flourished, and golden vines surged forth rapidly towards all directions, constricting Wang Yu. Wang Yu's eyes appeared to have flames in them as boundless flame currents flowed. A giant flame pattern had formed under Yi Shaoshi. "Hellfire, burn!" Wang Yu spat in a cold voice. As his voice landed, the flame pattern engulfed the entire area, turning into a flame whirlpool, submerging the area, surrounding Yi Shaoshi's body within. The Emperor's vines were destroyed and reborn under the hellfire and were extremely resilient. Yi Shaoshi was surrounded by hellfire and let out a sigh of dejection, mumbling to himself, "The fatty is easy to bully?" His eyes turned golden, and a mysterious golden glow surrounded his body. At the same time, boundless energy started to gather above him. "Godly creation of all things," Yi Shaoshi said out loud. In an instant, boundless golden light gathered at one point and a strong spiritual energy merged with Yi Xiaosher's body. Gradually, a golden ancient god appeared around his body. However, compared to the godly creation of all things that Bai Luli had used during his battle with Gu Donglu, the ancient god was much smaller. A miniature. Zhuge Mingyue saw the scene and had a strained expression. Grow, Yi Xiaosher spat. In an instant, the golden ancient god grew rapidly. Zhuge Mingyue looked at the rapidly growing ancient god that had exceeded Bai Luli's back then and blinked. However, Yi Xiaosher seemed to have no intention of stopping and continued saying, "Grow, grow, grow!" The ancient god got even larger, blocking out the skies like a real god. The crowd on the viewing gallery looked at the giant figure, and their gazes all froze. Wang Yu also looked at this scene in astonishment. This was the rule of growth that was created by the wood element. Trample him. At that moment, Yi Xiaosher's dissatisfied voice sounded out. See if you dare to bully fatties again. Wang Yu's expression appeared stiff as he looked at the giant ancient god raising its leg and stomping down. His heart clenched as its foot encompassed the entire area. How was he going to burn this with his flames? Chapter 771. This. The spectators felt speechless, seeing the enormous golden ancient god figure that was unable to be burned down by hellfire. This. The spectators felt speechless, seeing the enormous golden ancient god figure that was unable to be burned down by hellfire. You fat ass. Zhuge Mingyue smirked, looking at the battlefield. That fat ass had what it took to best a mighty one of Jisheng cliffs. Yet he chose the weakest one to fight against nonetheless. Very dirty indeed. Wang Yu evaded and retreated. The golden, huge leg stomped, causing a rumble throughout the entire forum stage. If the stage had not been one forged using matrices by the mighty ones of the Xihua Sacred Mountain, it would have crumbled right there and then. The golden ancient god continued to press forward. It was something that exuded intense pressure by simply standing around. The power of rules that Wang Yu was skilled at wielding were derived from flames. It was a type of rules useful against wood elemental powers, but it was unable to do anything against the huge golden body. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Yi Xiaosher yelled while hiding behind the ancient god's body. Wang Yu stared coldly in his direction. That fat-ass sure is one goddamn asshole. The ground continued to shake and Wang Yu looked awful. He eventually yelled, "I quit." The ancient god figure had only ceased after the line was spoken. It gradually dissipated into countless blots of light, and Yi Xiaosher leaped from the air, saying to Wang Yu while looking at him, "Too weak. Waste of my time." Yi Xiaosher then turned around and left in a dashing manner, leaving Wang Yu to stare at his fat silhouette. Too weak? Wang Yu's fists popped loudly and clearly. He gritted his teeth and wished he could have kicked the fat guy hard right there and then. That fat ass is just too much. What the hell? Many great figures in the grandstands felt rather speechless. They were thinking that the fat participant from the Barren State really deserved to be called an asshole. Regardless, Yi Xiaosher was able to make it to the top 100 after that battle, and he also happened to be the first participant from the Barren State to make it to the top 100. The Barren State. Many turned to look in their direction, and their opinion of the Barren State gradually changed. They had thought the Barren State to be little more than just decoration, yet the Barren State had just as many participants as the other participants from other sacred grounds at the moment. One could have easily seen that there would be at least 3 participants from the Barren State capable of making it to the top 100. With that turn of events, the Barren State's sacred ground began to look like something befitting their status. It was important to note that none from Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State was capable of making it to the top 100. Such a comparison was a form of disastrous irony to many. The spectators at the grandstands began to look amused. They began to look forward to the top 100 places being filled and the eventual matches between the top 100 candidates, wondering how brilliant the fights would be. Mighty ones from Cloud State, War State, and the others continued to step forward and fight. None dared to challenge the participants from the Barren State anymore. Even Yi Shaoshi had proven his strength. The one among the remaining participants from the Barren State who could be considered weak was none other than Phoenix. But what if she is just like the others who haven't brought their full powers to the game just yet? As such, no one dared to challenge her. When it was the Barren State's turn again, Phoenix was the first one to step out. Yi Futian nodded to himself, getting what Yu Shang and the others were trying to pull with that. That round of eliminations had just begun, and if they were to make a move to challenge others first, there would be some weak ones available for picking. If they were to be challenged or if the rounds continued, the chances of doing so would lessen. As such, they simply let Phoenix seize the chance to make it to the top 100. Phoenix did not disappoint as she ended up defeating the one she challenged. She became the second participant from the Barren State who made it to the top 100 after Yi Shaoshi. Both of them had been thought to be the weakest before that round of battles began. Yet both were able to make it to the top 100 nonetheless. It would be difficult to eliminate the remaining 5, Yu Sheng, Hua Jiu, Yi Wuchen, Su Kei, and Yuan Zhan. It was especially so in the case of Yu Sheng. There was no one who dared to challenge him unprovoked. That man is definitely worthy of being ranked in the top 30. It was apparent that no top-class genius wanted to challenge him at the moment. The risk was simply too great, and there was no need to do something like that so soon. The rounds of battles continued, with every battle ending with a participant reaching the top 100. The spectators were especially excited. Everyone felt that every battle was even more interesting as many geniuses brought their hidden powers to bear on their opponents. There were participants from the Barren State who continued to step out and fight, with every single one of them winning. Yu Sheng was the last to step out. He was deemed the strongest of the one remaining. As such, he was able to defeat his opponent without a doubt, even if he was not the one picking the fight. When all 7 participants from the Barren State were done with their respective battles, the result was all 7 of them won and made it to the top 100. With fewer and fewer participants left on the forum stage, the 7 from the Barren State grew increasingly eye-catching. With all entire 9 states taken into consideration, having 7 participants from one state ranked among the top 100 was not bad. If things were considered based on sacred grounds instead, there were about 30 sacred grounds remaining, and on average, there were only 3 or 4 representatives among each. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, a place without a saint, took 7 places instead. Everyone's attention, whoever they might have been from the 9 states, was fully on the Barren State. It was something that none had anticipated. Shihua, Sacred Mountain, had not anticipated such a turn of events when they invited the Barren State, nor did Jixing Cliffs when they went to provoke the Barren State. It made one wonder if the humility that Yi Futian had demonstrated previously when he talked to Saint Shihua was genuine. The 9 states aside, just look at Shihua, Sacred Mountain. How many legendary figures have there been who sported immense talent? If you saw any of them, you should be humble and seek their guidance instead. Who allowed you to be so insolent? It was something Yi Futian said to Yu Sheng when the 9-state forum was about to begin. Be humble and seek guidance? Handing over a holy item if none from the Barren State is able to make it to top 10? Is this humility? No, that is confidence. Everyone from the 9 states was aware of that, but nobody spoke about that explicitly. No one would have made a scene with that knowledge, as that would have made the host, Shihua Sacred Mountain, look bad. Furthermore, Yi Futian's behavior had been courteous. Everyone's attitude towards the Barren State decided what the atmosphere was like at that time. His humility did not seem out of place back then. If anything, it was the people of the other 8 states and the mighty ones of Shihua, Sacred Mountain, to be blamed for looking down on the Barren State. None from the other 8 states expected things to turn out this way. Even the ones from the Barren State and Yi Futian felt surprised at how things turned out. Everyone made it to the top 100 except Zui Qianqiu. Many top-class figures who came all the way from the barren state to witness the event felt tremendously shaken. There was no way any of them would have expected that when Yi Futian took over as palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace and ventured outside of the barren state, he and his peers would shine so brilliantly the very first time they stood on a stage outside of the barren state. Who would have thought something like this was possible? Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs alone had greatly embarrassed the Holy Ji Palace once. What was more ridiculous was that there were still those in the Holy Ji Palace who doubted Yi Futian's decision to allow his friends to train in the Sage Hall. Yi Futian hardly thought much about it all. He simply thought himself to be rather lucky. With the exception of Zui Qianqiu, who apparently was down on his luck, all the others had yet to meet top-class figures from other sacred grounds. The strongest Jisheng Cliffs had to offer had also been kicked out by Yu Sheng. But then again, such luck was something that Yu Sheng and the others had earned with their indisputable prowess. If it had not been the participants of the barren state bringing surprise and shock to everyone present with every single battle they fought, they would not have been treated as such. In the last round, no one other than Yi Shaoshi had been challenged. All the others from the barren state went to challenge the participants of other states instead, allowing them to pick comparatively weak opponents. If it had not been for their impressive show of force, they would not have been thought of as such. For instance, all from Jisheng Cliffs were stomped on and bullied like ants, and every single one of them ended up eliminated. In conclusion, luck stemmed from and was one's own prowess. The battles of the others continued while the barren state participants were done with theirs. The rounds continued until all of the top 100 places were taken 80 battles later. Countless eyes turned to the forum stage. There were only 100 people standing on the vast stage, taking their places at the 9 states' corners. By then, the number of remaining participants from the eastern state no longer proved to be of an edge when compared to Summer State and Qi State. The top 100 places were as such. The eastern state held 13 places. Summer State held 15 places. Qi State held 14 places. Cloud State held 12 places. War State held 12 places. Foam State held 11 places. Ocean State held 10 places. Yu State held 6 places. Barren State taking 7 places. With the utter elimination of Jisheng Cliffs, Yu State turned out to be the worst performer of all 9 states, with 1 participant fewer than the barren state. Summer State and Qi State, on the other hand, due to their formidable strength in general, turned out greater than the eastern state, the host of the event. Of course, when things were considered only from the perspective of sacred ground forces, many would have been even more surprised. The Holy Ji Palace of the barren state had taken the most number of places of the top 100 among all other sacred grounds of the other 8 states. It was a marvelous scene to behold. The most underestimated sacred ground, the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state, turned out to have the most participants among the top 100, other than the sacred grounds. There were only 3 participants from the eastern state who were not a student of a sacred ground. Furthermore, those places were taken from by top-class geniuses of sacred grounds. Every single one of those 3 remaining signified the elimination of a top-class genius from a sacred ground. That young girl, Yaya, was one of those 3. Congratulations to all who remain. At the moment, Saint Xihua addressed the top 100 on the forum stage from the main seat of the eastern state. Top-class figures of noble plane gathered at the 9-state forum. Being ranked among the top 100 means that all of you are the most remarkable nobles of the younger generations throughout the 9 states. There may be many who, in the future, have the right to sit at the forefront of the grandstands to witness the event. The people from all 9 states nodded with a smile. Saint Xihua was apt with his words. Exceptional ones emerged from those top 100, and they would be qualified to be ranked on the Sage and Saint ranking in the future. The 9-state forum this year has very high standards, so much so that even I look forward to seeing the battles fought at the very end. The great Zhou Sacred King said with a smile. Zhou Zi, who was sitting behind him, looked rather displeased. She was eliminated right from the very first round, defeated by Hua Jiu and the other 6 from the barren state. On the other hand, all made it to the top 100, which meant that she, as a princess of a sacred dynasty, paled in comparison to Hua Jiu. She even lost to Hua Jiu in terms of looks. What is more surprising is that the barren state, which has not participated in the event for so many years, was surprisingly able to have 7 ranked among the top 100 for the first time in a long time. This is truly surprising, and I guess my opinion is shared by many here, the Sky Saint said with a smile, and others nodded in agreement. The Glass Saint added with a smile, indeed. No one would have thought this would have happened when the 9-state forum began. This also proves that Shihua's Sacred Mountain had been wise to invite the barren state to participate in the event this year. It was they who had proved what they were capable of. Saint Shihua shook his head as he clarified. Everyone was able to see what was before their eyes, and that was something that even he had not anticipated. As such, he did not see fit to take credit for any of it. Chapter 772. Saint Shihua scanned the forum stage area after taking a look at the 7 from the barren state. He then smiled and said, "After spending so many days battling continuously, I'm sure most of our guests from all over the 9 states are rather worn now. I propose to bring this segment of the 9-state forum to a close. What do you all think?" Saint Shihua scanned the forum stage area after taking a look at the 7 from the barren state. He then smiled and said, "After spending so many days battling continuously, I'm sure most of our guests from all over the 9 states are rather worn now. I propose to bring this segment of the 9-state forum to a close. What do you all think?" Everyone nodded with a smile and had no opinion about it. As per tradition, the host of the 9-state forum would throw a banquet for the guests and participants when the top 100 participants were finalized. The participants would be given 3 days to recuperate and prepare for the ultimate battles of the later stages of the event. I've ordered for a banquet to be prepared, and all present here may make a move. All who hail from sacred grounds, as well as friends and family members of the top 100, are welcome to join, Saint Shihua said. They were obligated to treat all of the guests throughout all 9 states, regardless if they were able to make it to the top 100, as they had all come a long way. As for those who were not of sacred grounds from the eastern state, there were actually only 3 who made it to the top 100, and they were invited to the banquet as well. Saint Shihua stood as soon as he finished, and everyone present at the event stood as well, walking towards the inner parts of the Shihua Sacred Mountain. The mighty ones from all over the eastern state at the grandstands felt rather disappointed for not being able to witness the fights between the top 100 in one go. It made them feel rather dissatisfied, but they were unable to do anything but wait. The 9-state forum's ultimate battles were to be held 3 days later. The clashes between top-class geniuses were ones to be looked forward to by all. Yi Futian and his people stood as well. Yu Sheng, Hua Jiu, and the others flashed and came before him. "You guys did well," Yi Futian smiled and said. Their performances had given him, the palace lord, quite a lot of prestige. "We're not done yet," Yu Sheng said. The people of the other 8 states looked down on the barren state, and Shihua's Sacred Mountain never afforded them with ample respect. The top 100 was not yet enough, and they saw themselves needing to go further and higher in the ranks before they were able to stand tall for all from the other 8 states to see. "I look forward to it." Yi Futian smiled and took a look at him. This guy has been fighting, feeling irked about things from the very beginning. His goal is, of course, higher than just the top 100. "Things were awful," Zui Qianqiu said rather dejectedly at the side. Yi Futian looked at him and smiled. "You've your luck to blame. It wasn't that you were weak." "I'm weak, and that's the truth. It has nothing to do with luck. If I had been strong enough, I wouldn't have lost." Zui Qianqiu turned around and looked at the side where the ones from Shihua Sacred Mountain were. If Hua Yunshu had picked Yusheng instead, the outcome would have been unknown. Stop feeling sad for yourself, and let's go party, Yi Futian smiled and said, feeling better than he had been before. The 9-state forum was off to a good start. The barren state would be able to stand on equal footing with other states in the future, and they may even be higher. Let's go, Sage Wanxiang said. Everyone walked, heading for the depths of Shihua, Sacred Mountain. Shihua, Sacred Mountain, had thrown a huge banquet. The vast venue of the banquet was divided into 9 separate areas. The banquet, which was capable of holding over 10,000 people, was intricately and elegantly done. People from all 9 states arrived, and the barren state naturally was still the one arranged the furthest from the host, being assigned to the very rear. However, Yi Futian and the others cared little about the arrangement as they had gotten used to it. They had to accept things due to them having no saints among them. While they still did not feel comfortable about it all, the only way to remedy the situation was for all of them to get stronger. The banquet was filled with fine drinks, and Zue Qianqiu helped himself to it without any reservations. He did not forget to delicately savor them as he kept saying, "Good stuff indeed." Servant girls passed through the seats time and again, all of them pretty girls. There was also an area at the center where the beauties danced, accompanied by beautiful music, making the scene look splendid and elegant. As a sacred ground of the eastern state, Shihua, Sacred Mountain, had 3 saints. Being of such a prestigious status meant that their words held great significance, wielding unimaginable power in all sense of the word. Furthermore, those pretty servant girls were not ordinary folk. They were all cultivators, and some among them were even daughters of renowned clans in Futian City. Such was the power wielded by people of great prestige. Yi Futian arrived at his seat quietly, admiring the lively scene before his eyes, thinking to himself that the sacred grounds from all over the 9 states might have been at each other's throats under the table, but they still put on a friendly, peaceful facade. The sacred grounds had only been fighting each other moments ago in the event, yet the scene before him felt like a gathering of good friends instead. We cultivators don't go out a lot. It's a rare chance for us to be able to meet so many geniuses of the younger generations from all 9 states. We've all gathered here today, and there is no need for reservations. Treat the banquet as you would in a family gathering. Chat and drink to your heart's content. Discuss anything throughout the 9 states. No status differences, no separation between sages and saints at this moment. Saint Chihua held his cup and said with a smile. His voice was calm and gentle. Everyone toasted. After all, it was a saint proposing a toast, and no one dared to not give face to a saint. Sky Saint, we were all like them once upon a time. We were young and full of life, but time flew, and here we are, Saint Chihua smiled and said. It is quite amusing to see that even a saint, a being envied by countless throughout all 9 states, has something to say about the passage of time, the leader of the Xia clan quipped with a smile. He knew that Saint Chihua was simply being polite. There was no one who did not want to break into the saint plane, a plane where one's own powers and lifespan would undergo drastic changes. It was also a plane enabling those who reached it to become the most powerful of all men throughout the 9 states. A single word from those people would affect the lives of countless people. How is Senior Xia doing? Saint Chihua asked the mighty one from Xia clan. The old man is doing fine. The mighty one from Xia clan nodded. Saint Chihua might have been ranked high in seniority, but the old man in Xia clan was someone who was practically a living relic. So much so that even Saint Chihua had to address the old man as a senior. I'd like to pay the old man a visit if the chance presents itself, Saint Chihua smiled and said. You're being too kind, Saint, the mighty one from Xia clan said. On the other side, the great Zhou sacred king's eyes fell onto the glass saint, who was sitting right beside him. He said, with his cup held up, Glass Saint, how have you been doing all these years? The glass saint took a look at the king with a smile and said, I've been training in the lapis lazuli holy temple all this while, and I'm doing fine. The glass saint students all turned their eyes at the great Zhou sacred king. They all heard the rumor about the king having gone after their teacher once upon a time, and the rumor seemed to be true after all. Their teacher was unparalleled in terms of appearance and was known to be the #1 beauty throughout the eastern state. She had turned to become more beautiful with an air of holiness about her after becoming a saint, looking like a goddess who cared not for the mundane world. However, their teacher had been training alone for years, and there seemed to be no chance for the king to do anything further with her. Saint Xihua, who sat beside them, had naturally heard the king ask how the glass saint was doing, and he smiled and sighed. Despite the great Zhou sacred king having the great Zhou sacred dynasty in his grasp and the title of sacred king, enjoying a level of prestige and power unimaginable to many, there were still people that he was unable to get his hands on. The glass saint had probably become something the king clung to. Sacred king, the glass saint has always been renowned for her astounding beauty. Now that she has achieved sainthood, how can she be anything else but fine? Saint Xihua added with a smile, "She is now just like you, sacred king, a glorious symbol of a generation." Saint Xihua was more senior than the two of them as he hailed from an earlier time. "Please, Saint Xihua, we're all of such advanced age now," the glass saint smiled and said. Her voice sounded crisp, clear, and gentle, hardly different from a girl who was in her 20s. Since when did cultivators care about age? Saint Xihua shook his head and said, "Well, that is indeed true. The time now belongs to them." The glass saint turned her eyes at the young geniuses from all over the 9 states. Saint Xihua and the great Zhou sacred king, as well as the mighty ones with them, turned to look at the ones from all over the 9 states. Saint Xihua smiled and said, "Every era has its own symbol. Many performed astoundingly well in this year's 9-state forum. The Xia clan, Yu clan, Yi clan, and the 9-state college of Summer State, the Qi clan, Jixia Holy Palace, Hall of Holy Light, and Yu House of Qi State, the Vajra region, Luoho Palace, and Holy Temple of 10 Corners of War State, and the many other sacred ground geniuses of Yun State and the others. All of them shone brilliantly, and it seems that our bat leaks of judgment won't be staying with Xihua Sacred Mountain for long." Everyone naturally knew that Saint Xihua was half joking. If he had taken out such a holy item to serve as a prize, he was naturally prepared to part with it sooner or later. Hua Yunshu of Xihua Sacred Mountain and Zhou Yu of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty are people who will become the champion in the end. Maybe the holy item will stay with the Eastern State or Xihua Sacred Mountain. Some mighty one smiled and said, "There are indeed many mighty ones to be found in this year's event. Even I have grown excited about it all." The Sky Saint smiled and said, "Speaking of which, there is the previously underestimated Barren State. Those youngsters have indeed demonstrated uncommon prowess, especially Yusheng. He might actually be a dark horse." Many turned their eyes to where the Barren State was assigned. Yusheng had indeed left quite an impression. He might have actually been able to go further now that he was ranked among the top 100. However, all who remained in the event at the moment were truly the best that the sacred grounds of all 9 states had to offer, especially when it came to the later stages of the event. If Yusheng wanted to make it to the top 10, he would be met with the most powerful figures from many sacred grounds. The difficulty remained great. It remained to be seen if the dark horse had cards up his sleeve, and how powerful such cards were. I guess we can indeed look forward to the growth of this batch's younger generations from the Barren State, someone smiled and said. I have heard that Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, was a successor appointed by the previous palace lord, Sage Chunyang, personally. He paid a great price having the young man take over the place, going so far as to call upon Emperor Xia. If the students from the Barren State were able to perform so well this year, the palace lord himself must be someone more exceptional. Someone looked at Yi Futian and said. They were not the only ones with such a thought. Many shared the same opinion. Yu Sheng had proven himself as someone incredibly exceptional. Other than him, there were Hua Jiu, Su Kei, and the rest. All of them were proud sons and daughters, and all of them were willing to simply play at the sides. The palace lord from the barren state, Yi Futian, was someone of the same generation, and all those people were willing to follow his lead. As such, it was anyone's guess what the palace lord of a sacred ground of the barren state, who currently was seen sitting quietly, would be like. Many felt curious about him. I have heard from Qingni, a student of mine, that Yi Futian led the students of the Holy Ji Palace to break the Celestial Dragon chess game at the Chess Saint Villa, capable of playing 9 different play styles all on his own. The glass saint turned to look at Yi Futian and smiled faintly. If he had not broken into sage plane, he would have participated in the 9-state forum, and we would have gotten to see what he is truly made of. You're being too kind, glass saint. My plane is still weak, and there are so many talented people to be found in all the other 8 states. I dare not speak of my own talents in such a place. Yi Futian lowered his head and said, not looking at the eyes of the glass saint. While the glass saint was a saint, she was, nonetheless, a beauty like none other. If he were to somehow end up leering at her, he would have gravely offended a saint. You're too humble. The glass saint smiled and said, all 9 of the students of Chess Saint Villa are here. Someone looked behind Saint Chihua. All 9 of those students were standing beside Lu Zong. While Yi Futian demonstrated his uncanny talents by breaking the Celestial Dragon chess game, the chess saint chose Lu Zong. It seems that Lu Zong will perhaps become a successor of the saints. The great Zhou Sacred King smiled and said, you're being too kind, Sacred King. I was only the earlier one to break the game instead of Palace Lord Yi. His prowess at chess is in no way inferior to mine. Lu Zong said with a smile in a dashing manner. Many praised him in their hearts. That is Lu Zong indeed. Chapter 773. The great Zhou Sacred King looked at Lu Zong and smiled, saying, well, we have so many proud sons and daughters here today, all in such a good mood. Are there any of the young people who'd like to show what they've got for a little bit? The great Zhou Sacred King looked at Lu Zong and smiled, saying, well, we have so many proud sons and daughters here today, all in such a good mood. Are there any of the young people who'd like to show what they've got for a little bit? Sacred King, while it is true that many here are our juniors, many of them are already sages. It would be rather unsuitable to have them perform. Wouldn't it be fun to simply admire the dance and the music while chatting and drinking away? Speaking of dance and music, I heard that there are people from Yu House today. The ones that you hired pale in comparison. The great Zhou Sacred King then took a look at the Qi State's corner. True words indeed. Who in the 9 states doesn't know that the Yu House excels in such performing arts, better than anyone else throughout the 9 states? Saint Chihua said, please, you're being too kind. The people from Yu House bowed and said to Saint Chihua, since both Saint Chihua and the great Zhou Sacred King are in such a pleasant mood, Lian, how about you play something for everyone? He looked at a young man who was dressed in a clean white robe beside him. The young man looked pleasant and dashing, with a hint of air of sorrow about him. You Luyan, an elder from the Jixia Holy Palace said, one among the younger generation of Yu House known to be incredibly talented in the art of music, and the personal student of the music saint. Everyone here is in for a treat today indeed. Is that so? The people of the other states all looked rather amused, and their interests were piqued as they looked at the young man. He had not participated in the 9-state forum, which meant that he was probably a young age who happened to look incredibly dashing. You're dismissed. Saint Chihua waved at the girl, who was playing music at the moment. The troupe all rose and bowed, leaving the stage shortly after. Yu Luyan stepped onto the stage slowly, cupping his hands and saying, I hope you'll find my performance to your liking. Please, Saint Chihua smiled and said in a friendly manner. Yu Luyan sat before the guqin and put all of his fingers on the strings. He looked as if he had turned into someone else in an instant. A crisp sound was heard from the strings as his fingers moved, playing a bright and light-hearted tune. The music from the guqin slowly rose in volume, bringing a powerful air with it, easily enabling all within earshot to steep into the scene illustrated by the sound of the instrument. The guqin sound was loud and sonorous, like a high and mighty song. It was as if heroes had gathered there. Figures of legends were everywhere, steeping themselves in martial arts, fighting each other on the battlefield. There are dragons howling in the sea and phoenixes crying in the sky. Many vaguely saw silhouettes of elusive figures, with the shadows of true dragons and phoenixes appearing. At that moment, everyone felt as if they had been brought back to the forum stage of the 9-state forum, fighting on the stage and seeing who among the geniuses from all 9 states would be crowned champion. The power of the sound was incredibly penetrative, enabling one to feel as if they were in the scene itself. There was no noise of any kind heard in the banquet, but the sound of the guqin. Many looked at Yu Luyun and found the young man looking incredibly dashing while performing with astounding skills. The loud music gradually took a more tranquil tone. The elders chatted away and things had calmed. It was as if the battlefield scenes had turned into that of a banquet. The song had a hint of flightiness in it, as if the song was one from the heavens, with clouds floating around and spreading all over the banquet, making it seem like a banquet held among the gods. Colorful phoenixes soared above the clouds and danced about. The scene looked incredibly peaceful and prosperous, splendid. Many lifted their heads and could not help but gasped. The young man is indeed a capable student of Yu House. His music indeed sounds like it's from the heavens. The sound of the song gradually ebbed, but many were still steeped within that mood. Many great figures throughout the 9 states smiled, and Saint Chihua did not hold anything back when singing praises to the young man, saying, "The Yu House is indeed the number 1 in the art of song and dance throughout the 9 states, be it guqin or flutes or anything else. All are known throughout the 9 states. I have experienced it and tell that it is all true today. You're too kind, senior." Yu Luyun behaved in a composed manner. He slowly rose and bowed, returning to the area assigned to Yu House of Qi State shortly after. "I think the song has probably gotten quite a number of girls falling in love with him," the great Zhou Sacred King said with a smile. There was something charismatic about performances by musical sorcerers indeed. Yu Luyun was among the best of them, which made his performance even more exceptional and charming. Do you know that other than the Yu House, there is another one of the younger generations from the 9 states who is incredibly capable in the musical arts, Saint Chihua? His aptitude at the art is, I dare say, comparable to that of the students of Yu House, a voice said. Many turned to look at the one who spoke, and it was none other than Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State. Many wore peculiar looks on their faces. Participants of Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State had all been eliminated, and it was an incredibly embarrassing matter. As such, none expected Kong Yao to actually speak at the banquet. And who might that be? Saint Chihua asked with a smile. Kong Yao's words piqued the interests of many. One whose aptitude in the musical arts is comparable to that of the students of Yu House? That's probably quite an exaggeration. Have you all heard of the Yukio song? Kong Yao said, "The Yukio song composed by Dong Huang the Great?" Saint Chihua's expression turned solemn. The higher one's plane was, the greater one's respect became for someone at a level like Dong Huang the Great from the bottom of their heart. So much, so the mention of Dong Huang the Great's name required one to behave seriously and solemnly. Indeed. Kong Yao nodded. There is one of the young generation among us capable of playing the song left by such a great figure. Who would that be? Saint Chihua asked, and many turned to look at Kong Yao. Even the people of Yu House were rather interested. It is none other than Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, Kong Yao said. Everyone was stunned for a moment when he finished speaking, before turning their eyes at Yi Futian. Yi Futian sat quietly where he was and felt rather cold inside, hearing Kong Yao's words. Jisheng Cliffs and the Barren State in general were enemies. If it had not been for the appearance of Emperor Xia, Jisheng Cliffs would have had Yi Futian killed. With the beef between them having worsened during the Nine-State Forum, Kong Yao would probably want nothing more than to kill Yi Futian where he sat. As such, it was apparent that Kong Yao had ill intentions mentioning Yi Futian at such a place, wanting to embarrass him in front of the crowd. When Saint Xihua said that Yu House of Qi State was #1 in the musical arts, Kong Yao went on to immediately tell everyone that Yi Futian knew the Yukio song. Yi Futian had played a song during the battle outside the Holy Ji Palace. Kong Yao would have easily found out a lot if he really wanted to dig for information. Furthermore, the Yukio song was not a secret. However, Kong Yao's action of mentioning that at a time and place like this spoke volumes of his ill intentions. Everyone from the other states looked on with curious expressions. Yi Futian was chosen as a leader of a sacred ground of the Barren State when he was still just a noble. The Glass Saint had also said that he broke the Celestial Dragon chess game a short while ago, which naturally meant that he had exceptional skills in chess. Now, Kong Yao came up and told everyone that Yi Futian knew the Yukio song, the song that an emperor composed. Is there anything that this palace lord of Barren State isn't good at? Is it true? Saint Xihua asked with a smile. I had come across the score of the Yukio song by chance in the past, and I have been practicing it since. Yet, I've been unable to understand more than what is on the surface, even now. My skills are currently unfit for a performance. Yi Futian said humbly, the Yukio song is a song of emperors. My plane is low, and I'm still unable to grasp the key parts of the piece. You've played marvelously outside the Holy Ji Palace in the place, Yi Futian. Why so humble now? Kong Yao said plainly, everyone is in a mood for a song right now. Why not play the Song of Emperors and entertain everyone for a bit? Many from the Barren State side went to glare at Kong Yao when he said those words. Unlike Yu Luyan, Yi Futian's current status was a leader of the Barren State. Are you really telling Yi Futian to play and entertain everyone, the people of other sacred grounds here, Kong Yao? It would not have mattered if Yi Futian was just one of the younger generations from a sacred ground like Yu Luyan, but his current status was a palace lord. So it was obvious that Kong Yao was deliberately insulting Yi Futian. Many looked at Yi Futian, but none said anything. Yi Futian smiled and said, I dare not show off in front of the seniors of the 9 states, but since you put that way, I'd be willing to play a song. It would naturally be better if someone could accompany the song with a martial arts performance. Would you be in the mood to perform for us, Senior Kong? There are so many geniuses from the Barren State, and there are also many from the Holy Ji Palace. As such, I don't see any need for me to perform. Kong Yao then added plainly, given your reluctant attitude about the matter, Palace Lordy, would I be wrong to assume that you think no one from the 9 states is worthy enough to hear you play? Kong Yao's words were as sharp as blades, cornering Yi Futian at every turn. Yi Futian looked at Kong Yao and then saw many looking at him. He then smiled and said, well, since there are so many who are in such a mood, I hope my performance is to your liking. He stood up right after he finished and walked to the guqin. Many eyes were on him. Yi Futian sat down quietly, and just like Yu Luyan, the air emanating from him felt different within an instant. He was quiet and tranquil, no longer looking like the exceptionally capable young palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. At the moment, he was simply a musical sorcerer. Yi Futian was handsome and had an exceptional bearing. When his slender 10 fingers began to pluck at the strings, the sound of the guqin penetrated the minds of many, enabling all to enter the scenes illustrated by the song of his music. Many were able to tell right from the second he started playing that his proficiency at the art was not inferior to Yu Luyun's. The sound of the music was winding, crisp, and pleasant to the ear. The tone was low, and it seemed as if he was telling a story with music. It was an ancient tale. The main characters of the tale were two young men who were growing, witnessing the fickleness of human nature and how the strong preyed on the weak. Yet they persevered with the initial intentions and grew along the way. Yi Futian's emotions at the moment were infused within the song, which made it felt as if he was telling a story about how he was being treated in the 9-state forum, prompting many to wear peculiar expressions. However, no one interrupted him. The illustrations of the song resonated within the minds of many. It presented the images right before them, enabling them to witness the growth of legendary figures. At the moment, someone was seen walking out, and many turned in that direction. That someone turned out to be Huang Zhouge, a student of the Holy Ji Palace. Huang Zhouge bowed to Saint Chihua and said, "The palace lord claimed that it would be best to have someone accompany the song with a martial arts performance. My name is Huang Zhouge, and I'm a young student of the Holy Ji Palace. I would like to perform with the song." "You may." Saint Chihua nodded. Huang Zhouge walked out and came to stand behind Yi Futian. He turned around to face Jisheng Cliffs and said, "Before I came to become a student of the Holy Ji Palace, I heard that the son of Jisheng Cliffs, Qinzhong, had been to the Holy Ji Palace and bested many of the students. I'd like to spar with a student of your sacred ground as a way to accompany the song." Kong Yao frowned. "Is the Holy Ji Palace retaliating now?" At the moment, the sound of the guqin gradually grew louder and came to sound more penetrative. If there were people to accompany the song with martial arts, things would indeed be more interesting. "This is the banquet of the 9-state forum and ill-suited for sparring," Kong Yao said plainly. "I've acquired permission from the saint. Given how you're so reluctant to perform as requested, would I be wrong to assume that you deem the people of the 9 states unworthy of witnessing a son of Jisheng Cliffs perform?" Huang Zhouge said, returning the words of Kong Yao right back at him. Kong Yao glared at Huang Zhouge with cold eyes. He had never expected a student his junior would actually dare speak to him like that. Qinzhong turned his eyes at Huang Zhouge. As one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, he saw fit to rise up, seeing how they were being challenged by a student of the Holy Ji Palace. "If you're in such a mood, I'd be willing to oblige." Qinzhong walked out slowly and came to stand somewhere not far away from Yi Futian. He then said, "Qinzhong of Jisheng Cliffs, pleased to make your acquaintance." "Huang Zhouge of the Holy Ji Palace, pleased to make your acquaintance." Both gestured courteously at each other in a dashing manner, yet there was a formless aura clashing in the space right before them. Chapter 774. Qinzhong, one of the 9 warriors of the Jisheng Cliffs, had always been known as the most talented fighter amongst the youngest generation. He was the vanquisher of Sage in the Noble Peak realm, the strongest amongst his peers of the cliffs, but had lost at the hands of Yi Futian. Qinzhong, one of the 9 warriors of the Jisheng Cliffs, had always been known as the most talented fighter amongst the youngest generation. He was the vanquisher of Sage in the Noble Peak realm, the strongest amongst his peers of the cliffs, but had lost at the hands of Yi Futian. Huang Zhouge, descendant of the sovereign family, placed second in the law battle of Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian, being the winner, later entered the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Huang Zhouge and Qinzhong were individuals with refined temperament, and when they stood face to face, an invisible current began to course around them. As if to accentuate the moment's tension, Yi Futian's musical notes gradually became higher and higher. The emperor had started his journey to conquer the world. Massive air spheres began to collide, the ensuing gusts running wildly over Huang Zhouge and Qinzhong until their clothing was tattered and windblown. Qinzhong immediately perceived a great aura of suppression, and faintly observed that the area was being repressed by a massive shadow. He knew that Huang Zhouge was releasing his rule power. Buzz! Inconceivable! Brilliant rays of gold flashed down from the skies, pulverizing all other power. With a long, shrill cry, a divine bird appeared. A dragon eagle, its golden torso sparkling and each feather sharp. A forceful cyclone formed. The shadow of the dragon eagle continued to expand, and a golden hurricane manifested between heaven and earth. A countless number of feathers shot out, sailing across the space towards Huang Joga. It was truly a battle of the sages, those stronger than the nobles, with minds that could kill across sheer space. Boom! An equally shocking wave exploded upon Huang Joga's body, and illusions of combat began to appear, simulating a battlefield. Knights with war spears upon chariots swept across the field. Spears stretched out and clashed with the feathers of the golden dragon eagle midair, creating a terrible storm. The two entities poised in the midst of this dreadful battlefield with the music soaring ever higher, piercing the battlefield and reaching the ears of all involved. At this moment, the dignitaries of Nine State felt less like they were at a banquet, and more like they were in the middle of a battlefield filled with spears and horses. Just then Qin Zhong's body began to slowly levitate, the great wings of the dragon eagle spreading. From the firmament came an even more frightful storm. Some dignitaries at the banquet even began to set up defenses to isolate the interference of the battlefield. Many looked up toward Qin Zhong. He appeared brilliantly beautiful at this moment. The dragon eagle glided in the sky, while Qin Zhong stretched out his palms and pointed toward the sky. Sudden, deadly streams of gold shot through the air, each one resembling a glittering and arrogant dragon eagle soaring towards Huang Joga. A Ren Huang Bao appeared abruptly in front of Huang Joga. With the Ren Huang Bao in his hand, an immensely powerful spiritual energy locked onto the incoming attacks. Threads of rule power turned into arrows, propelled by the bowstring to pierce through the space with incredible speed. The sound of continuous blasts announced the simultaneous destruction of every dragon eagle illusion headed his way. The glittering arrows even locked onto Qin Zhong, descending upon him. Qin Zhong was surrounded by a moving, destructive storm, the shining golden feathers of the dragon eagle shielding his front. When the arrows contacted the eagle's feathers, there were clear sounds of impact that signaled their intention to punch through. But the great feathers trembled violently and sent streams of destructive golden rays to crush the arrows. As the beautiful feathers fluttered through the space, Qin Zhong's eyes focused on Huang Joga, and the feathers trembled again. Qin Zhong's body became a shining arc, and the golden feathers of the dragon eagle slashed through the sky, sharper than any sword blade. Shrieking, the feathers flew through the expanse like golden lightning, as if to bisect Huang Joga's body. Almost at the same instant, an impressive shadow appeared behind Huang Joga, resembling the absolute Ren Huang, and wielding the Ren Huang sword. It cleaved toward the expanse with piercing lightning as it slashed towards the descending dragon eagle. Boom! A blinding light exploded from where the two entities collided, destructive waves coiling around the surrounding area as the immense dragon eagle was propelled upward toward the firmament by the shock. How strong! The onlookers felt the exhilaration of the collision and silently applauded. Such strength would indicate the character of an unmatched genius. Within the battlefield, Huang Joga's body rose gradually into the air, the solemnity radiating from the Ren Huang body enveloping the earth and sky. Dreadful illusions of war instantly appeared, surrounding the area and suppressing the firmament. Suppression rule power, and an exceptionally unusual one at that, many people thought. Huang Joga was a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer, but he mainly trained in martial arts. This rule of martial took command of the expanse, turning the space into his own arena. Racing chariots and other martial illusions swept out across the field as Qin Zhong's body became one with the life spirit of the dragon eagle circling above, its gnashing wings turning into a golden storm that immolated the powers that attacked him. Cut and pulverize. Qin Zhong's rule power was equally devastating. After all, he was known to be the most naturally gifted among the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. Just then, the piercing power of the string music became even greater, as if the battle between the two had no bearing on the contagious power of the music. It made the blood boil, and as if to witness the coming of the emperor, the music endowed rays of holiness upon Huang Juga. Naturally, everyone could sense that there were no additional powers afoot. It would be impossible for Yi Futian to play tricks in front of the saints. There have always been rumors that the sovereign family of the Baron state was also the descendant of the ancient Renhuang clan. So this Huang Juga should be the descendant of the Baron state sovereign family. This kind of power indeed resembles that of Renhuang's descendants, commented the cultivator of the Xia clan. Many looked at him with smile. Nine State had even more successors. Xia clan itself was a branch from the Emperor Xia. In the meantime, the Renhuang body took possession of Huang Juga. He appeared as the true Renhuang now, stepping out wielding the Renhuang sword while the power of his suppression rule crushed the space nearby. At the same time, behind Qin Zhong, all the feathers on the dragon eagle shone brightly, bursting with power as wild winds blew across the expanse. Huang Juga stepped across the field, the shadow of Renhuang wielding its sword slashing down towards Qin Zhong. But the dragon eagle behind him flapped and expanded its wings furiously, every feather continually extending and turning into two sharp blades that cut through the expanse. An even more powerful collision than the last was now at hand. Renhuang smashed straight down, and the dragon eagle's wings covered the sky. Boom! 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 Again and again the attacks exploded against each other, the destructive power surging up from the earth and towards the sky. In front of the banquet, the dignitaries set up an even stronger light screen to guard against the waves of battle. Bam! Another loud blast. The current of destruction remained, but the battle had finally stopped. Everyone turned their gaze to the battlefield and saw that Qin Zhong had been blasted into the ground. The feathers of the dragon eagle scattered and broken, while Huang Juga held the Renhuang sword aloft in front of Yi Futian. Even now, Yi Futian continued playing as the climax of the piece approached its end, slowly bringing closure to the piece. He controlled the rhythm of the music skillfully, keeping it hidden in the background, and allowing the music to revolve around the cadence of the battle. In this fight, Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs had been defeated. Qin Zhong looked at Huang Juga. The breath in his body fluttered. He lay defeated by a great suppressive power. No tricks, just an incredibly aggressive offensive. And then he turned to look at Yi Futian. In the past, when he stepped into the Baron State Law Palace, the public opinion of Law Battle Platform swept the disciples of the Law Palace, and all thought that the Baron State had no talent. But Yi Futian and Huang Juga both defeated him. And then there was Yu Sheng, who, if at the same plane as he, the outcome would be unknown. Cultivators were abundant in the land of the 9 states, but Qin Zhong was defeated by several from the Baron State alone. He thought of his past pride and found it foolish. From now on, he needed to reflect upon himself and concentrate on training. Then Yi Futian stood up, bowed slightly to Xihua Saint, and said, "I beg your indulgence." Yi Futian turned and walked towards his seat, followed by Huang Juga. Nothing more was said, and nothing more needed to be said. Kong Yao had wanted to make a fuss at the banquet. This battle had been enough of a response to him. In the direction of Jisheng Cliffs, Kong Yao's countenance was extremely foul. This time at the 9 States Forum, not only were all the disciples of Jisheng Cliffs eliminated, but Qin Zhong had been defeated again by the Baron State at the banquet. All the geniuses at Jisheng Cliffs were crushed by disciples of the Baron State. This was an unimaginable humiliation. "Spectacular," Xihua Saint lauded approvingly. "Indeed, spectacular," nodded the glass saint, smiling. "Both the martial arts and the music." Everyone nodded in agreement. In this battle, there was one more person from the Baron State who had demonstrated his strength, and even in such a battle, the brilliance of the music could not be overshadowed. Praise given towards the music was therefore considerable. Many watched Yi Futian as he sat down, while Huang Juga quietly sat behind him, and a thought from before had started to manifest again. Yu Sheng, Su Ke, and many other extraordinary individuals were incredibly distinguished, but the leader of the younger generation of the barren state was Yi Futian. These people all gathered together around him. No one, young or old, would dissent. The same praise was heaped upon Huang Zhouge, who had truly fought the battle for Yi Futian to spite Kong Yao. So many excellent figures had gathered around that handsome youth. Just exactly what was his attraction? Or just how mighty was Yi Futian's talent? I'm so curious about the strength of this young Lord Yi. Great Zhou's sacred king laughed. The curiosity was not merely from him, but many others at the banquet. In chess he could crack the divine dragon board. In music he could play the emperor's ukiyo with unparalleled excellence. In martial arts he had defeated Qi Zhong, had surpassed all his peers in the barren state, and had been elected as palace lord by many top sages as the leader of the barren state. Such a figure would indeed ignite the curiosity of many, especially after Yu Sheng, Huang Zhouge, and all of the others had already showcased their excellence. Chapter 775. Yi Futian glanced at the great Zhou's sacred king, whose eyes sparkled with mirth despite the imperial authority that radiated from him. Amongst all the saints, he seemed the hardest to approach. He was the king of the sacred dynasty and ruled an empire. His authority was undisputed, and a word from him could determine the lives and deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. Yi Futian glanced at the great Zhou sacred king, whose eyes sparkled with mirth despite the imperial authority that radiated from him. Amongst all the saints, he seemed the hardest to approach. He was the king of the sacred dynasty and ruled an empire. His authority was undisputed, and a word from him could determine the lives and deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. I am young, my cultivation is unrefined, and I have not belonged to the sages for long. I dare not speak of my strength in the presence of such illustrious company, said Yi Futian with humility. Great Zhou sacred king looked at him, and he could see that this young lord was not as modest as he appeared, but was quite the opposite. Judging from the later performance of Yu Xing and the others, Yi Futian was extremely confident and proud. Yi Futian had stated that if Yu Sheng could not enter the top 10, he would bequeath a divine implement to Xihua Sacred Mountain. Great Zhou Sacred King had not quite understood the offer, but now realized that this offer was a demonstration of Yi Futian's extreme confidence. He had thought that Yu Sheng, a disciple of the Law Palace, was certain to be among the top 10. But the great Zhou Sacred King was also a confident and proud individual since his youth. He could feel that he and Yi Futian were two of a kind. However, he was still young, a fledgling. You ought to know that what I meant wasn't just about the plane, said the great Zhou Sacred King with a laugh, looking at Yi Futian. Modesty in excess is hypocrisy. Many of the others looked at the great Zhou Sacred King and saw a nonchalant smile on his face. A slight shock flickered in Yi Futian's eyes, but he quickly smiled and nodded. Rightly so, Sacred King, he replied. Behind the great Zhou Sacred King, Zhou Zi watched Yi Futian coolly. She felt that Yi Futian was being insincere, only pretending to be humble and polite. And now that he had been admonished, the man was speechless. The barren state has no saints and is ranked last among the 9 states. Because talented individuals are few and far in between, this explosive confluence of the barren state's youngest generation is particularly interesting, said another strong cultivator. Many agreed, understanding the reasoning. The contrast of their previous slight and the current rise of barren state astonished everyone. Look at the Battle of the 100 at the 9-state forum. 7 are from the barren state, the most out of all the Holy Lands. How many of the 7 will make it to the top 10? Another piped up. If they make it to the top 10, perhaps the venerated saint will need to prepare another divine implement, someone joked. Saint Xihua idly regarded Yi Futian and then smiled. Drink everyone as you please. The banquet continued, and the mood was festive, but people from the 9-state Holy Land had thoughts of their own. At this moment, Everyone anticipated that their own holy land would rank high in the Battle of the 100 at the Nine-State Forum. Yi Futian and the others were still minding themselves. The cultivators from the barren state seemed a bit dull, as if they did not truly belong. They understood that the lack of saints in the barren state was an original sin, which justified the superiority of all other holy lands of the 9 states above them. But for the many cultivators who came from the barren state, to be able to have a seat here and witness Yi Futian had caused the geniuses of the younger generation from the barren state to shine on the stage of the 9-state forum. It was vindication itself. Perhaps now the barren state only needed a little more time. As the relaxed atmosphere was maintained within the banquet, many people started to mingle and drink. Yi Futian stayed where he was, but a group headed towards him, led by none other than Lu Zong, who raised a goblet in front of him and smiled. To Lord Yi he toasted. Yi Futian smiled and raised his cup, and the two drank together. Behind Lu Zong was the disciple of the chess saint, Yang Shao, who laughingly said, "Lord Yi led the disciples of the barren state to excel at the 9-state forum. Congratulations." "Overstated, elder," said Yi Futian, spying Jiu Gongzi behind the crowd as he continued. "Jiu Gongzi, we meet again." Jiu Gongzi shrugged. He liked Yi Futian, who was generally easygoing and free-spirited, but most dedicated while cultivating. He observed that quality when Yi Futian had first started with chess, but unfortunately the master chose Lu Zong as his apprentice instead. "Clan leader Yi, perhaps you will consider my suggestion at Chess Saint Villa," Lu Zong said with a grin. "I have considered it," replied Yi Futian. "Good." Lu Zong raised his cup in acknowledgement before turning to leave. Just then another man arrived, arrayed in elaborate gold with phoenixes magnificently embroidered upon his clothing. He walked beside Yi Futian and said, "Zhou Ye of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to be advised by Lord Ye's talent." Many people watched attentively. Lu Zong and Zhou, you were both from the Sage Plain. One was even valued by the 3 saints of Xihua, Sacred Mountain, and very likely to be named as a saint in the future. Zhou Ye, also prestigious, was rumored to possibly be the heir of the great Zhou Sacred King of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and both approached Yi Futian inquisitively, apparently quite curious about him. Not only them, but many other notable noble geniuses at the 9-state forum were in attendance, with a significant number of them hailing from other holy lands. They were extremely fascinated by geniuses from other holy lands, especially those who had missed the original 9-state forum. After the banquet ended, everyone from the 9 states dissipated. Yi Futian and the others returned to their lodging in Futian City. Futian City was now a picture of prosperity, with everyone discussing the strongest 100 in the impending and explosive battle of the 100. Some gambling dens even started odds for the top 10, with the most intense interest landing on who would be the first of the 9-state forum. Those who were in attendance of the 9-state forum wondered who would stand on the summit of the 9-state forum. Hua Yunshu of Xihua, Sacred Mountain? The genius? Zhou Yu of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty? Or even that unparalleled figure from the Xia clan? Of course, the Qi clan, Vajra region, Hall of Holy Light, Yu clan, and every other principality would have at least one powerful figure, and these figures would all be possible candidates at the summit. Until the final battle, all there was to do was guess, and everyone had their own opinion. Aside from that, there was one other who was mentioned frequently, and that was Yu Sheng of the Holy Ji Palace from the Barren State. Yu Sheng plowed through his opponents in every battle, even though he was from the Barren State. But until today, no one could truly fathom the depth of his strength. Could it really be, as Yi Futian had hoped, that he would step into the top 10? 9 states had nearly 30 holy lands competing for the top 10. Its power was unimaginable. No one could claim absolute confidence in Yu Sheng, even if his performance was extremely solid. No one could dare to declare his place among the top 10. They could only say that such a possibility existed. For many people and their expectations, 3 days was an indeterminably long time. Inside their palace, Yi Futian's barren state congregation were all present and ready to depart. Looking up at the sky, Yi Futian focused his attention to those in front of him. He surveyed Yu Sheng and the rest, then smiled. Do you have the confidence? The battle of the 100 that followed would only be the strong versus the strong. There would be no more weak links, so any battle fought would be hard won. Out of the 7, how many would last until the end? Even Yi Futian himself could not be sure. He knew that when he stepped out of the sage hall, there would be no weaklings amongst them. The 100 strongest were from all holy lands in the 9 states, and would be equal to them in strength. It would be a matter of who was the strongest. Just wait and see. Su Ke seemed distracted. Confidence was not something of great practicality. Naturally, the competitors all felt themselves to be the strongest, but that did not mean the others were weak. Yi Futian glared at him, the lily-livered jellyfish. 7th brother, do not weaken the reputation of our cottage, Yi Futian said to Yi Shaosher with a smile. Fatty puckered as he spoke. Yu Sheng is only half a disciple of the cottage. So long as Yu Sheng was in the front, he did not feel overly pressured. Yu Sheng. Yi Futian looked at the massive frame standing before him and laughed. People from the 9 states are all prideful, prizing their own holy land geniuses. Let us give them a surprise. Naturally, Yu Sheng wasn't concerned, but he wished the others could advance as well. No matter what happens at the 9-state forum this time, we of the barren states will not fall weaker than any other state. That is enough, said Sage Wanxiang. His goal was simple. The barren state had been slighted by the 9 states, and his only wish was that the barren state wouldn't lose to its competitors. The rest needed time. Proceeding forwards would not simply be a matter of days. Of course not. Yi Futian said, very well, it's time. Let's go. Everyone nodded and proceeded to depart in quite a formation towards the direction of Shihua Sacred Mountain. Many gathered at the foot of Shihua Sacred Mountain, moving upward along the stairs. This day, all of Futian City was exuberant thanks to the gathering of the cultivators. 9-state forum, the final battle of the 100, was finally about to begin. When Yi Futian and the others arrived, many were already present, and cultivators from the 9 states gradually began to enter. Still at the seat he occupied the previous day, Yi Futian could hear discussions behind him about today's Battle of the 100. Delegates from the barren state have arrived. I heard that 3 days ago, Saint Shihua hosted a banquet where Lord Yi Futian performed an imperial ode, and Huang Juga, disciple of the Law Palace, challenged and defeated Qinzhong of the Jisheng Cliffs. I heard. Jisheng Cliffs was disgraced this time. This young generation of the barren state is indeed excellent. If Yu Sheng can take one of the top 10, that would be an ideal result. Exactly. If he can enter the top 10, Saint Shihua even agreed to apologize. But even though Yu Sheng is magnificent, entering the top 10 is still a tough proposition. Perhaps he has some hidden strength that we have not yet seen. The crowd continued to speculate, and while many voices entered Yi Futian's ears, he only smiled indifferently. Yu Sheng, top 10? After this battle, everyone from the 9 state would forever remember Yu Sheng's name. In the opposite direction, Saint Shihua arrived with the cultivators of the Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Xia State Holy Land. Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Glass Saint, and Sky Saint arrived from the expanse and landed in the east, inciting great excitement amongst the people. The peak battle of the 9-state forum was about to begin. Chapter 776. After waiting for some time, the sun hung in the east and shone on the battle arena. Saint Shihua, the great Zhou Sacred King, the Sky Saint, the Glass Saint, and the other saints sat high up, looking at the crowd. At that moment, the elder hosting the 9-state forum stood at the east edge of the battle arena and announced, the top 100 from the 9-state forum enter the arena. As his voice landed, the top 100 cultivators from the 9 states forum stepped forward onto the battle arena. Beside Yi Futian, Hua Jiu looked at him and stood up. After waiting for some time, the sun hung in the east and shone on the battle arena. Saint Shihua, the great Zhou sacred king, the sky saint, the glass saint, and the other saints sat high up, looking at the crowd. At that moment, the elder hosting the 9-state forum stood at the east edge of the battle arena and announced, "The top 100 from the 9-state forum enter the arena." As his voice landed, the top 100 cultivators from the 9 states forum stepped forward onto the battle arena. Beside Yi Futian, Hua Jiu looked at him and stood up. "Don't feel pressured. The ranking is unimportant," Yi Futian smiled and reminded her. "Okay." Hua Jiu nodded softly and replied, then turned around and walked off. Although Yi Futian had claimed that the ranking was not important, she knew that it was definitely important. If the Barren State's disciples did not obtain a good ranking, the already ostracized Barren State would be even more underestimated by others and be unable to gain respect. As such, the 4 of them would do their best to obtain a good ranking in the battle. Yi Futian looked at their figures and felt a sense of pensiveness. He had a bitter smile as he shook his head. What were these fellows thinking? The 9 states top 100 stood on the enormous battle arena. At that moment, the battle arena appeared extremely spacious. Immediately, the viewing gallery fell silent. Everyone looked towards the battle arena, anticipating the start of the final battle. In the 9-state forum top 100 battle, the rules are simple. Challenge someone. The victor stays, the loser is eliminated. There is no order. Anyone who wishes to challenge, step forward and point at the person you wish to challenge. If you win, you will enter the top 50. The elder announced the rules of the final battle. They were simple. There was no lot drawing among the top 100, as it would cause some of the strongest cultivators to battle prematurely. For example, what if the 2 strongest people in the 9-state forum were made to battle because of the lots they drew? Under this type of unrestrained challenge rules, if the strongest 2 people willingly fought each other, they would accept the unavoidable. Generally, this kind of scenario would not happen. These people would try their best to avoid those who were too strong and leave their toughest opponents last. Of course, this was unfair too. There were people who would be targeted by the strongest elites. However, since this was a battle, there could not be absolute fairness. Nobody would care about fairness anyways. The world only looked at the results. In the battle of the top 100, winning one battle would allow someone to enter the top 50. "Begin," the elder announced. As his voice landed, a solemn atmosphere shrouded the battle arena. The 9-state forum's most elite confrontation had begun. An invisible wind blew on the forum's battle arena. When the elder announced the start, nobody stepped forward, and it was exceptionally silent. According to the rules, it was time to challenge the weakest. However, among those who managed to enter the top 100, there were no weaklings. Apart from some of the most elite, it was not easy for them to determine who was strong or weak, so it was not easy to pick an opponent. At that moment, a figure stepped forward. The person was from the eastern states, Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and he had an arrogant look in his eyes. The robe with golden phoenix patterns embroidered on it swayed in the wind. The mark of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was also embroidered on his robe. Zhou. Countless gazes froze as the people in the viewing gallery looked at the figure that had walked out. Zhou was the strongest cultivator from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty in this 9-state forum. He had an extremely high position in the sovereign family's younger generation. In the past 3 days, it was established that he was a figure who had the ability to enter the top 10, and there were even people who wondered if Zhou could be crowned as the winner of the 9-state forum. One could imagine how strong Zhou was. The Eastern State was the host of this time's 9-state forum, and more attention would be placed on the Shihua Sacred Mountain and Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's younger generation. So there would be certain bias towards the guessing of the rankings. Even so, if Zhou Yu was not strong enough, there would not even be such a conjecture. His opponent is really unlucky, many people thought to themselves. Even in the battle arena, many people were nervous. It was hard to be confident when facing Zhou Yu. If they were challenged, the likelihood of being eliminated was too high. They could only hope that Zhou Yu would not challenge them. Of course, there were also a few people who were extremely confident in their abilities and did not mind. To them, the first battle was merely a course of events. Zhou Yu's gaze looked around the crowd and finally stopped in one direction. Everyone immediately turned towards his gaze, and the 7 people there stood out. Each of them had their own place in the barren state's direction. Since your life spirit is also a phoenix, I'll challenge you, Zhou Yu said. Evidently, he was saying that to Phoenix. Many people did not expect that the first person that Zhou Yu challenged would be a girl. She was the barren state's Holy Ji Palace's disciple, Phoenix. The other people from the barren state all looked at Zhou Yu. Could it be that the people from the barren state stood out? Why did they always like to target the people from the barren state? Yi Futian also had a perplexed expression. Could it be that the great Zhou sacred dynasty disliked him? First Zhou Zi, now it seemed like the great Zhou sacred king had something against him. Now the strongest person from the great Zhou sacred dynasty, Zhou Yu, was the first one to step out, and the person he was challenging was from the barren state. Phoenix was likely in danger. However, this was uncontrollable and unavoidable. Phoenix appeared very calm. She stepped forward and stood opposite Zhou Yu. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's Zhou Yu, the Holy Ji Palace's Phoenix. As they finished, flames lit up around both their bodies. The flames around Zhou Yu's body were golden phoenix flames and were extremely overbearing. The flames around Phoenix's body were milder, but also had a terrifying aura and had a faint, inextinguishable feeling. Their flames clashed in the air, making 2 giant phoenix shadows appear in the skies. The golden phoenix flames on Zhou Yu's body seemed capable of incinerating all forces in existence and started to devour Phoenix's flames, converting it into his own flames. This caused the golden phoenix shadow to become even larger and suppress Phoenix's flames. The huge phoenix flapped its wings, and they turned into golden phoenix blades, slashing down towards Phoenix. A giant crimson sycamore tree appeared behind Phoenix amidst the crashing sounds of the blades. The ancient sycamore's leaves spread rapidly towards the slashing blades in the air and were continually sliced apart. The flames raged on, but were eventually smothered, unable to escape the grasp of the sycamore. Zhou Yu's body turned into a flash of golden lightning and reached unbelievable speeds. He tore through the air and descended, his palms stretched out. In an instant, the surrounding phoenix flames seemed to have been siphoned by him. He then fired it from his palm towards the area where Phoenix was. Feeling the terrifying destructive power, the sycamore engulfed the surrounding area, and Phoenix hid within it. At the same time, countless vines rushed toward Zhou Yu. "Cut," Zhou Yu said in a cold voice. The golden phoenix slashed down and severed all the vines. At the same time, the energy fired from his hand turned into a seething flame dimension, gradually melting the giant sycamore. The sycamore also turned golden as a decaying aura appeared around it. Zhou Yu raised his hand and stepped forward, the phoenix shadow flying into the air and diving down. With a slash, the sycamore rapidly exploded and turned into countless golden wisps. The destructive figure rushed into it with overbearing force. Phoenix's figure appeared within his sights, and the sycamore's vines continued to rush towards the opponent's body. A golden light flashed across Zhou Yu's eyes as he maintained his dive downwards. Thud! The golden phoenix figure tore through the air towards Phoenix. Phoenix did not dodge, and the phoenix figure shot right through her. Phoenix spat out a mouthful of blood, and her expression was pale, but the sycamore entangled Zhou Yu at the same time. Zhou Yu frowned. Phoenix did not dodge intentionally. "Are you courting death?" Zhou Yu looked at the beautiful lady in front of him and asked without much tenderness. The golden light glowed as it promptly destroyed the sycamore on his body. He waved his palm again, and the golden phoenix continued to rush into Phoenix's body, causing her to glide backward, blood spewing from her mouth. Zhou Yu wanted to continue attacking, but at that moment he frowned. There was a wisp of undying flame burning within his body and causing havoc in his bloodstream. A strong force flowed within his blood, attempting to remove it. However, he felt the resilience of the flame. Every wisp appeared to be like a tiny phoenix, nibbling away at his body slowly, causing him to reveal a pained expression. Undying flames. Zhou Yu's expression was grim as he raised his head and looked at Phoenix. He saw her wiping away the blood from her mouth, looking at him. She said, "I concede." After saying that, she dragged her injured body back to the barren state seats. "Are you all right?" Yi Futian looked at Phoenix with worry. Why was this woman going so far? "I'm fine," Phoenix replied, ate a pill, and sat down cross-legged. When Yi Futian saw this, he was slightly relieved. Phoenix's self-regeneration ability was very strong, so he would not have to worry. However, she was really obstinate, injuring Zhou Yu at the expense of getting injured. At that moment, Zhou Yu had also returned to his position, but was also sitting on the ground. He bathed in golden flames, evidently still trying to neutralize the force in his body, and was suffering. In the first battle, the great Zhou sacred dynasties, Zhou Yu had won. The barren state finally had one more person eliminated. However, this battle also gave people a deep impression of Phoenix. She had injured Zhou Yu and made him pay the price, even though she was eliminated. The barren state's participants were really resilient. Now, there were only 6 barren state disciples left. The crowd had not collected their thoughts before another person walked out, causing them to all stare. The person who had stepped out was the barren state, Su Quebec. "It is rude to not reciprocate. I'll challenge you then." Su K's finger pointed in the eastern state's direction as he spoke. He had pointed at a person beside Zhou Yu, a descendant of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Chapter 777. The eyes of everyone at the grandstands fell onto Su K as soon as he finished. The eyes of everyone at the grandstands fell onto Su K as soon as he finished. Su K challenged Zhou Yan of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Zhou Yu had defeated Phoenix of the barren state in the previous battle. Su K had, of course, set his sights at the great Zhou sacred dynasty because of that battle. However, Zhou Yan was not weak, or rather, he could have been said to be very powerful. It was anyone's guess if Su K, who specialized in killing powers and the rules of darkness, was capable of beating Zhou Yan. At the same time, Zhou Yan's eyes fell onto Su K as well. He walked, and his robe with golden phoenix designs on it billowed, making him look incredibly dashing. The barren state had 7 ranked among the top 100, while there were only 4 from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. The 2 previous battles were fought between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the barren state. They were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers at the moment, so it was not an option for Zhou Yan to lose to someone from the barren state. The sky saint looked at the sacred king on the grandstands at the eastern state's corner. He smiled and said, "Who do you think will win this battle, sacred king?" The sacred king glanced the 2 at the forum stage with a cold expression, exuding the might of a ruler, then said calmly, "Zhou Yan, of course." "Is that so?" The sky saint smiled and added, "You're indeed confident, sacred king." While there were none of the sky saint's students participating in the event, he remained interested nonetheless. Zhou Yu was the most powerful of the students from the great Zhou sacred dynasty participating in the 9-state forum. He had challenged Phoenix of the barren state right from the first battle. However, Zhou Yu had definitely not anticipated that the barren state was so forceful, challenging someone from the great Zhou sacred dynasty in the very next battle. As such, it felt as if the previous battles had become a showdown between the students of the two major forces, the Barren State and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. It would have been fine if the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was able to win. If they were to lose, however, it would have reflected badly on the Sacred King. Zhou, you naturally had formidable powers, but then again, Su Ke was not the most powerful one from the Barren State. Yu Sheng still had not fought yet. If the showdown were to continue, it was anyone's guess how it would end up. The Sky Saint smiled at the thought, becoming rather intrigued by the battles between the younger generations, which seemed to be getting rather amusing. The Sacred King was not the only one interested in the upcoming battle. Every great figure sitting at the grandstands was just as interested, looking forward to seeing those two fight. First the Jixing Cliffs, and now the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The students of the Barren State sure are tough. Su Ke of the Holy Ji Palace. A lazy voice was heard. Su Ke stood around nonchalantly, seeming to pose no threat to anyone. However, his previous battle had left a deep impression on those who saw it. As one capable of lurking in the shadow, disposing of his targets in silence, he might not have been the strongest, but when it came to a life-and-death battle, he would definitely was among the deadliest. Zhou Yan. A cold, yet forceful voice was heard from the man himself. Golden Phoenix shadows appeared brilliantly just like with Zhou Yu. He was basking in the light of golden flames. As a descendant of the royalty of the Sacred Dynasty, his awakened blood of the Golden Phoenix and his natural talents made him a terrifying figure. The golden flames swept through their surroundings. The aura bursting from Zhou Yan's body seemed capable of burning everything down. A cry of the phoenix was heard, and a shadow of the golden phoenix launched at Su Ke at blinding speed, as if to drown Su Ke right there and then with its golden flames. Boom! An extremely ferocious aura descended in an instant and took up a corner. The phoenix came down with intimidating force. However, a gray afterimage was seen, and Su Ke's body disappeared right from where he stood. The eyes of the spectators followed where the afterimage went. Streaks of gray currents filled the form stage. Su Ke's silhouette seemed to have been extended, making it seem like he was everywhere. Gray auras flowed within that space, coiling around Zhou Yan. That place gradually turned dark, as if the entire place would meld into the shadows. Power of rules of darkness. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battlefield, trying to discern what was happening. While the rules of light and darkness had no inherent offensive capacities, they nonetheless remained one of the most terrifying rules to be found. It was especially so for those capable of manipulating such rules perfectly, enabling them to bring the power of said rules to the extreme. At the moment, Su Ke seemed to have immersed himself within that dark space. There was not a tinge of his aura to be found. Many sage-level figures who were not of very high training were not even able to tell where he had hidden. Zhou Yan was caught in the darkness. He continued to bask in boundless golden light. The phoenix's shadow grew increasingly large, shining light in that place, attempting to penetrate the darkness. However, the dazzling bright light of the phoenix was devoured right as it touched the darkness. The light dissipated into the darkness. The light of golden flames did not originate from the power of rules, and as such it was only natural that it was incapable of penetrating the rules of darkness. The cry of the phoenix grew even louder, and with a violent flap of its golden fiery wings, Zhou Yan gradually took to the air. Beams of golden light seemed to burst from his body, shooting at the dark space around him. The expression of the spectators changed as they saw the beams penetrate into the darkness. The attack had apparently seeped into the dark space, attempting to kill Su Ke, who was lurking within. Boom! A huge dark current lashed out at Zhou Yan like a dark shadow, exuding terrifying killing aura. Zhou Yan turned around, and the wings of his phoenix vibrated and flapped forward. Wisps of golden fire feathers imbued with immense, devastating power burst forth, penetrating the dark current heading for him. The dark current exploded. Slivers of killing aura extended from within, but Suke was nowhere to be found. At the same time, in the surrounding dark spaces, an intense sense of danger emanated, and slivers of killing aura wandered in the darkness, coalescing into a killing storm. Zhou Yan took a look at the space around him that grew increasingly dark. He frowned as the dark currently seemed intent on drowning him. If he was further caught in the darkness, his defeat would be inevitable. The brilliant wings flapped harder and faster. A hurricane whipped up and golden lightning burst. A golden phoenix appeared on the battlefield and headed straight for the darkness. Terrifying golden flames burned the darkness, intending to burst out of it. Zhou Yan's eyes seemed to have failed him at the very moment he burst into the darkness. There was nothing but pitch-black darkness before him, and not even his spiritual will was able to pierce through it. Being able to only sense his immediate surroundings, his only choice was to go forward. An intense sense of danger loomed as thousands of killing aura descended upon him. The phoenix's wings flapped. Intense golden light burst from it, clashing with the incoming killing aura. Yet at that very moment, the hairs on Zhou Yan's body all stood up, and he felt a bone-chilling cold. It was an intuition like no other. An incredibly cold sword fell above him in the dark. Zhou Yan seemed to have been clad in phoenix armor, yet the sword was still able to burst with the most powerful killing intent without making a sound. All the killing aura within the darkness seemed to coalesce into a single sword, which burst through the armor and shattered it. Zhou Yan felt himself freezing to the bone as he sensed the killing aura seeping into his body. "I yield." Zhou Yan's reaction was incredibly fast, and he was able to yell in time. Regardless, if Su Ke dared continue his course, Zhou Yan dared not make the gamble. The dark current dissipated right as soon Zhou Yan's voice was heard. He fell from the sky and dropped to the ground in an unceremonious manner. He was clouded in a layer of dark aura, losing all the brilliance about him from before. Cough. Zhou Yan spat up black blood with a slight cough. He lifted his head and stared at the silhouette that just made it to the ground. Su Ke returned to looking lazy and nonchalant, making it appear as if he did not care about what just happened. While Zhou Yan is powerful, but he was completely overwhelmed in this battle. He was unable to bring his powers to bear at all. Many who watched the battle were trembling. So this is the rules of darkness, and it seems that Su Ke has developed matured use of it. The Sky Saint smiled as he glanced at the Sacred King at the grandstands. At the moment, the Sacred King was staring at the battlefield as well. His eyes were on Su Quebec. A descendant of the great Zhou sacred dynasty's royalty was defeated in that battle. Worse still, it was a crushing defeat. While Zhou Yu had indeed been able to overwhelm Phoenix, he had been injured by her nonetheless. On the other hand, Zhou Yan was unable to even touch Su Quebec. Furthermore, Zhou Yu had been the most powerful of the ones from the great Zhou sacred dynasty participating in the event. When compared in this, the sacred dynasty looked rather awkward. Su Ke returned to his corner at the Baron State after the elder announced the outcome. He lifted his head and took a look at Phoenix, who was near Yi Futian at the grandstands. He smirked, looking rather pleased with himself. Phoenix looked at him and smiled while covering her mouth. "Show off," Yi Futian chuckled and said. Regardless, Su Ke had been able to avenge Phoenix in that battle. "Continue." The elder's voice was heard, and another figure was seen walking out. Many looked on with amused expression. The one who walked out was also from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. His eyes were still on the remaining 6 from the Baron State. Many looked at the scene puzzled. Both sides already seemed to be at each other's throats, while the battle for the top 100 just began. None seemed to yield to each other in terms of show of force. But then again, it was very normal. The 9-State Forum had always been a battlefield fought between sacred grounds. It was inevitable to have sacred grounds go tit for tat with each other. All from sacred grounds were proud people, after all. I challenge Hua Jehu of the barren state. A voice was heard. This time, the one from the great Zhou sacred dynasty challenged the wife of the palace, lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. Hua Jehu walked out calmly. The other 5 glanced at her would-be opponent coldly. Their eyes were a clear indication that the battle was still being fought between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the barren state. Furthermore, if Yu Shan were to battle in the next round, the sacred dynasty's defeat was almost inevitable. As such, it was imperative for the great Zhou sacred dynasty to win that battle. It would have been 3 losses out of 4 battles for them, completely overwhelmed by the barren state. Worse still, if the outcome were to be such, there would be only one from the great Zhou sacred dynasty left in the top 50, Zhou Yu. On the other hand, there would be at least 3 from the barren state remaining in the top 50. Chapter 778. On the forum stage, Zhou Luoyun's eyes were on Hua Jiu. On the forum stage, Zhou Luoyun's eyes were on Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu had defeated Zhou Zi, a member of the sacred dynasty's royalty, right in the very first battle she fought. She was a cultivator with very powerful psychic powers, capable of attacking spiritual powers of others. Someone like that would be incredibly troublesome, not to mention dangerous. But at the moment, people from both the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the barren state were at each other's throats. There had been 1 win and 1 loss in the 2 previous battles. Even Zhou Yu, the most powerful among the sacred dynasty's remaining participants, had fought and sustained damage, making it seem like they were being overpowered by the barren state. As such, Zhou Luoyun, as one of the 2 remaining participants from the sacred dynasty, had to come out to fight someone from the barren state. The best course of action was, of course, to defeat Yu Sheng. However, he apparently was not confident enough to beat Yu Sheng, whose true power was still unknown. As such, he picked the girl who had exceptionally stunning looks instead, the girl who also happened to be the wife of the leader of the barren state, Yi Futian. As for Yu Sheng, Zhou Yu would be there to take care of him. After you. Zhou Luoyun exuded faint air of royalty. He deemed it necessary to keep his bearing, as he was challenging an exceptionally beautiful woman. Hua Jiu looked at her opponent calmly and did not bother with pleasantries. She let her life spirit burst right away. A crown hovered above her head, and a sliver of powerful spiritual willpower covered the entire place. In that very instant, Zhou Luoyun was able to feel incredibly powerful telekinetic power invading his spiritual will. The feeling was very unpleasant. There was simply no one who would have felt fine having their spiritual will invaded by others. The power of rules all over him burst in an instant. His spiritual will seemed to have taken the form of a golden phoenix, shining with brilliance like no other. His spiritual will's defense had turned incredibly powerful, stopping the invading powers from going further into his head. If you're thinking psychic powers will be enough to take me out, I'm afraid you're clearly mistaken, Zhou Luoyun said. Hua Jiu's deep, dark eyes turned exceptionally demonic, as if tainted with mystical colors. Her hair billowed without a wind blowing about, flapping wildly in the air. A formless aura coursed about in a frenzy in their surroundings, flowing from all directions at Zhou Luoyun. Zhou Luoyun frowned as he sensed her psychic powers had grown far more potent all of a sudden, and her powers were everywhere. The phoenix that manifested from his spiritual will seem to have been isolated, fully exposed to any incoming attacks. That felt very different from what Zhou Zi had experienced before. Boom! The wings of the phoenix burst, and terrifying flowing golden lights coursed in their surroundings. Zhou Luoyun stepped out and charged at Hua Jiu all of a sudden, like a bolt of lightning. He deemed it necessary to not just sit around and let his will keep being invaded, as it would be imminent that he lose the round. The telekinetic powers around them seemed to have been imbued with elemental offensive powers at the very moment he accelerated. Slivers of lightning flashed about, blocking out the sky around him. He felt his spiritual will getting numbed, as if the telekinetic attack had been imbued with elemental powers, which, worse still, seemed to be growing increasingly strong. That powerful spiritual will protection in the form of a golden phoenix seemed to be caught in a terrifying storm of will of lightning. How is it that her telekinetic powers are growing so strong all of a sudden? Many sitting at the grandstands questioned. They were able to tell the change taking place clearly, even though they had not been subjected to such attacks themselves. As such, the effect was even more apparent on Zhou Luoyan, who was caught in the middle of the storm. Lightning thought, descend. A voice was heard from Hua Jiu. Her hair danced around wildly as a flamboyant beauty was seen in her at the moment. Her body, which was seen hovering the midair at the moment, made her look like a goddess. Boundless lightning, thought, flashed about with her at the center of it all. Boom! At that very moment, Zhou Luoyun's body, which had taken the form of a golden phoenix, halted all of a sudden as his mind went blank. It was like he had been struck by lightning. His thoughts seemed to have stopped, his body and his soul all seemed to be trembling at the moment, having sustained a terrifying blow. The eyes of the sacred king froze. He stared at the forum stage, knowing clearly what happened on the battlefield due to his plane level. A divine, spiritual sorcerer's attacks are special indeed. It was said that a divine, spiritual sorcerer at their pinnacle would be an ultimate sorcerer and a nightmare for any cultivator who had to fight them. However, there was no divine, spiritual sorcerer at the saint plane to be found among the 72 saints ranked on the sage and saint rankings in all of the 9 states. As such, most were utterly unfamiliar with divine, spiritual sorcerers, knowing little about the powers they wielded. That day was a day where many came to know what divine, spiritual sorcerers were like. One strike was all it took to rob Zhou Luoyun of his combat capacity. If Hua Jiu had pressed on with her attacks, Zhou Luoyun's spiritual would have crumbled and he would have died soon after. At that moment, Hua Jiu's aura returned to her usual calm state. The frightening telekinetic powers in the air around them dissipated, as if nothing had happened in the first place. Zhou Luoyun stood in a dumbfounded manner. He lifted his head and looked at the incredibly beautiful silhouette in the air, feeling rather dazed about what happened. I was overwhelmed in one go. How could this have happened? It was not only he who had not anticipated any of that. None on the grandstands would have predicted such an outcome as well. Zhou Luoyan did not even get a chance to strike. The battle ended more cleanly than the previous battle between Su Ke and Zhou Yan, and crueler as well. A proud son of the great Zhou sacred dynasty lost without even knowing why. The eyes of all the others on the forum stage were on Hua Jiu. The crushing and quick victory seemed to be a statement saying that Yu Sheng was not the only powerful one from the barren state. Hua Jiu wins. A voice was heard. The elder at the edge of the forum stage announced the outcome. Everyone had only just come to their senses. Such power, many at the grandstand said. Hua Jiu turned around and walked towards the corner where the people from the barren state were seated. The Sky Saint looked at her and said, "The students of the great Zhou sacred dynasty seem to have gotten themselves in trouble, O sacred king." He teased the sacred king in an amusing manner. None had anticipated the ones from the barren state to be so powerful and forceful before the battles began. A divine, spiritual sorcerer. Not bad indeed, the sacred king said. His tone seemed to be calm. Indeed, I wonder who her teacher is, the glass saint added. Women who had both exceptional looks and talents, with powers at such levels, were but a handful in the barren state. She took a look at Goddess Qingyi beside her and said, "I'm sure you can already tell that this girl's talents are not below that of yours, Qingyi. You'll need to train harder from here on out." "Understood." Goddess Qingyi nodded. Hua Jiu returned to her people and did not forget to take a look at Futian, showing a proud smile. Many at the grandstands behind Yi Futian felt rather dazed. That cold, uncaring goddess on the battlefield who had overwhelmed Zhou Luoyan without saying a word showed such a side in front of Yi Futian. "You're good," Yi Futian smiled at Hua Jiu and said. Hua Jiu's eyelashes fluttered a little. She looked rather pleased with herself. She then turned around to look at the forum stage as if nothing happened. Another figure was seen walking out from the barren state at that moment. Many were astonished. It was as everyone had anticipated. However, the one who walked out was not Yu Sheng. It was Yi Shaoshi, the fatty. The students from the barren state had probably thought that they had no need to field Yu Sheng to take care of the remaining student from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. The only one from the sacred dynasty who had yet to fight was thoroughly frightened. They had suffered 2 losses already. If they were to lose again, it would make it seem like the great Zhou sacred dynasty had been crushed by the barren state. The fat guy narrowed his eyes and looked at his opponent while smiling sheepishly. He threw his head back and said, "I'm giving you a chance. If you refuse, I'll go challenge someone else." The eyes of the spectators froze. The fat guy is insulting the student from the great Zhou sacred dynasty.